Mills, makers of kicks, invite you to beat the band. If you can. General Mills, makers of kicks, that delicious new ready-to-eat breakfast cereal that comes in delicious round golden bubbles, brings you another session of that new novel radio game, Beat the Band, featuring Ted Weems and his music, Perry Como, Marvel Maxwell, Elmo Tanner, Pete Beelman, Arm Down, Country Washburn, and Red Ingle, who joined with Gary Moore to bring you this opportunity to beat the band. Well, today we're broadcasting from Indianapolis, Indiana. And now music by Weems and the Boys. The tip-off, a tuneful tidbit timed in Ted's typically tantalizing tempo titled, The Lady with Red Hair. Well, today, ladies and gentlemen, from Indianapolis, home of the world's most exciting auto race, we bring you the world's dullest member of the human race, Gary Moore.
Thank you, for. Thank you very, very much. I don't know what I'm thanking you for, but anyhow, I'm frank to confess right now that I haven't got a comeback for that. I'm sorry. I have a funny joke that I was supposed to use written down here, but I didn't get a chance to read it before the program. Will you excuse me while I read it over now to see if it's worth it? Well, that's no good. I know. Isn't worth it. Friends, let's get around to the quiz session. On the questions we'll use today, the persons who wrote them will net exactly $10 each. The makers of kicks will pay a guaranteed minimum of $20 and a full case of kicks to each of those who beat the band. But now that sum might be much greater. Remember that $100 bonus we divide among the band beaters. They might receive as much as $25, $50, or even $100. Now, say Beat the Band might make money for you, so why not send us a question? It's fun thinking up these dassy-dizzy quizzes. Just send it to Kicks, K-I-X, Kicks, Minneapolis, Minnesota. Well, now into the unrehearsed portion of the program with the boys in the band on the receiving end of some very high-powered pitching. Our first question... You give up? Thought I'd make it easy for you. All right, I'll go through with it. Poetry from New York City and penned by Albert A. Rayfield, Jr. comes up, and the answer is found in a currently very popular song. Once there was a man by the name of Jim who took up skating just for a whim. Sad to say, he was doing only so-so, and slipping once more, said he, whoops, The represents the song title, and our winner was the first...
There I go.
Whoops, there I go. That's what he said, too. Can you play that on your trumpet, please? And now Eva Tranter of our Animal Imitations Department in Fort Thomas, Kentucky, sends this quiz, which is answered by a good old-fashioned dance tune. What kind of a noise is made by the little animal whose pure white fur and black-tipped tail goes to make up my lady's evening wrap? What kind of a noise is made by that little animal? No, you're wrong again. Let me see. Here is Red Ingle with his hand up in the air. All right, Red.
This is the right one. It ain't cheap.
No, it ain't cheap. I'm done.
Pop goes the weasel.
Pop goes the weasel. How do you figure it?
Well, ermine is a weasel.
What?
Ermine is a weasel.
Ermine
with a
is
winter
a
coat
part
on.
species of the weasel family. That's right. And don't look at me when you talk about those things. Can you play Pop Goes the Weasel there? Please, Red. Uh-oh, on the fiddle. This is going to be fine. All right, Skillet. Thank you very much. And oh dear. Mrs. Clarice Wright of Denver, Colorado warns you that the answer will be found in the 4-word title of a brand new tune with a terrific play on the 3rd word. What did the paring knife ask the potato? What did the paring knife ask the potato? 14 more disillusioned pussies I have never seen on one stand in my life. I'll ask it again. Maybe something will sink in. What did the paring knife ask the potato? Sorry, gentlemen, time is up, and the answer is what? Somebody thinks maybe they've got it? Who is it? All right, country, won't take a chance.
Say, what did the paring knife ask the potato?
Oh, thank you very much. That makes it very much easier for me. Well, the paring knife said to the potato, shall I compare you? Isn't that terrible? And so to Mrs. Clarice Wright of Denver, Colorado goes the honor of being the first person to beat the band, receive a full case of kicks, and a guaranteed minimum of $20, which may turn out to be a whole lot more if we remember that $100 bonus. Well, boys, being that you're all musicians, I might say that you're like stockholders of a corporation. You all have something in common. Ted, can you get... Should have seen that one before I got to it. Ted, can you get them together under this common bond to carry a bad pun further?
Well, we can declare a musical dividend if that'll help. How about the Bad Humor Man?
Fine, with a little coupon clipping in the shape of 3 dopes and a dame doing the vocal. Now?
Here comes the enemy of girls and boys. What a guy, what a guy, what a guy.
Hear him yell, hear him bell. Drop your philosophies and drop your toys and run pell-mell.
Ting-a-ling, ting-a-ling, ting-a-ling.
It's the Bad Humor Man.
Ting-a-ling, ting-a-ling, ting-a-ling.
With a frown on his pants.
Oh, I don't like anything, no siree. Well, I hate people and they hate me.
So he sings ting-a-ling, ting-a-ling.
As he goes on his way, with his wagon rumbling, he keeps stumbling. Gee, it's a lousy day.
I'm up every morning at the break of day. What a life, what a life, what a life. Cold cup of coffee on the breakfast tray. What a wife, what a wife, what a wife.
All day long, everything goes wrong.
So as I wander on my weary way, I'd sing this silly song. Ting-a-ling, ting-a-ling, ting-a-ling. I'm the Bad Humor Man. Ting-a-ling, ting-a-ling, ting-a-ling. Got a frown on my pants.
He's a gloomy Gus and a grouch on wheels. He's one of America's foremost heels.
So I sing ting-a-ling, ting-a-ling as I go on my way. With my wagon rumbling, I keep grumbling. Gee, it's an awful day.
Why, you Bad Humor Man, this is no time to be grouchy. Santa Claus will forget you sure.
Santa Claus, go ahead.
Oh, you Bad Humor Man. You Bad Humor Man.
You listen to me, you Bad Humor Man. Hear the bell jingling, jingling. Christmas is almost here. A ying-a-ling, ying-a-ling, ying-a-ling. When they come, they bring good cheer. Oh, you shouldn't be such a grossy guy. You can be joyful if you try.
I can?
Yeah, sure.
Well, that's different. As I go on my way, with sleigh bells ringing, we keep singing.
Gee, this is a cheerful day.
Gee, it's a lovely day.
According to the calendar, tomorrow will be Monday. Now, for those of you who feel that Monday is a jinx, I've got a tip. Just keep a grip on yourself until you get to the breakfast table. Look neither to the right nor to the left until you've poured out a heaping dish of kicks for yourself. Add milk or cream, sprinkle on a little sugar, take 2 or 3 crisp, delicious spoonfuls, and from then on, you're absolutely safe. No fooling. If you wake up with a grouch so big that a dish of kicks can't break it up, then you'd better just wrap yourself up in cotton and stay in bed till Tuesday. You see, Kix has 3 chances to dispel your gloom. First, its appetizing, attractive form of round, golden corn bubbles. Second, its deliciously appealing natural corn flavor. Third, the amazing way it stays crisp in milk or cream. One or other of these features, or a combination of all 3, is practically certain to get you off to a flying start even on Monday. Kix is spelled K-I-X. Monday is spelled M-O-N-D-A-Y.
Thanks very much. Ford, do you mind reading that last sentence to me again, please? Just once, please.
Yes. Kix is spelled K-I-X. Monday is spelled M-O-N-D-A-Y.
The educational value of a radio program nowadays is marvelous.
It is.
Marvelous. All the time I thought it was spelled with a Q. Let's get on with our questions here. So far, 3 have been asked, and only 1 has managed to beat the band. Not too good and not too bad. More poetry, and it's a bit personal, if I may say. Written this time by Beryl Davis of Martins Ferry, Ohio. She says, now Gary Moore is rather smart, and his remarks are often tart. But if he really meant all he said, most all the boys that belong to Ted would in one body make a rise and give Gary Moore 2 big... Pete Fieldman was the first one with his hand up.
Just what you need, black eyes.
Thank you. Black eyes. That's the correct answer. Can you play it, I doubt, on your trombone?
I can play it.
You can play it. All right, let's hear it. Thank you very much. That, ladies and gentlemen, is Mr. Pete Fieldman, the man who had me thrown in jail in Akron, Ohio last week. You're still in there. I got you out. Yeah, you got me out. What happened, Frank, was right after the program, we were on the stage telling the people of Akron how nice we thought their city were. 3 policemen came out of the audience and took me to the clink for a crime that I would not dare mention, let alone commit. How did I know? And they kept me in the clink. How did I know you had a shady past in Akron? I didn't know anything about that. That's all right, Pete. No hard feeling. No hard feeling. What are you doing about 9? I got you out of that place. That's all right. What are you doing about 9 o'clock tonight? I'll be working. Well, tell me a time that's convenient for you to have your teeth kicked in and we'll get together, will you? Let's get on with the questions here. Mrs. F.E. Willis of Hagerstown, Maryland writes this note. The answer is in another new tune with a 3-word title. It's extra tough because there is a play on the last word and you must insert a comma after the second word. The 2 children were up too late to ride to school in the car with Dad. As he left, they asked, "Hey, Dad, how will we get to school?" And Dad grinned as he told them to use their pedal extremities, and he bid them farewell with a song title. What was it? And there's a comma just before the last word, in which there's also a pretty sizable pun. Elmo Tanner's either having a small headache or an idea. I can't tell which from the expression on his face. Elmo, you want to take a chance on him?
I don't think it'll work. No.
All right, well, nobody else. Just take a try at it. What is it?
No.
All right, well, here's the correct answer is you walk. Bye. How do we get to school? You walk. Bye. And to Mrs. F.B. Willis of Hagerstown, Maryland, goes the rather dubious honor of being the second person to beat the band, receive a full case of Kix, a guaranteed minimum of $20, which may turn out to be more. Keep that $100 bonus in mind. A letter now from V.E. Harris of Pomona, California. A Tchaikovsky classic is the answer to the question. What song might a man sing whose wife won't let him get a word in edgewise? What song might a man... Here is Marvel Maxwell putting her hand up in the air just a little bit ahead of Country Watchman.
I think that would be Song Without Words.
Song without words, sure, also known as chanson prose. It says here. Fine. Well, how about it? Can you sing chanson prose, ma'am?
I'll sing Song Without Words.
All right, you sing it that way.
Da 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 da.
Thank you very much. Marvel was the logical person to answer that question. Every week she puts her hand up and you say, what's the answer to the question? She says, I know. You call her and sing and she goes, you were That's all she ever gets. She's a doot-and-dootness girl, but very cute, Marvel. Now, Eileen Rieger of Akron, Ohio, writes, a man rushed up to the defeated candidate who had received the smallest possible number of votes and told him that he had voted for him in the election. The candidate acknowledged the information and indicated the number of votes he received with the title of a current hit tune. What did he say? And here's Ralph Blank over on the piano. Thinks perhaps he has the right answer. All right, Ralph, what is it? So you're the one? So you're the one. That's right, sure. Okay, can you play that on the piano, Pop? If you will. Good enough, all right. Well, boys, that's fine, thank you. And so far, I guess, Missy, only one person beats the band in that section. There's bound to be a change for the better. As the fur farmer said, when the rain leaks into the rabbit cage, it doesn't matter. There'll be a seal soon anyway. Ted, let's get on to music here, shall we?
Well, if suggestions are in order, I'd like to offer one. How about the Nightingale sang in Berkeley Square?
With Perry Como doing the lyrics, that'll be peachy.
That certain night, the night we met, there was magic abroad in the air. There were angels dining at the ring. The nightingale sang in Berkeley Square. I may be right, I may be wrong, but I'm perfectly willing to swear. That's when you turned and smiled at me. The nightingale sang in Berkeley Square. The moon that lingered over London town, poor puzzled moon, he wore a frown. How could he know we two were so in love? The whole darn world seemed upside down. The streets of town were paved with stars. It was such a romantic affair. And as we kissed and said goodnight, a nightingale sang in Berkeley Square. The moon that lingered over London town, poor puzzled moon, he wore a frown. How could he know we two were so in love? The whole darn world seemed upside down. The streets of town were paved with stars. It was such a romantic affair. And as we kissed and said goodnight, a nightingale sang in Berkeley Square. I know 'cause I was there that night in Berkeley Square.
Ever since America began to go in a big way for ready-to-eat breakfast foods, there has always been one primary requirement, namely taste. So, of course, in making the new corn cereal Kix, one of the first things we aimed for was a flavor that folks would like. Apparently, our aim was good, for many people say that Kix is America's #1 corn cereal in taste. We're proud of that, naturally. Yet we're prouder still of another recognition that has come to Kix, and that is the seal of acceptance of the Council on Foods of the American Medical Association. Kix, you know, is the only corn cereal that provides all the most essential known vitamins and minerals of whole corn in full grain strength. The actual amounts that Mother Nature intended you to get from corn. Kix and Kix alone provide full grain strength of vitamins B and G and the minerals calcium, phosphorus, and iron. Kix is a preferred corn cereal. Next time you choose breakfast food, remember how the flavor of Kix has won America. And look for that seal of acceptance of the Council on Foods. Kix is spelled K-I-X.
Another tune made famous by Ted Weems is the lilting ballad Heartache. That is, it was a lilting ballad until the wondrous Weems turned it over to his 13 Cuban heel, Elmo Tanner whistled. Gentlemen, that, ladies and gentlemen, was Heartaches. If it was played a little faster than the tempo you're used to, the boys are in a hurry because right after the program, in fact, 8 minutes after, they have to be on the stage at the Lyric Theater. Not even going to have time to take a taxi cab. They're going to take the whole band up on the roof and shoot them out of a cannon. So we ask everybody in the audience to remain seated to give them a break, will you, if they can. Now, W.G. Burrell of West Mansfield, Massachusetts, pens this twister, which is answered by a bit of common sense and an old practice tune. What comes between the hungry Chinese laundryman and his dinner? And here is Country Washburn. Put his hand up, so did Red Ink. All right, Country?
Chopsticks.
Why, sure. Chopsticks, chopsticks. Can you play that on the bass fiddle, sir, please? It should be fine. Thank you very much. That's great. You sound like you need a good dose of bicarbonate. You in the bass fiddle in there. Mrs. Burdette, a bear, I hope it is, of Minneapolis, Minnesota, offers this query. Use a little logic and think of some current tunes. Little Danny saw a grandfather's clock for the first time. He watched the pendulum swaying, and he finally decided to hang on it and have a swing for himself. What happened? And it's a brand new tune, as new as a tune can possibly be. He watched the pendulum swaying, and he finally decided to hang on it and have a swing for himself, so what happened? Sorry, time's up, and the answer is Time Stood Still. Very good, Time Stood Still, a very popular tune. Never heard it? Number 3,672 on the hit parade this week. And so, to Miss Burdette, a bear of Minneapolis, Minnesota, goes a full case of Kix, a guaranteed minimum of $20, which will certainly turn out to be much more, keeping that $100 bonus in mind. Now, Miss Ruth McKelvey of Bolivar, Pennsylvania, offers a question that is answered by a well-known waltz tune by Lehar. Here it goes. Mrs. Brown was a jolly widow who tried very hard to be in style. Her clothes were of the highest fashion, but her dancing was off by a mile. She couldn't do the shag or rumba. Her knowledge of truckin' was false. She'd had 6 lessons, but still can't conga. But you should see this Everybody yell it. 5 of you've got it. You should see this Merry Widow Waltz. Play it, somebody, will you?
I'm sorry. Time, Gary, time.
Do I have to quit?
Oh, yes, you certainly do. I have the scores to write down. Now, hold it till you stop.
Oh, a Ghost Rider, huh? Okay, Ted, music, if you please, will you?
Right, Gary. The name of the tune is Two of a Kind.
Oh, that's swell.
Now, here comes that number, man. It says here that we used exactly 10 questions on Beat the Band today, which pay a net return to the senders of $10 each, or a total of $100. The band beaters add up to 3 smart people, and dividing the $100 bonus among them, we find that they each receive $43.34. That gives us a grand total of $200 paid by the makers of Kicks for questions today. Congratulations, you band beaters.
Yes, sir, and thanks, folks. Thanks much for dropping in to play with us today. And come on back next week, too, and we'll send you greetings from home, that is Chicago. Remember, there's a standing invitation to all of you to visit us every Sunday and also to send in a question. Just send that question to Kicks, K-I-X, Kicks, Minneapolis, Minnesota.
Yes, why not send in a question? You might be a band beater. You might earn $10, $25, $50, or even $100. That's worthwhile trying for, isn't it? Send your questions to Kicks, K-I-X, Kicks, Minneapolis, Minnesota. Any resident of the United States is eligible to send in a question. Beat the Band is a game, folks, and we want everyone to participate and have fun. There may be many similar questions with identical answers, and of course payment will be made only to that person whose question is actually used. All questions become the property of General Mills. This is Fort Pearson speaking for Gary Moore, Ted Weems of the band, and General Mills, inviting you to join us next week. And say, for a real breakfast thrill, a delicious stick-to-your-ribs morning meal, try Kicks. Boy, those crisp golden bubbles are really something. And remember, try to beat the band, too.
That clock's wrong. It only struck 4 times.
Thank you, madam. But you see, those 4 bongs you heard do not stand for 4 o'clock.
No?
No. They stand for the 4 big reasons why you and your family ought to be having Kicks each morning for breakfast. Like this. A tempting new form, not flakes or shreds, but round, golden, appetizing little bubbles of corn. A downright delicious flavor, delicate, appealing, satisfying. So good that many people say Kicks is America's #1 corn cereal in taste. The amazing way Kicks stays crisp in milk or cream. And finally, the important serious fact that Kicks and Kicks alone, among corn cereals, provide your body with whole grain strength of all the most essential known vitamins and minerals of whole corn. Bear in mind these 4 big bongs and insist on delicious, nutritious Kicks, spelled K-I-X. This program came to you from Indianapolis. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. The Kraft Cheese Company, who also bring you Bing Crosby every Thursday night, present each week at this time Harold Perry as The Great Gildersleeve, written by Leonard L. Levinson. And now to visit our friend, the Great Gildersleeve, who's alternately looking at his watch, which says 3:15, and at a large mysterious package, which says, deliver to Leroy Forrester, Esquire.
Isn't Leroy ever going to get home from school, my dear?
Now, Uncle Mort, you've been fussing over that package ever since it came. You shouldn't be so curious.
I'm not in the least bit curious. I was just wondering what was inside.
I think it contains magazines. It says Leroy Forrester, Esquire.
No, Bertie. By the way, where's it from?
Some place called Fragile.
No, the name on the other side.
Oh, you mean, use no hooks.
Use no hooks, Colorado, yeah. The name of the firm, Bertie. Turn it over. Oh, yes, the Metropolis Merchandise Company. Well, this has me worried. Let me look at it once more, Bertie.
Here it is, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Thank you. Whoop. Oh, darn it, it almost flew open, but not quite.
Don't lift it by the string, Uncle. It'll break.
Oh, yes, so it will. I'll try to be more careful, my dear. Now, let me examine it.
If you examine that box any more strenuously, it's going to fall apart.
Yes, I suppose you're right, Bertie. Well, this has gone on long enough. Bring me the scissors, please, Bertie.
The scissors?
Uncle, I don't think you should open Leroy's mail.
Who's opening Leroy's mail? I just decided to cut the cuffs off my trousers and bring this suit back into style.
Oh, that sounds like Leroy now.
It can't be. He shut the door after himself.
Oh, Bertie, I'm hungry.
That's Leroy, all right.
Was there any mail for me?
Yeah, here it is.
Gee, I can hardly wait. Good afternoon, Uncle Mort. Where is it? Hi, Marge. Oh, boy, what a big package. Hello, Bertie. Anybody got a pair of scissors? Thanks, Uncle.
Yes.
Oh, gee, at last. Why, it's garden seeds. Yeah, 300 packages of them.
That's a good deal, Leroy.
Sure, all I have to do is sell them at 10 cents a package and send back the $30.
That's not such a good deal after all. What do you get out of it, young man?
Oh, I'm not going to tell you now. I'm going to wait till I finish selling the whole slew and surprise you.
Well, if you sell that many seeds, it's sure going to surprise me.
Oh, don't worry. I've got 3 surefire customers to begin with.
Is that so? Who are they, my boy?
You, Marge and Bertie. All right, step right up, folks. Get your nice fresh seeds. Which kind do you want, Bertie?
Well, let me see. Oh, you got flower seeds, too?
Sure thing. Petunias, hollyhocks, cucumbers, onions.
Yes.
Yeah, and sweet William.
Oh, that's what I'll have. There's a boy in the Army named William. I'll sweet on.
Okay, that'll be a dime, Bertie. How about you, Marge? You ought to take something to remind you of that ensign in the Navy. You want any beans? No, Leroy. I'll remember him without beans. I'll take those forget-me-nots.
Here's my dime, Leroy. I've taken some kohlrabi seeds.
Kohlrabi? What's that?
Kohlrabi, Leroy, is cabbage trying to be cauliflower.
Leroy, don't you think 300 packages are too many for you to try to sell? Oh, no, sis. I am going to cover every backyard in town. And look how well I've done so far. In the first 5 minutes, I've already 3 down and only 297 yards to go. Look, Piggy, why don't you buy your mother a package of flower seeds for Mother's Day? Yeah, but a package of seeds is a lot cheaper than a bouquet. No, I'm sorry, I can't trust you. Now, in the instructions, the company says they trust me, but I'm not supposed to trust anybody else. Well, at least think it over, will you? Okay, goodbye.
By the way, Leroy, it's just a week since those seeds arrived. How many have you got left?
263.
No, Leroy, I don't mean the number of seeds. I mean the number of packages.
That's what I mean, too, Unc.
Yes.
Business would have been a lot better. Only half the kids in town are selling seeds.
Oh, well, it's the best salesman who win out.
Gee, Unc, you used to be a super salesman, didn't you?
Well, yes. When I started selling the Gildersleeve girdle, I developed some pretty snappy tricks, my boy. But the principal thing to remember is politeness. Bear in mind that a polite approach will always get a polite response. Now, who's at that door?
How do you do, sir? I hope I'm not intruding.
You are. What do you want?
Well, I represent the Big Gem Encyclopedia Corporation of East St. Louis, Illinois.
No, scram.
But you haven't...
Beat it.
But you haven't even heard what I have to say.
I don't want any. Goodbye. Remember, Leroy, a polite approach will always get a polite response. Always remember that.
I'll bet a quarter that when you went out after a prospect, you brought him back on the dotted line, like Frank Burke.
A buck.
Okay, a buck then.
Let's not bet. However, I wager I could do such a good job selling your vegetable seeds that you could come along 10 minutes later and sell the same people corned beef to go with the cabbages they'd expect to raise.
Yeah, it's too bad you still can't do it, Uncle Mort.
Yeah, who says I can't?
Could you?
Why, of course.
Oh, gee, that's swell. Oh, Marge, Uncle Mort is going to show me how to sell the rest of my seeds.
Now, hold on a minute. I didn't say
I'll
that...
go to my room and get my stock, huh?
Oh, great jumping jeeps. I've been taken in again. Now, remember, Leroy, the important thing is to start talking first and don't stop till your customer says yes. Understand?
Yes.
All right. Now, watch me. Oh, Mrs. Dobson.
Oh, hello, Mr. Gildersleeve. Hello, Leroy. Is there anything I can do for you? Because Mama isn't home right now. She's downtown getting some burned-out electric bulbs in case we have another blackout.
Yes, well, excuse me for cutting in, Dottie, but I'm helping Leroy sell these wonderful garden seeds, and I thought maybe you folks would like to buy some.
Oh, garden seeds? Well, I don't know whether we're going to plant a garden or not this year on account of I tried one in 1941, but I didn't have a bit of luck.
You didn't? What'd you plant?
Peanuts. I planted a whole bag of them, but nothing came up. Well, do you think the salt kept them from growing, Mr. Gildersleeve? Well, maybe I should try something else this year. Have you got any popcorn? I'm crazy about popcorn. If you have any, I'll take 10 cents worth if it's hot.
You know. Dottie, I'm sorry. However, we have lettuce and spinach and eggplant and oyster plant.
Oyster plant and eggplant? Oh, you can't fool me. Eggs come from nests and oysters don't grow on plants either. You catch them with a harpoon.
You harpoon.
Well, I think I'll just plant birdseed this year on account of the birds always get it anyhow. Well, goodbye now.
It's getting dark, Uncle Mort. Don't you think we better go home while we're just hungry and before we start starving?
No, Leroy. I'd still like to show you how to make a sale. Now, I have a feeling that things are going to be different at this house.
Okay, I'll ring the bell.
Yeah. Now, observe the way I give them the politeness approach.
Yes, what is it?
Oh, how do you do, sir? I'd like to sell you some wonderful garden seeds. They grow so quickly that all you have to do is stick them in the ground and jump back fast.
Say, don't you live over on Parkside Avenue?
Why, yes. How did you know?
Don't you remember me?
No, I can't say that I do.
Well, I came to your door this afternoon selling encyclopedias.
You did?
Yes, I did. And do you remember what you did?
No, what? Yes, now I remember.
Uncle Mort, can't we continue the salesmanship lesson tomorrow?
No, after we sell some seeds to Mrs. Twitchell Leroy, I'm sure she's going to buy some anyway.
Why not? She's been a pioneer in everything else.
What's keeping her? You'd think the old squaw would answer her door, but she's probably too la-di-da, Mrs. Twitchell.
Oh, hello, Leroy. How do, Mr. Gildersleeve? What brings you here?
It's these seeds of Leroy's. He had quite a lot of them, and I suggested to him that you might want some.
Well, that's very thoughtful of you. I could plant some in my garden.
You see, Leroy, your Uncle Mort knows. How about 3 or 4 packages of corn, Mrs. Twitchell?
Are you sure you can spare it?
Oh, sure. We got 9 packages.
Would you like all 9 of them?
Yes, I would.
Oh, splendid. Now, how about some turnips and parsnips?
Oh, do you think they'd be useful?
Oh, surely. They're good for, what are they good for? Oh, yes, they make better mashed potatoes than lima beans do. Here you are, 6 packages.
Oh, I would also like some beet seeds. How do they come?
Beets? 8 to the bar. Yeah, kind of silly, isn't it?
You know, we've struck a gold mine.
Yes, you said it. Now, Mr. Twitchell, would you like some Brussels sprouts or okra or lettuce?
Oh, no more, Mr. Gildersleeve. I already have more than I should have taken, and really, it was most generous of you to come over with such lovely little gifts.
Yes, gifts?
Thank you, and good night.
Good night. Now, Judge Hooker, the first thing we want understood is that we're selling these seeds, not giving them away.
I understand, Gildersleeve. You're no congressman.
The reason you should buy these seeds is to start a victory garden, Judge.
Yeah, everyone should have a victory garden.
Right. Food will help win the war. Food is as important as ammunition.
Yeah, and all the money we save raising our own food we can put into war-saving stamps and bonds.
Hey, that's a very good point, young man. Hey, yeah, and look at the exercise it'll give us.
Sure, and that way you can get rid of that spare tire, Gildy.
Well, I wasn't aware that I had any spare tires.
Just look in any mirror, Gildersleeve.
Oh, yes. The judge made a joke, Leroy. Let's laugh. I'm glad you agree with us, though, Judge. How many packages of seeds do you want?
None.
None? Why not?
Well, I planted my garden a week ago.
Gee, too late.
You mean that pint-sized plot in your backyard? Well, you can't raise enough stuff there to feed your next-door neighbor's bantam chicken.
Well, I haven't any more room here. If I had a place out in the country, I could sure go to town.
Oh, out in the country. Oh, say, there's an acre that belongs to Marjorie and Leroy's estate right outside the city limits.
There is? Well, we'd let you plant a big garden out there if you bought your seeds from the right party.
An acre's too much for me to handle by myself. But I take half if you plant the other half, Gildy.
That's an idea, Uncle Mort. Between the two of you, you'd use up all the seeds we haven't sold.
Yes, well, I don't know.
Remember, Gildersleeve, food is ammunition.
Yeah.
Especially the food you'd grow. We can use it to throw at the enemy.
Yeah, that's all. Well, I'll show you. Leroy, how many packages of seeds have you got left?
$23 worth.
All right. That'll be 11.5 from you, Judge, and the same amount from me.
Now, how about making it a sporting proposition? I'll toss you to see who pays for the whole thing.
Okay, he's going to toss me. You call it, Hooker. Hey, ready?
Head.
It's a head, all right.
Head, I should have mine examined.
We'll hear from the Great Gildersleeve again in just a moment. But first, here's an interesting question a friend asked me. A question that certainly proves American housewives are nutrition conscious these days. It was about Parquet margarine, the delicious spread for bread made by Kraft. This housewife said, I serve my family Parquet margarine, and they all like it. But does Parquet provide them with the kind of nourishment I should expect from a spread for bread? Well, that's easy to answer. The answer is yes. Parquet margarine provides economically the important food elements that nutritional experts generally require of a spread for bread. Here they are. First, Parquet margarine provides energy. In fact, it's one of the best energy foods you can serve. Second, Parquet is nourishing because the wholesome American vegetable oils and farm products that go into Parquet are nourishing in themselves. Third, Parquet margarine is a reliable food source of vitamin A. Yes, summer and winter, every pound of Parquet contains 9,000 units of this important vitamin. So, you see, thrifty Parquet margarine provides the things a spread for bread should provide. And it tastes so deliciously good, your family is sure to like it. So why not try some tomorrow? Just ask for Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y. Parquet margarine, made by Kraft. Have you ever tried to locate a piece of property from the legal description on the deed? Well, that's what the great Gildersleeve and his nephew Leroy are attempting to do this morning before starting out to plant that victory garden.
200 northerly feet of the westerly half of Section 5 East, sometimes known as the old Flugelhammer property. In tract 207.5 of the 1904 survey, as provided for in paragraph O of the treaty made by President Chester A. Arthur with the Kitsikoo Indians.
I still don't know where it is.
Yes, neither do I. Too bad I never went out and looked at that property.
Yeah, it might turn out to be in a swamp or under a lake.
Well, in that case, we could raise ducks. Or rice. Or ducks and rice. Imagine raising ducks already stuffed with wild rice.
Before you start selling any duck dinners, Unc, don't you think we better go downtown and ask the county recorder where this property is located?
That's a mighty good idea, my boy. Then we can go directly out there.
Okay, start the car.
Yeah, not so fast. What about our lunch? Oh, Bertie.
I got the whole pack, Mr. Gildersleeve. Here he is. I picked some new kind of sandwiches I hope you like.
Oh, what are they, Bertie?
I call them Birdie Burgers.
Yes, Bertie Burgers.
They consist of half a cold chicken between 2 slices of baked ham.
Oh, boy. Come on, Unc, let's hurry out there so we can dig in. to the sandwiches, I mean.
Yeah. You're going to do a lot of other digging, young man, before we come to the Birdie Burgers. Are all the garden tools in the rear compartment, Leroy?
Sure thing. Start her up, Unc.
It seems to me we've forgotten something. Tools, lunch, old clothes. I guess we've got everything. Well, thank you, Birdie.
Welcome. Now take it easy the first day, and don't try to chew more than you can bite off.
Yeah, okay, Birdie. Have a good time while we're away. Yeah?
You sure the funniest looking farms I done ever seen. Well, so long, folks.
Yeah, so long. Did you hear that, Leroy? Birdie says we're two of the funniest looking farmers she ever seen. Whoa!
Steve, what's wrong, Unc?
Birdie just reminded me what I'd forgotten to take. All that seed. This is certainly out in the country, all right, isn't it, my boy? I bet the Saturday Evening Post doesn't get out here till Saturday.
How did the estate ever happen to have property this far from town?
Well, it was taken in on a bad debt that we were taken in on.
Well, according to the directions, it runs 200 feet north from this marker. But which way is north?
It's north. Let me see. If we had an oak tree, we could tell. If it had moss on it. Moss grows on the north side. Or is it the south side? Well, it's one of the two, anyway.
How about asking that man over there?
That man where?
Over there with the mule.
Oh, I thought that was a pair of mules. Hey, you over there. Which way is north?
What did you say?
I said, which way is north?
Huh?
Which way is north?
Don't know. I just work here.
I could have gotten a more intelligent answer out of the other mule.
Well, maybe we can figure it out by ourselves, Unc.
Huh?
The sun should be in the east, shouldn't it?
Yes, unless it's afternoon already.
Well, then, if you face east, your left hand is toward the north, isn't it?
Why, yes, you're a bright Boy Scout, Leroy. Now, all we have to do is measure off 200 feet towards our left.
Uh-oh. We forgot to bring a yardstick.
One thing after another. And maybe that fellow over there has a yardstick. Hey, you! Have you got a yardstick?
What did you say?
I said, have you got a yardstick?
Got a what?
A yardstick!
Don't know. I just work here.
Never mind, Leroy. I'll just step off the 200 yards.
That's swell. How long a step do you take, Unc?
A step? Well, let's see. Somewhere between, I forget. Or did I ever know? You better skip the stepping, Leroy. Have you got any other suggestions?
Yeah, too bad Birdie isn't here. She wears a size 12 shoe. We can use it for a 1-foot ruler. How tall are you, Unc?
Tall? I'm 5'10". Why?
Gee, if you were only 6 feet tall, you could lay down and be 2 yardsticks.
Hey, that's a good idea, Leroy. I know what we'll do. Bring that rake handle out of the back of the car, will you please?
This one?
Yes. Now, I'll lay down here like this. Yes. Now, you mark the spot in the dust where my feet end.
Oh, okay, but what...
You'll soon see, my boy. Now mark the top of where my head hits the ground there. Splendid.
What's the idea, Unc?
Yes. Now add 2 inches.
Add 2 inches? Get away, Bossy. I still don't get it.
Just measure the distance from my head to my toes on that rake handle. Then add the 2 inches, and you'll have 6 feet.
Hey, you, get off my Uncle Boy.
Beat it. Get that cow away from here, Leroy.
I'm trying my best. Get out of here.
Quit swinging that tail in my eyes, madam.
She's gone now, Unc.
Oh, thank goodness she's gone. Help me up, Leroy. My goodness. What does that farmer mean, letting a dangerous cow run around loose? Hey, you!
What did you say?
Why did you leave that cow loose?
What's that?
What do you mean leaving that cow run around stepping on people?
Who's what?
Oh! Why is that cow allowed to run wild?
Don't know. She just works here.
Keep it up, Uncle Mort. That's fine, Judge Hooker. This is our last row.
Yeah, it's a mighty hard row to hoe, too.
Oh, don't beep so much, you old muttonhead. Doesn't this take you back to the days when you were a kid on the farm, Judge?
It would, Gildy, except for one thing.
What's that?
I was never on the farm when I was a kid.
Oh, I bet you never were a kid either. You must have been born middle-aged.
Was it fun on the farm, Unc?
I'll say. I used to go around barefooted. Oh, it was nice to bury my little pink toes in the cool, fresh earth. You know, I wouldn't mind doing that right now.
That won't make you a kid again, Gildersleeve.
Well, maybe not, but these shoes are awfully tight anyway. If no one minds, I'm going to take them off. Yes, there's nothing like getting back to the soil, is there? Certainly feels nice to scrunch the dirt between your toes, doesn't it?
It does?
Yeah. Come on, Judgy. You might as well be comfortable.
I believe I will try it. How about you, Leroy?
Oh, thanks. I've outgrown that sort of thing long ago.
Well, I got my shoes off, Gildy. Feels mighty good.
Yeah, it'd feel even better if you took your socks off, too.
Oh, yes, of course. Hey, what's wrong with you?
I'm standing on a pussy willow.
Pardon me, but if you gentlemen farmers had stopped planting your feet and finished planting the rest of these seeds, we'd be all through.
Yes, you're right, Leroy. Come on, Judge. Quit clowning around and help Leroy and me.
Now, what do you want me to do?
Well, here's some seeds. Unc, you put 2 of these in each hole, and Judge Hooker, you cover them with dirt.
Oh, that's easy enough. Hey, you've got 2 different kinds of seeds in this bag, Leroy. Which do you want us to plant?
1 of each.
That's unusual. What's the idea?
Oh, it's an experiment I'm making. I'm mixing corn and lima bean seeds together to see if we can get a succotash plant.
Well, if this works, we can try planting a blue plate special. Come on, Judge. I'll drop them in and you cover them up.
Surely. Now, let's do it with teamwork and rhythm.
Rhythm.
Yeah, we'll count. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh.
On 1 and 2, you drop in the seeds, and on 3 and 4, I'll rake over the dirt.
Yeah.
Okay?
Why not? Anything your little mind can think of, Judge. Let's begin. 1, 2.
3, 4.
1, 2.
3, 4.
1, 2.
3, 4.
It's corn, beans.
Rake.
Corn, beans.
Rake.
Oh! Quit raking my big toe, you clumsy little bastard.
Hold on, I never came anywhere near your big toe, you big ninny.
Is that right? Well, look.
Is that your big toe? Why, I thought it was a lima bean.
Judge Hooker, lima beans don't twitch.
Hey, I finished the rest of this row by myself. You 2 can put your shoes on now and we can go home.
Oh, at last. Judge, what'd you do with my shoes and stockings?
I didn't do anything. Where are mine?
That's kind of peculiar, isn't it? Leroy.
Yes, Uncle Morris?
Did you pick up our shoes and stockings?
No, I didn't touch them.
But how could they possibly disappear right off a bare field with no one else around?
I don't know. We can't pitter-patter home in our bare feet like this.
Hey, I just figured out what happened.
Huh?
Come on, Uncle Mort. Come on, Judge. Let's get busy with our rakes and hoes again. You planted your shoes and socks.
Yo, this is going to be one of my bad days.
Mr. Gildersleeve, how soon you expect to start harvesting the truck on your truck farm?
Yes, well, any day now, Bertie. Ever since the last rain, everything is coming along swimmingly.
Yeah, I tried some of the radishes yesterday, and they're coming up fine.
Marjorie, you should come out someday and look our garden over. It's a vision of vitamins.
Well, I'll ride out with you the next time you go. How are you getting along with Judge Hooker?
Oh, all right, except for that dirty trick he pulled on us yesterday.
What was that?
Well, he was raking his half of the garden when he suddenly found out he'd lost his diamond ring.
Yeah, and he offered $1 reward to the one who found it.
Yeah. Leroy and I scratched through his whole patch. When we finished, he discovered that he hadn't worn the ring that day. It was all a scheme to get us to rake his rutabagas for him.
Uncle Mort was so mad he hit the judge over the head with a scarecrow.
Oh, you shouldn't have done that, Uncle.
Yeah, I know it, my dear. I'm sorry I did it, too. Now we got to get a new scarecrow.
When are you going out there again, Uncle Mort?
Well, not till next week.
Ain't you afraid the gophers will go for the plants?
Oops.
Or the weeds spring up and choke them?
No, Bertie. I cleared the garden of all the weeds yesterday.
Yeah, only some of the weeds turned out to be young carrots.
Oh, that was too bad. Did you pull out many of them?
Well, I must have ripped up 12 or 14 rows before I discovered what they were. However, I had a lucky break, my dear.
You did?
Yes. I did all my pulling out on Judge Hooker's half. One more row, and I would have starred on our own carrot.
Really, Uncle Mort, I've been amazed at what you've done with this bit of land. You really and truly have a green thumb.
Yes, it matches the rest of his complexion.
Now, see here, Judge Hooker. You get over on your own side with your pumpkins and cabbages. That way you won't look so conspicuous.
Oh, Mort, the judge was only having a little fun.
Huh?
He didn't mean it. Oh, look now, but there's that man again.
Yes.
Oh, Mort. Oh, you mean the hired hand from the farm next door? Yes. Why does he lean over the fence and grin and laugh all the time?
He's been doing that ever since we started this garden. Used to make us angry at first.
Doesn't he give any explanation?
Well, if you ask what it's all about, he just says,
Don't know.
I just
work here.
Oh, I bet I could find out. Let me try, huh?
That's not a bad idea, Marjorie. Go ahead.
Let's us go over, too. I'd like to know what this is all about. Come on, then. Only let me do all the talking. Come along, Uncle Mort.
At first, I thought he was amused at our efforts to be farmers. But we've had such marvelous results, and he still gives us the horse laugh.
Good morning.
Good morning, lady.
Nice garden my uncle and my brother and Judge Hooker fixed up, isn't it?
Yes.
There's nothing wrong with the garden, is there?
No.
What's the big joke, huh? Oh, come on, tell me.
It's the land the garden is on.
What's wrong with that land?
Nothing, only it ain't yours.
What? What do you mean it isn't ours?
The first day you come out here, you started measuring south from the stake instead of the north.
What? Does that mean that we put in all that work for nothing and the crop isn't ours?
Oh, I had a feeling I was wrong, Judge.
When did you get that feeling, Gildersleeve?
Yes, this morning.
A fine time.
Yeah, so I went downtown, and I found out that a Mr. Compton owned this property.
Yeah, that's the man I work for.
Oh, no, you don't. Not anymore. I bought this property this morning, and you work for me now. By George, you don't either. You're fired.
The Great Gildersleeve will be with us again in a few minutes. Meantime, I imagine you mothers and housewives are pretty busy these days, so I'm sure you're interested in ways of streamlining the preparing of meals and getting results that are mighty appetizing, too. Now, if you're used to running to the refrigerator for a dab of this for a shortening, a dab of that for pan frying, and something else for a spread for bread, here's a time-saving hint. Use Parquet margarine for all these purposes. Yes, Parquet margarine, made by Kraft. You see, the delicate, appetizing flavor that makes Parquet margarine such a delicious spread for bread makes it a favorite for cooking, too. Yes, Parquet margarine is a real flavor shortening that makes all baked foods taste better. It's a swell seasoning for hot vegetables. Parquet margarine makes pan-fried foods tastier, too, and it doesn't spatter or stick to the pan. So in one convenient package, you have a grand-tasting product for all these uses. And remember this, no matter how you use it, Parquet margarine is a nourishing, wholesome energy food and a reliable year-round source of vitamin A. So tomorrow, sure, try economical Parquet margarine. Remember, it's Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y. Parquet margarine, made by Kraft.
The Jell-O program, coming to you from Camp Hahn, California, brought to you by Jell-O and Jell-O Pudding, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Let's Be Buddies.
Today, friends, Jell-O gives you more flavor, more real rich enjoyment than ever before. Because today, Jell-O's famous flavor is locked in to bring you added pleasure. By means of a new and exclusive process, Jell-O's grand goodness is locked right into the tiny Jell-O particles. And that assures you of extra rich flavor. Never before has Jell-O been so wonderfully good. Never before has its bright, scintillating color looked more beautiful. Never has its tangy, intriguing flavor tasted more delicious. For here's flavor that makes you think of the real juicy ripe fruit itself. Flavor that's better than ever, now that it's locked in. You can prove that it's locked in with your very next package of Jell-O. Simply open the package. Notice that there's no telltale aroma, no sign of escaping fragrance and flavor. Then dissolve the tiny Jell-O particles, and notice how Jell-O's captive goodness comes pouring out in a rush of richness. Get Jell-O tomorrow. You'll find extra delight in Jell-O's grand, locked-in flavor.
That was Let's Be Buddies, played by the orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, from Camp Hahn, California, we bring you a man who pedaled here all the way from Hollywood on the rear end of a tandem bicycle, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, you can joke about it if you want to, but believe me, a tandem bicycle is the way to travel nowadays. You pull into a service station, the attendant checks your tires, wipes off your goggles, you stick your tongue out at the gas pump, and away you go. Now, it's really marvelous.
Well, Jack, you'll pardon me for saying so, but, you in Rochester was certainly a funny-looking sight cruising along the highway on that two-seated bike.
Funny-looking?
Yeah, Rochester in his chauffeur's uniform, and you in that... By the way, Jack, what was that weird-looking thing you were wearing on your head? You looked like Buck Rogers.
Oh, that? Well, you see, Don, I've got a girlfriend that's a deep-sea diver, and she lent me her helmet to keep the wind out of my eyes. It was really darn nice of her,
Deep-sea diver? My goodness, that's a pretty strenuous job for a woman, isn't it?
Oh, she's rugged. In fact, Oh, really, Doll? Oh, she is something. In fact, I took Myrtle, that's her name, Myrtle Minklehopper. Anyway, I took Myrtle to the wrestling matches the other night, and on the way home in the cab, she won 2 falls out of 3. She's got shoulders like Victor Mature. Well, if it isn't the Jell-O Oomph girl. Hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Hiya, fellas. Whistle at me like you did outside.
Oh, say, you're really popular here, Mary. You got a nice hand.
That ain't all they're applauding, brother. Oh, yes. Your figure is more alluring than the average top sergeant. Yes, indeedy.
Oh, say, Mary, I tried to reach you on the phone early this morning. I was going to give you a lift here to Camp Hahn.
I wish you had, Don. I drove in with Phil and the orchestra. They chartered a bus.
Oh, the orchestra boys took a bus, eh?
Yeah, 18 wolves on a Greyhound.
They are a spirited bunch of fellows, Oh, yes.
Oh, I'm only kidding, Jack. They behave like gentlemen. In fact, they rehearse their band numbers all the way down here.
In the bus?
Uh-huh. Boy, is my neck stiff from ducking a trombone.
Well, you've got my sympathy, Mary. Phil's orchestra blasting away with that corny music. And you and the driver had to sit there and listen.
What driver? He jumped out the window in Pomona.
Oh, he couldn't stand it, eh? Well, who drove the bus? Phil?
No, I did. Phil was up on the roof taking a sunbath.
A sunbath? What a character. Well, here comes the orchestra leader and head waiter of the Biltmore Bowl now. Hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. Well, here I am, fellas. Make off like I'm Gay Kaiser. Say, thank you, boys. Thank you, and hi, y'all. Hey, that was some reception, eh, Jackson?
Kaiser. What?
I said that was a tremendous reception, huh?
Yeah, they sure love Kate Kaiser here, I'll say that. But I'll say one thing, Phil. You look good today. Your face is nice and tan.
You like it? On my way home, I'm going to do my back.
You didn't get cute enough on that gag. Listen. Hey, that reminds me, Maestro, when your boys were inside that bus rehearsing, why weren't you down there with them?
Me?
Yes, you. You're the leader. Don't you want to know what the boys are playing today?
Look, Jackson, I just stand in front of them and shake a stick. When they're through, I stop.
Oh.
Unless I had a bad night.
Well, you're honest, I'll say that. Oh, by the way, Phil, as long as you rented a bus, I think I'll load my bicycle on it and ride back with you and the boys.
A bicycle? You mean you pedaled all the way here on a bike?
Why, sure.
Over them hills?
Of course.
With your legs?
Now, just a minute. What's wrong with my legs?
They look like they should be sticking out of a malted milk.
Why, what are you talking about? When I played Hamlet in To Be or Not to Be, I wore tights and my legs were gorgeous. Weren't they, Mary?
Yeah, but you wore a lot of padding around them.
Padding?
You could have played Hamlet or football. You were all set.
Oh, you're like all the girls in Hollywood, Mary. You're jealous because I happen to have attractive limbs.
I've seen better-looking limbs on a crabapple tree.
Virgil, listen, you're only the sound man here, so stop butting in.
Oh, are you jealous because I went with Myrtle before you did?
Oh, and any time you want, you can have her back. Anyway, Phil, on the way back to town, I'm loading my bike on your bus.
Say, Mr. Benny, on the way home, can I ride in
Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello.
Well.
Say, Mr. Benny, on the way home, can I... Thanks, fellas. Say, Mr. Benny, on the way home...
How are you feeling, kid?
Oh, fine.
That's good.
I had a little attack of hangnails, but I'm over it now.
Good.
Say, Mr. Benny, on the way home, can I ride in the bus with the rest of the gang?
What is that, Dennis?
I say, can I ride in the bus with the rest of the gang?
On the way home, of course, Dennis, certainly.
Boy, am I glad to hear that. It was so windy coming down here, I could hardly catch my breath.
Oh, it wasn't so windy.
Don't tell me. I was sitting on the handlebars.
What of it? You had a nice soft cushion under you.
Some cushion. Every time Rochester rang the bell, I darn near wiggled off.
Well, all right, Dennis. You can ride home in the bus, so stop complaining and let's have your song. What's it going to be, kid?
I'm going to sing She'll Always Remember.
Well, I'm going to sit right down here and enjoy it. Hey, Virgil, my back doesn't squeak, so stop with those silly sound effects.
Virgil isn't here. He went out for a smoke.
Oh, was that me? My goodness, I'll have to have my oil changed.
She'll always remember the night of your first day. Remember who you scolded you because you came home late. When you said you were no baby, she smiled and just said maybe. She'll always remember, so don't you ever forget. Memories, dreams of love so true. O'er the sea of memory, I'm drifting back to you. Did you ever notice that teardrop in her eye? The first time she discovered there was lipstick on your another sweetheart, maybe, but you are still a baby.
Ours she'll always remember, sung by Dennis Day. And Dennis, you're an excellent voice tonight. You know, that bicycle ride down here with the wind blowing in your lungs did you a lot of good.
And I'll last longer, too.
Last longer?
Yeah, I read in the paper where you're supposed to keep plenty of air in you for the duration.
Dennis, that's for tires, not human beings. What a kid. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as I announced last week, for our feature attraction this evening...
Here we are at Old Camp Pond in the state of California.
Wait a minute, Mary. Wait a minute. We don't want any of your corny poems tonight.
Well, I wrote one, and I'm going to read it.
Sorry, Mary. Nothing doing.
You let me read my poem, or I'll tell everybody you're hoarding sugar under your toupee.
I just put a couple of lumps under there to give me a wave. That's all. All right, Mary, if it'll make you happy, go ahead. What's the title of your little epic?
I'm wacky over khaki.
Okay, go ahead.
Here we are at Old Camp Horn in the state of California. And the guys here are so handsome. Heidi-ho and Ochichornia.
So far, nothing. Go ahead, Mary.
I met a boy right after lunch. He got me away from the rest of the bunch. He kissed me, then ran like a deer. If he comes back, I'll buy him a beer.
Still nothing. Go ahead, Mary.
When he grabbed me, I near froze, but his aim was bad, and he kissed my nose.
Oh, he kissed your nose, huh?
However, boys, I'm not complaining. He'd only had his basic training.
Well, that explains it, I guess. Proceed.
We're glad to be here, Old Camp Pond. Phil and Dennis, me and Don.
What about me?
And good old Jack, who is our clown man.
And Virgil Reimer, world's best sound man.
Virgil, you keep out of this. All right, Mary, let's get this over with. How many more verses?
11, but 10 are no good.
Then read the last one. Let's have it.
You Yankee soldiers can't be beat. You'll run those Japs right off their feet. And when you catch them, don't let go till it says Los Angeles city limits in Tokyo. The end.
Very good. That was a swell poem, Mary. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as I announced last week, our feature attraction this evening will be a new type of quiz show called Try and Get It, in which... See, they know me. In which I, Jack Benny, will personally give away $24 to each of 5 lucky people. A total of $120.
Jackson, you're drunk.
I am not. In fact, I have right here in my wallet $120 in $1 bills. Here they are.
Well, I'll be darned. They're those old big ones.
They're legal tender. That's all that matters.
Could I see one of those bills, Mr. Benny? They went out before I was born.
Just the same as the paper money now, Dennis, only bigger. Now, Virgil, I want you to take these bills and put them in the cash register.
Okay. Well, let go of them.
Pardon me. There. And now, folks, this novel quiz program will go on immediately after... Pardon me, I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny, this is Rochester.
Hello, Rochester. Where are you?
I went over to that garage in Riverside to put air in the bicycle tires like you told me to.
Uh-huh.
And I ran into a colored boy whom I haven't knelt down to a good crap game with in years.
Rochester, what are you driving at?
Well, I don't know exactly how to phrase this, boss, but you know that nice shiny bell you had on your bicycle?
Yes.
Well, I just won that back.
What?
The rest of the bike is in escrow.
Wait a minute. Rochester, do you mean to say you lost my bicycle shooting craps?
Well, I was pretty lucky for the first 3 passes.
Lucky, and then what happened?
My dice went into a minuet and my opponent became suspicious.
Well, I don't care what happened. I want you to go to that garage and tell your friend to give you back my bicycle.
Without paying for it?
Yes, without paying for it. Just grab it.
Now, wait a minute, boss. That boy's got a razor that does everything but run out and get the mail.
Well, Rochester, what are you scared of? You carry a razor yourself.
Yeah, but it's only a Gillette, and I'm out of blades.
I can't help it. Now, you get that bicycle and come over here to Camp Han. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, say, boss.
What?
If I ain't there in a half hour, send a Jeep with a jug of new skin.
All right, so long. Rochester has got the Tom Candy. All right, Phil, let's have your band number. Tell you something? I'm going to sit down and think up some questions for this quiz. I'll be right back. Someday, Sweetheart, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. Say, Phil, considering that you didn't rehearse that number with the boys, you conducted it beautifully. But how did you know when to stop?
I saw my piano player taking the cotton out of his ears.
Oh, I see. However, Phil, if you, come in? Yes?
Got a telegram here from Mr. Jack Benny.
Right here, buddy.
Got a sign for it, you know. Got a sign for it.
All right, I'll sign. Take the telegram, Mary.
Company regulations. Got the rules right here in my hand. You want to see them?
Never mind, I believe you. Here, it's signed. Now scram.
You forgot to give him a tip, Mr. Benny.
A tip?
Ain't no regulations against that.
I'll tell you what, mister. Instead of a tip, I'm going to give you a chance to make $24 by answering a few simple questions in my quiz contest. What do you say?
Ain't no counts to this, is there?
No, have a seat and I'll call you. Who's the telegram from, Mary?
It's from Fred Allen.
From Allen?
Yeah, get this. Understand you're giving away money tonight. Are you going to take ether or use a local anesthetic?
Oh, that guy is so funny. Well, let's forget arsenic and old face and get on with our quiz show. Let's get on with the quiz show. I can hardly wait to give away all that money. Yikes! What's that? What's that?
Don't get excited, Diamond Jim. I just leaned on the no sale button.
Well, watch it and close that drawer. All right, Don, announce me.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we present for your entertainment and education a brand new quiz program, Try and Get It, featuring Professor Jack Benny, that eminent authority on...
Good evening, you lucky people. Now, before we start, folks, I'd like to explain the rules of the simple yet tantalizing contest. Now, each of you participants will be asked 3 questions and will receive $24 if you answer them correctly.
If, meaning you ain't got a chance.
Mary. Well, shall we get on with our mental taffy pulls? Let's. Now, our first contestant this evening is a lovely young lady. What is your name, miss?
Myrtle Minkelhofer, and I'm a deep-sea diver.
Well, quiet. Now, Miss Minkelhofer.
Yes, Stinky. I mean, Professor.
Now, here's your first question for $6. What tribe of Indians is liable to sue you?
I didn't get you.
Concentrate, Myrtle. What tribe of Indians is liable to sue you?
But, Stinky, I don't know no Indians.
You don't have to. Sue.
Oh, the Sioux Indians. Boy, am I stupid. I guess I'm underwater too much.
No, you're just a little nervous. Now, would you like to try for the $12 question?
Nah, I'm lucky to get the 6. Hand it over.
But Myrtle.
Give me that $6 around.
All right. Put your fist down. Please. Well, there goes $6. Next time she takes a dive, I'm going to cut her airline. Now, our next contestant, ladies and gentlemen, is Mr. Phil Harris. Tell me, Mr. Harris, what is your occupation?
I'm a sunbather.
Well, you ought to try water sometime. Now, Mr. Harris, here is your first question. What great explorer was Columbus, Ohio, named after?
Christopher J. Columbus.
The J, I'm not sure of. But you won $6.
Okay, I'll take a shot at the 12.
Good. Then tell us, Mr. Harris, what great president was Lincoln, Nebraska, named after?
Abraham, Nebraska.
That's Lincoln, but you're close enough.
Okay, come on now. Give me that $24 question while I'm hot.
Very good. Are you ready?
Yeah, shoot.
This question deals with ancient history. At the Battle of Cheronia in the year 338 B.C.
Holy smoke.
Now concentrate. At the Battle of Cheronia in the year 338 B.C., Philip, king of Macedon, succeeded in forcing himself into the Amphictyonic Council, although opposed by what noted orator?
I'd have punched you right in the nose.
Temper. Sit down, Mr. Harris, or I'll have Myrtle knock you down. Now, our next aspirant is Mr. Don Wilson. Are you ready, Mr. Wilson?
Yes, Professor.
And here's your first question. Jell-O has that new locked-in what?
Flavor.
Correct, for $6. Now, the 12? The $12. Jell-O is not only economical, but easy to... Concentrate now. Easy to what?
Make.
Correct. Now for the... I mustn't let him win. Now for the $24 question. How do you spell Jell-O?
Capital J-E-L-L-O.
Wrong. You left out the hyphen.
What?
I'm sorry. Sit down. I'm sorry. Sit down. Now, our next contestant is Mr. What's your name, buddy?
Percy Kilbride, and I'm a messenger boy also.
I see. Now, Mr. Kilbride, here's your first question for $6. Who invented the steam engine?
Well, I see. Gotta think it out, you know. Gotta think it out.
Take your time. Now, tell us, who invented the... Sorry, time's up. Now, for our final victim, or contestant this evening, we have Mr. Dennis Day. Are you sharp tonight, Dennis?
What camp are we at?
Good. Now, listen carefully. Here's your first question for $6. How many men are George Bernard Shaw?
Boy, that's a tough one.
One is correct. Now, would you like to...
If I say the first thing that comes to my head, I'm liable to get it wrong.
Sit down, Mr. Kilbride. You were late. Sit down. Now, tell us, Mr. Day. How many men are Fred Mac Murray?
How much have I won so far?
One is correct. Very, very good. Now, would you like to try?
I got the answer. I know who invented the steam engine.
I told you your time is up, Mr. Kilbride. Now, Mr. Day, how would you like to try for the $24 question?
No, I'll take the 12 and quit.
You will not. Good, Joe, don't you give him a penny. Now, concentrate, Mr. Day. This is for $24 or nothing. How many men are John Charles Thomas?
Oh, I get it. One man.
Wrong. John Charles Thomas are 3 men.
3 men?
Yes. John Barrymore, Charles Lawton, and Thomas Jefferson. And so, folks, try and get it. Wind up the first contest by paying out a total of $6 to Miss Myrtle Minklehopper. Congratulations, Miss Minklehopper.
Got the answer, Professor.
Too late. Play, Phil.
Prepare to be praised, friends, when you serve this dessert, because it's something mighty grand. Its name, raspberry cheese dessert, and a more delightful treat you've just never tasted. You'll find it's easy to make, too. It's just as simple as can be, and here's how you do it. Just dissolve 1 package of Jell-O imitation raspberry flavor in 1 pint of hot water and turn into a ring mold. Chill until firm, and after unmolding it, fill the center with cottage cheese. Then serve it with toasted crackers and see if it doesn't make an instant hit with the whole family. You'll love the way these 2 swell flavors blend together. The smooth, creamy goodness of cottage cheese and the rich, tangy flavor of raspberry Jell-O. Pick up this beautiful red and white dessert tomorrow. Order several packages of raspberry Jell-O. And be sure when you do, you get genuine Jell-O. Because Jell-O's new process locks in the flavor and gives you extra richness.
This is the last number of the 28th program in the current Jell-O series, and we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. Meanwhile, I'd like to thank Colonel Cowley, Major Vickery, and Captain Stallcup for a swell time here at Camp Hahn.
Say, Jack,
What?
that quiz contest of yours was the biggest phony I ever heard of.
What do you mean, phony? I paid Myrtle $6, didn't I?
Why don't you give her 4 more so she can have her face lifted?
Oh, don't be so catty. Good night, folks.
The Jell-O program is written by Bill Morrow and Ed Ballard, and the broadcast from Camp Hahn, Riverside, California, is for the entertainment of the Army personnel and does not constitute an endorsement of the product by the War Department.
This is Red Skelton.
Lucille Ball.
George Tobias.
The Gulf Screen Guild Theater. Presenting tonight Damon Runyon's comedy, Tight Shoes. And here is your host, the director of the Star's own theater, Roger Pryor.
Good evening, everyone. Tonight, the Gulf Oil Companies and your neighborhood good Gulf dealer bring to the Gulf Screen Guild Theater radio's newest comedy sensation, Red Skelton. And starring with him, Lucille Ball and George Tobias in Universal Pictures' slap-happy comedy, Tight Shoes. We've less than a minute before our Gulf curtain rises, so we'd like to take that brief moment to tell you about a neighbor of yours. All right, Bud Easton?
You know, folks, no one better realizes how much proper car service at the proper time means to you than the man I'm speaking for now. The good Gulf dealer right in your own neighborhood. In his business, he sees what happens to cars whose owners put off having them serviced. He knows what makes them start wasting oil and gas. Knows why cars wear out too quickly. Most important to you, the Gulf man knows how to prevent much excessive and premature wear with his car saver services. When he flushes out the dirty, worn oil from your crankcase and refills it, when he replaces your gear lubricants, when he gives your car a Gulflex registered lubrication job, his training and his knowledge pay you dividends in longer car life. And of course, you can rely on the famous Gulf products he sells, each designed to help keep your car running better longer. So tomorrow, remember, stop at the sign of the Gulf Orange Disc. Ask your neighbor, the Gulf man, about his car saver services. Remember, to care for your car, for your country.
And now the curtain's about to go up on our saga of a pair of tight shoes. Our stars, Red Skelton playing Swifty Miller, Lucille Ball as Sybil, and George Tobias as Blooch. We're all ready. So, Oscar Bradley, will you start the ball rolling with some suitable music? Somewhere in America, there's the sound of marching feet.
Company! Halt! All right, men. 30 minutes rest period. Make the most of it.
Oh, they're killing me. Oh, my feet. Oh, I can't stand it. Show me a bayonet and I'll fall on it.
What's the matter? We've come just as far as you have.
Oh, my feet, they're murdering me. I feel like I'm walking on hot coals. These shoes, the right size is too small.
Hey, did I hear you say tight shoes?
Yeah, you sure did, brother.
Well, take my word for it and get rid of them, chum. Do it now and don't hesitate.
And march the rest of the way on my knees, I suppose.
Regardless, do it now. Take it from a man who lost everything because of a pair of tight shoes.
How come?
Well, I tell you this is an illustration of why you should burn those shoes before another minute goes by. But before I do, give me a cigarette, will you, soldier?
Yeah.
Thanks a lot. Now, at one time, I'm a prosperous, respected citizen who's the biggest gambler in town. Now, on this particular day I'm mentioning, I'm in my warehouse looking over a new shipment of slot machines. 2 lemons and an egg.
Boss, why you play them machines? You know they're crooked.
Quiet, Blooch. Yeah, 2 eggs and a lemon. Well, I'll try one more. That does it. Hand me that axe.
What'd you get that time, boss?
2 eggs and a jap. Hey, don't these things ever pay off?
You know they don't, boss. That's how we make our living.
Yeah, we'll fix up one that does pay off. I gotta have some fun out of life.
But gee, boss, they're your machines. All you get back is your own money.
Can't you leave no illusions, Butch?
Okay, boss, okay. We'll fix it up. Relax. We better get started for the races.
Yeah, all right. Hey, but there's one thing we gotta do before we go to the races.
What's that?
We gotta buy a shoe store.
A shoe store?
Yeah. I gotta get a shoe store. I got it all figured out. Now, the district attorney's making things hot. All the gambling dives are closed. Am I right?
You're always right, boss.
There's only one ward we can still operate in.
Councilman Honest John Beebe.
You
boss.
beat me to it. Correct. Now, Honest John is still friendly because Honest John likes the 1,000 fish I give him every month. So with things being in that condition, what we got to do is concentrate on Honest John's ward.
Boss, you're a wonder. Say, boss.
Yeah?
Why do they call him Honest John?
Because he only steals retreads.
Oh.
Yeah, well, now, like I'm saying, we open up the new place tonight. I already got it picked out. In the front, we sell shoes, and in the back, we sell game of chance.
We better get started.
Yeah, wait a minute. I'm gonna try this once more. More lemons. I ain't going to no race. My luck's no good today.
Look, boss, I fixed those machines myself. It's not got nothing to do with luck.
Sometimes they gotta pay off.
Not these machines. Nobody can win. Look, boss, I'll put in a quarter myself. Now watch.
Yeah.
Oh, how'd that happen?
Yeah.
I guess I have to give that left screw a couple of more times.
Yeah, I guess you better. You reach for that jackpot and your hand will never make a return trip. Now get out of here.
You're giving me $10,000 for my shoe store.
Yeah, that's right. I give you this $10,000 bill.
A $10,000 bill?
Yeah.
I didn't know the government was printing them.
You mean they're printing them too? Well, now here's the cash. You just say the word and I'll dump it in your lap.
What will happen if I want to sell?
Oh, wouldn't you like to know?
I'll sell.
Yeah, fine. Now, you understand you keep on working for me. I'll pay you $50 a week.
Only $50?
Yeah, I'll give you $50 and all the shoes you can need.
Well, boss, now we own a shoe store.
Yeah, you know, and speaking of shoes, I could do me with a new pair. Hey, Emil Fly. Get somebody to sell me some shoes.
I'll get our best salesman, Jimmy.
Yeah.
He's a college man. Jimmy.
Yes, Mr. Malfi.
Show this gentleman the best shoes in the house. It's the new boss.
Yes, sir. Sit right down here, sir.
Okay.
Hey, boss, We better get started. Sybil will tear your heart out if we keep her waiting any longer.
I said I gotta buy shoes. Now, shut up.
Size 10.5.
Okay. What's that?
Oh, I said size 10.5, sir. That's what your feet measure.
Is this guy trying to insult me? I never wore over a 9 in my life. I got a dainty feet.
Well, you measure 10.5, sir.
I don't care. I want size 9s.
They won't fit you.
Oh, yes, they will. Just fold my toes under.
But I just measured, sir, and...
Get me some size 9s, Bob.
Yes, sir.
My father had big feet once.
Yeah, what size did your father take?
I don't know. I don't remember. They just skinned a cow and put some buttons on it.
Take it easy there.
Oh,
quit shoving, will you?
Just a little more, and we'll have this shoe on, sir.
Hey, did you ever sell girdles?
We nearly got it on.
Yeah.
You'd better tuck the ankle in a little more neat.
There we are, sir.
Yeah.
As snug a pair of shoes as I've ever fitted.
Yeah.
Aren't they nice looking?
I could answer that, but it would only lead to bloodshed. It took you long enough. Come on, Blutch. Let's get to the races.
We gotta pick up Sybil.
You know, I don't like that clerk. He looks to me like he belongs to a bad element.
He's a college man.
A college man?
Yeah.
That does it. I'll never buy another magazine as long as I live. I'm sorry I was late, Sybil, but my feet are killing me.
It'll be worse than that killing you if I miss the first race.
Oh, now, don't talk like that, Sweet Pea. Guess what I got for you today? I went down and got you.
Oh, not a nasty old diamond bracelet.
Yeah. But, of course, you won't be able to wear it in public for a while.
Why not?
Well, I got it out of a hot iron claw machine.
Oh, Swifty, sometimes you make me wonder what I see in you.
Yeah, I wonder myself. Maybe it's my clothes. For instance, how you like my victory suit, huh? How do you like it?
What victory was it, Bull Run?
Oh, Sweet Pea, you know I'm crazy about you. I'd do anything for you.
Anything?
Sure, just say the word and I'll tear up my autographed picture of Roger Pryor.
Oh, I don't know. Here I am, the biggest star on Broadway, and I run around with a slug like you.
Oh, I'm off my onion for you, Sweet Pea. Or maybe it's only gas pushing up around me heart.
Don't kid me. It's just my shape.
Nah, don't you kid me. Shape ain't everything in life. My mama done told me.
Hey, Swifty, you better drive slower. We don't want to have any trouble with the cops.
No, I think they still sort me for throwing that body in that vacant lot.
Well, they're right. You shouldn't have done it.
Yeah, I shouldn't have, I know. But it was dark. I didn't see that no dumping sign.
The trouble with me is I can't forget I used to be in burlesque. Yeah. I got used to guys like you, and I can't get over it. Give me a kiss, Swifty.
Now, let's stop and get a hamburger.
No. Come on, give me a kiss.
All right. Well?
Let's stop and get a hamburger.
Baby Mine first, Happy Harper second, and Roadrunner third.
That makes 6 losers in a row, boss.
I thought you said even the horses were betting on your last one, Swifty.
All right. So I'm not lucky. Oh, boy, my feet are murdering me. Well, wait till the next race. That's where we make our killing.
Do tell.
Yeah, I got it all fixed. We go the whole way on Palomar. Now get down there and put up our bet, Butch. He's number...
What's the matter?
Number 7. Look at the name of number 7.
Let's see. Feet first.
What a hunch. I've been waiting for a break like this for years.
You're not going to switch.
What's been killing me all afternoon? What's been talking to me? The feet. That's it. Feet first.
But, boss, you already spent $10,000 to fix the race so that Palomar wins.
But look at the odds on feet first. 90-1.
But he can't win, boss. I fixed it already. With your throw, I fixed it.
This is bigger than a fixed race. This is the hunch of a century. Just think of what I can do with all that dough. I can buy myself a little vine-covered saloon on Main Street and settle down. Come on, Blutch. Put every cent on feet first. It's a hunch from heaven.
But, boss...
Come on, get going, will you? I can't be wrong this time. Borrow all the Mazuma you can. Put every nickel on them. Hey, make a tour of the phone booth. See what you can get on Sybil's jewelry there. See what you can get on Sybil. Now hurry up. Get going.
The results of the 7th race. Palomar first, Laughing Water second, and Grover third. Feet first, the horse that collapsed at the first turn had to be destroyed because of old age.
Yeah, just wait till I get my hands on that shoe salesman. I'll pull his tongues out.
We couldn't win, boss. But you had it fixed.
If I hear another word out of you, I'll take you for a ride. In your car, of course. Okay, boss, okay. Wait till I get my hands on that guy.
Listen, never mind about that. What about my jewelry?
I
can't
sorry.
go around on my bare wrists.
I know, but kid, you lost everything on the 7th race.
I did, huh?
Yeah, I'm awful. Now, don't look at me like that, Sybil. Sybil! No, not the feet, Sybil! Oh, you broke my little toe, you...
So, things being the way they are, Sonny, I'd pull out and sell my shoes someplace else for a while if I was you.
But this is silly. He asked for that size. I tried to tell him they were too small. What happened?
Well, I'll give it to you fast. He bet $50,000 on a nag called Feet First to come in head first, but it was dead first and carried out feet first.
But I can't run away.
Oh, don't run. Catch a train. Fly.
Absolutely not. It's time someone showed the gangster element that decent citizens have some rights.
Okay, you show him. You'll be the best liked stiff in the morgue.
It was very sweet of you to warn me.
Well, I don't have any reason to want to see you dead. You're kind of cute.
I am?
My, where'd you get those nice wide shoulders?
I am?
Before we get into a rut, why don't you take me to dinner?
I am.
Quite an idea, Swifty. Running a gambling joint behind a shoe store.
Hey, Swippy, Morgan over there wants $500 on the cuff. What'll I do?
See how far you can throw him.
Okay. Say, I thought Blooch was going to be here to help with the blackjack game.
No, he's over to a political rally with Councilman Beebe. I sent him over to look the crowd over and a few pockets.
Is Blooch a pickpocket?
Yeah, he couldn't make enough money just being a peeping Tom.
Boss! Hey, boss!
Yeah?
Hey, boss, get out of here, boss.
Blooch, what's the matter?
Disaster's broken loose, boss. There's a mob coming for you. That shoe salesman.
Well, what happened?
Well, Honest John is standing up there giving the crowd the corn about good government when up jumps this shoe salesman. He says that Honest John is a crook watching cahoots with hoodlums like you. Hoodlums like you? What do you know about that?
Oh, hoodlum? How do you like that? I'm an entrepreneur.
Yeah, I think he called you that, too. Listen, boss, the mob is here.
Take it easy there. Don't knock that door.
Hey, you see, boss? You see what I tell you? Honest John tells you he has the cleanest district in town. Well, just take a look around.
You wait till I get my hands on that college guy. Let me through there, bub. Just one poke, that's all I ask.
And here's the biggest bat of them all, folks. Here's the man who corrupts your city officials, Swifty Miller.
Well, brother, you asked for it. You wrecked my joint, you fool around with my girl, and now you're going to get it. Come on, put up your mitts. Come on, put up your mitts. Well, why didn't somebody tell me to put up my mitts?
And so the Gulf Theater curtain falls on the first act of Tight Shoes. In just a moment, we'll find out whether or not Swifty Miller ever got up from the floor. Meanwhile, let's find out what Mr. Heaston has on his mind.
Friends, next time you stop at your good golf dealer's, have him fill your crankcase with Gulf Pride, the improved motor oil so long known as the world's finest. And once you've tried Gulf Pride, we sincerely believe you'll continue to use it, no matter how much or how little you've been accustomed to paying for oil. You see, Gulf Pride now has an extraordinary resistance to the destructive effect of high running temperatures developed by modern engines. It fights the formation of corrosive acids and effectively combats the oxidation which causes lesser oils to break down so quickly. And Gulf Pride is highly resistant to the formation of hard carbon deposits and engine varnish. Designed to meet the exacting requirements of the latest motors, Gulf Pride assures thorough protection to any motor. So to give your motor really top-flight protection, stop at your good Gulf dealers and fill up with Gulf Pride motor oil. And when you drive, don't forget that gas and oil are ammunition. Use them wisely. And now the second act of Damon Runyon's story, Tight Shoes. Adapted for the Gulf Screen Guild Theater by William Bowers with comedy sequences by Jack Douglas and Sam Perrin. Our stars, Red Skelton, Lucille Ball, and George Tobias. Somewhere in America, a group of soldiers resting by the side of a dusty road. Swifty Miller's relating the history of a pair of tight shoes.
So there I am with the work of 10 years crashing over my ears. This mob wrecks my joint, the shoe salesman wrecks my jaw.
What happened after that?
Well, this shoe salesman becomes somewhat of a public figure. I'm startled out of my wits one day when I wake up to find that he's running for city council against my good friend and candidate, Honest John Beebe. But the biggest shock comes a couple of weeks later when I decide to attend one of this guy's political rallies to see what he's got on the board.
I don't see what we're doing here, boss. He ain't got a chance to corner the longshoreman's vote. Think of all the free beer we give them at Honest John's rally.
Yeah, maybe he's got something to give him, too. That's what we're here to find out. Now, shut up. I think they're going to start now.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please. Now, before we actually begin tonight, we're going to have a little bit of entertainment. You fellows all remember Sybil Anderson. Well, you all remember that before Sybil became the brightest star on Broadway, she used to perform a little specialty dance down here at the Bijou Burlesque. Well, Sybil is going to perform her specialty dance for us again tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, in the interest of good government, I give you Miss Sybil Anderson.
I can't believe it. That's Sybil. To think she'd do this to me. It's a fine thing to do in the interest of good government. I can't stand to watch blood. Come on, we're leaving.
Wait a minute, boss. I haven't seen Sybil do that specialty since she started that riot in Flatbush.
Yeah, I think I'll go out and commit suicide.
You can't commit suicide, boss.
Yeah, I know. It wouldn't be fair to my victory garden. Hey, what do you suppose she's doing in there?
Are you kidding, boss?
I can't stand it. Take a look through the door and see what's happening, will you?
My, oh, my, oh, my.
What is it?
She's got a sign on, boss. Vote for Jimmy Finley, the longshoreman's friend.
How do you like that?
She's wearing another sign on the back of her dress.
Yeah, what does that say?
It says, "Goodbye, Mama, I'm off to Yokohama." Oh, boy!
Yeah, what's she doing? What's she doing, huh?
What's she doing?
I don't know. All I can tell you, boss, is that I think she just won the election.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you the latest election returns. With the incomplete reports from 28 states in, Roosevelt is leading Wilkie by...
Yeah, we know that. How's BB doing?
Oh, in the local elections, the hottest contest is between incumbent John Beebe and the reform candidate James Finley. Half an hour ago, John Beebe conceded defeat.
Shut that off, will you? How do you like that? So dear John finally gave up.
It's no use, boss. We all knew we were sunk the minute Sybil started taking things off.
How could Sybil do this to me?
Well, what are we going to do now, boss? You lost all our money.
Yeah, no.
We're flat.
Yeah. I'll think of something, though. Hey, wait a minute. We still got a business.
But with Honest John out, they'll toss a net over us.
I ain't talking about the racket. Have you forgotten? We still own a shoe store.
I said I wanted an open-toed sandal.
But believe me, madam, these high-button shoes is the latest rage. Look, real pearl buttons.
Sure, madam, them is real quality.
Yeah.
I want open-toed sandals.
Well, we don't carry them. You know, there are so few people with open toes.
Will you please give me what I want?
Yeah.
Maybe you better give them to her, boss.
She'll take what she gets and like it.
I want a pair of open-toed sandals.
Open-toed sandals. What are you, a fresh air fiend or something?
I want open.
Listen, you take these high-button shoes or I'll cram them down your throat.
Well, really?
I don't think you used the right approach, boss.
How can I keep my mind on my work when I read in the paper that Sybil's gonna marry that guy?
The fact, it ain't very loyal of her, boss. After all the things he done to you. What are you doing, boss?
I'll fix that guy. I'll fix him just like he fixed me.
What are you gonna do?
I'm gonna send him a wedding present with the compliments of my shoe store. Hey, Blutch, you run out and find out what size shoes the new councilman wears.
How am I gonna do that?
I don't care how you do it, but do it. Hey, wait a minute. Go break in his house. Steal every pair of shoes the guy owns.
But, boss, that's dishonest. Anyway, what good'll that do?
Plenty. I'm going to send him a pair of shoes that's so tight he'll have to unlace them to swallow.
Well, there's no use being so crabby about everything.
Who's crabby? I tell you, my feet are killing me, that's all.
Well, take off your shoes, sonny boy.
Oh, that's a great idea, that is. Ouch! And don't call me sonny boy. It isn't fitting for a man in my position.
If that's all I ever call you, brother, you'll have cause to be thankful.
Well, I suppose that's your burlesque background seeping through again?
You didn't seem to mind my burlesque background when you needed the longshoreman's boat.
Oh, so now I owe my entire career to you. Listen, I started out on my own hook.
You mean on my unhook? Take it from me, Sad Eyes. Those longshoremen weren't voting for that crazy speech you gave.
Oh, and what were they voting for, may I ask?
Well, if you don't already know, I won't disillusion you by telling you.
Here's the theater, Miss Anderson.
Thank you, Chuck. Are you coming, Grandma, or are you going home and soak your feet?
Well, I said I'd see your show, and I will.
Oh, you're too good to me, Santa Claus.
Now, see here, Sybil.
Hey, hello. Hey, how are you, Sybil? I thought I'd just stop by and wish you good luck tonight.
Swifty, you old so-and-so. How you been doing?
Oh, fine. I finally sold those high-button shoes.
Look, Sybil, I can't afford to be seen with these shady friends of yours.
Okay, put on a disguise.
Well, Sybil, you're not back in burlesque, you know. You've got to start acting and thinking like a lady.
Oh, come now, Emily. Besides, you can't talk to Sybil like that and get away with it.
You keep out of this if you know what's good for you.
Now, look, Brain Trust.
Are you going to get out of here, or do I have to call an officer?
Call Errol Flynn. Call Flash Gordon, for all I care.
Why, you two-bit racketeer, it burns me up the way you get away with murder.
Oh, so it burns you up, does it? Okay, brother, you ask for it. Well, are you cooled off?
No, I'm not.
Well, then I'll lie here until you are.
Court. Swifty Miller, this court finds you guilty of disturbing the peace and of willful assault on a public official.
Just a minute, Your Honor.
Order in the court. Swifty Miller, you seem to be quite fond of fighting, and our country is in need of fighting men at this time. I will suspend your sentence if you'll offer your services to some branch of the armed forces of our country.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'll wait for you, Swifty.
Yeah, how about that guy? I mean, that councilman,
Oh, he's not for me, Swifty. Yeah. I was brought up with lugs like you, and that's the kind I belong with.
Me a lug? Me, what used to be the biggest racketeer in town?
Shut up, you lug.
Yeah.
I'll have to ask you two to show a little more respect for this court. What you're doing now might better be done in some more secluded place.
That's how a pair of tight shoes got me into this man's army. Yep,
all right, men. On your feet. We got 10 miles to march yet today.
She must have been a pretty swell dame, Swifty.
Oh, she was one of the best.
All in, men.
Whatever happened to the shoe salesman?
You mean the councilman?
Yeah.
You see that guy giving out the orders?
Oh, the captain?
Yeah. Wouldn't you know he had a reserve commission from college? Wouldn't you know it?
Oh, what about the dame? Where's she now?
Oh, she always had a spot in her heart for lugs.
She's still waiting.
No, she and Blutch got married. Already they got a couple of little rackets.
Oh, so she got married and you joined the army.
Yep, she did it. Now the Japs is going to get a whipping.
Red Skelton, Lucille Ball, and George Tobias for 30 minutes of slap-happy fun. And thanks Oscar Bradley for a fine score. You know, ladies and gentlemen, the money these stars would ordinarily receive, the Gulf Oil Company donates instead to the Motion Picture Relief Fund. The fund uses this money to help the less fortunate members of the picture industry. And now, ladies and gentlemen, next week's show.
Eddie Davis.
Conrad Veidt, Warren William, and Osa Masson.
In Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's smash success, A Woman's Face.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, next week on your Gulf Screen Guild Theater, we present a superb cast in the story of a woman who committed murder to save a life. You won't want to miss Betty Davis, Osa Masson, Warren William, and Conrad Veidt in A Woman's Face. And so until next Sunday at the same time, this is Roger Pryor saying good night, everyone.
Today, any American in any part of the nation can strike against the enemy thousands of miles away. You can do it by buying the United States savings bonds and stamps that provide the tanks, planes, ships, and guns our fighting men must have. So with every cent and dollar you can spare, buy United States savings bonds and stamps. Red Skelton can soon be seen in Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's Ship Ahoy, Lucille Ball in RKO's Little Pinks, and George Tobias in Juke Girl, a Warner Brothers picture. Don't forget to tune in next week when we present Betty Davis, Conrad Veidt, Warren William, and Osa Masson in A Woman's Face. Bud Easton speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
And Dean Autry.
I'm back in the saddle again, out where a friend is a friend, where the longhorns had a seat on the rolling country. I'm back in the saddle. Give me that old-time religion, give me that old-time religion, give me that old-time religion. It's good enough for me. If you want to clink your silver spurs up on the golden stairs, you've got to change your ways, my brother. You've got to change your way of living, less taking, more giving. If you want to clink your silver spurs up on the golden stairs, that means you, mister, that means you, sister, that means me, and everybody's got to share. You can't be the devil's rooter, gotta be a square shooter if you want to clink your silver spurs up on the golden stairs. Makes me love everybody, makes me love everybody, makes me love everybody. It's good enough for me. Clink your silver spurs up on the golden stairs. You've got to ride the right road, brother. Make your sins all ski-daddle. Get old Satan out of your saddle. If you want to clink your silver spurs up on the golden stairs, that means you, mister, that means you, sister, that means me, and everybody's got to share. You can't be the devil's rooter, gotta be a square shooter if you want to clink your silver spurs upon the golden stairs.
Well, hello there, friends and neighbors, and welcome once again to Melody Ranch. Got the starry sky for a roof above my head. That's my home. Got the rolling plains and the soft pine for my bed. That's my home. Got the sun on my doorstep every dawning. Moon on my pillow every night. Birds wake me early every morning to start my day off right. Got the mountain range for an altar when I pray. That's my home. And the running streams to go fishing any day. That's my home. Got my boots and saddles, my horse for company. Got the open space, far as any man can see. Long as I can ride the range, wherever that may be. That's my home. Got the mountain range for an altar when I pray. That's my home. And the running stream to go fishing any day. That's my home. Got my boots and saddle and my horse for company. Got the open range far as any man can see. Long as I can ride the range wherever that may be. That's very much, folks. Thanks a lot.
Hi.
What's wrong with you, Raindrop?
Oh, I got trouble, Mr. Jean. Bad trouble.
Yeah? What happened?
Well, for one thing, I had some x-rays taken on my stomach the other day.
No kidding. What's wrong with your stomach?
That's it. I can't figure the x-rays out.
Well, maybe I can. Where are they?
At your neighborhood movie theater. You see, I'm so big, any pictures of me, why, they're released as a double feature.
Hey, what's going on around here anyway?
Well, Raindrop's not feeling so good today, Patrick.
Oh, well, why didn't you say so? I got some pills in my room you can take. They're wonderful.
Yeah, what kind of pill?
Dr. Proctor's Alexis of the Century. Not only will they cure any sickness, but they're guaranteed to grow hair on a billiard ball and remove the dandruff from your pool table.
Very funny.
I thought so.
But it just so happens that all I'm suffering from is a plain, ordinary, everyday, common cold.
How'd you get it? Gesundheit.
Well, I tell you, Mr. Pat, the doctor says my mucous membrane and my respiratory system was irritated by dilation of my capillaries through an influx of antibodies in the form of infectious bacteria. Now, that's a simple explanation any fool can understand.
Have you got another one for just an average moron?
Is that you?
Huh?
You know, Buttram, sometimes I think that head of yours is completely empty.
Yeah, that's the trouble with buying a brain on installment. You don't keep up the payments, they take it back. All kidding aside, though, Raindrop, the only thing wrong with you is that you're overweight.
Overweight? Well, I guess that's right, Raindrop. You could stand to lose just a little bit of weight around the middle, you know. Why don't you go on a diet?
Well, Mr. Jean, it's like this. You see, I built this up from a small business. Mm-hmm. And now that I got so much merchandise on the shelf, I hate to sell out at a loss. So long, boys.
160 acres in the valley. I got 160 acres of the best. Got a coal stove there that'll cook 3 square, and a bunk where I can lay me down to rest. Up at dawn to greet the sun, I've forgotten what a care or worry means. Head for home when day is done, and the pocket money's jingling in my jeans. I got 160 acres full of sunshine. I got 160 million stars above. Got an old paint horse. I'm the guy who's boss on the 160 acres that I love. I got 160 acres full of sunshine. I got 160 million stars above. I got an old paint horse. I'm the guy who's boss on the 160 acres that I love. Thank you very much, gang. It seems to me this particular yarn all began one July day about 5 years ago. I'd been up north for 2 weeks on a little cattle buying trip. At any rate, the morning I got back, Johnny grabbed me right quick, told me the sheriff wanted me to come down to his office just as soon as I got in. So I did. Hello, Jim. What's up?
Plenty, Gene. Sit down. I'll bring you up to date.
Okay. Shoot.
Well, to begin with, I'm sure you know the lake up on Old Man Larkin's place behind your property is the only source of water for this entire valley.
So?
So, while you were away, Old Man Larkin died.
Gosh, Jim, I'm sorry to hear that.
Me too, but that's not the half of it. The property was inherited by a nephew of his named Cody Bennett, who in turn has dammed up the lake and put a tariff on the water.
What?
You heard me. The valley's getting dry as a bone without the supply from that lake. And what's more, the only other source of water left is that small creek running across the south end of your property. And with everybody using it, even that'll be completely dried up by the end of the summer.
But, Jim, I don't get it. Why would anybody want to do a thing like that?
It beats me. I just know the ranchers need the water from that lake. But the price this guy Bennett is asking is so high, nobody can afford to pay it.
Well, what about Bennett's claim to the old man's property? Is it a legitimate one?
As far as I know, yes. I can't find a flaw in it.
Wait a minute, Jim. I just got an idea.
Oh, good. We could use one. What is it?
What would you say if I built a dam across my stream and not let anybody else use it?
What? Are you out of your mind?
Maybe. But if I can make Bennett think I'm playing the same game he is...
Oh, you mean...
Exactly, Jim. Sometimes it takes a crook to catch a crook. There's just one thing. Nobody else can know anything about this except you and me. And I mean nobody.
I suppose you realize that if you block off your stream without explaining what you're doing, every rancher in this valley is going to be on your back.
I know. But that's the way it's got to be. Now, if you don't mind, I'd better be getting back to my place and start building that dam. Because tomorrow morning I may just pay a little social call on Mr. Cody Bennett.
Yeah? What do you want?
Mr. Bennett?
That's right.
My name's Gene Autry. I'd like to talk to you about a little business deal that I think might interest you.
Look, pal, if you're another one of them ranchers trying to get me to come down on my water prices, you're wasting your time.
I'm another one of those ranchers, all right. But when you hear what I've got to say, Mr. Bennett, I think you'll agree that I'm not wasting your time.
Okay. What's on your mind?
Just this. I own the ranch right at the head of the valley, which means I control the only water around here besides yours. Shall I go on?
Keep talking.
Okay. You want to force the ranchers to pay your price for their water. But if I leave my stream open, it'll be a year before they need it. However, if I were to dam up my stream, they'd have to come to our terms inside of 3 weeks.
What do you mean, our terms?
I want 50-50 on everything.
Make it 60-40.
Okay. You got a deal. And so, Pat, I was in business with Cody Bennett. Or at least so he thought. In the meantime, though, just like the sheriff and I had figured, word had gotten around that I was double-crossing my friends.
Can I talk to you a minute, Gene?
Sure thing, Johnny. What don't you mind?
Well, it's a little hard to explain, but, well, nobody could quite figure out why you blocked off all your stream. Especially since that's all the other ranchers around here's got left.
Look, Johnny, let's get one thing straight. That's my stream, and I do with it what I please.
Sure, I know, Gene. But don't you see...
I see, all right. But I'm still looking out for myself. If the rest of them run out of water, that's their problem, not mine.
You mean, then, you're going to leave that dam in?
What's the matter? Can't you understand English? For the last time, that's my water, and I'm keeping it.
Okay. That's the way you feel. I guess there's nothing more I can say.
Well, that's the way I feel.
If you'll get my check ready, I'll go and pack my things.
Did you ever feel like somebody had just taken a hammer and beat you over the head or cut out your heart? Well, that's how I felt when Johnny Bond walked out that door. Yet there was nothing I could do about it. That is, not if I was to succeed in getting anything on Cody Bennett. Then all of a sudden I got an idea. An idea that might hurry things along. This is Autry.
What's up?
Plenty. I just heard something that could blow our whole deal sky high.
What are you talking about?
The clerk from the county land office was just here. He said that if we didn't cut him in on our deal, he'd tell the sheriff how you got old man Larkin's ranch.
Why, that's dirty.
Look, Bennett, I don't care how you got the place. That's your business. All I care about is that you keep it.
In that case, I guess we better stop that land office clerk from talking.
Okay, consider it done.
Wait a minute. You mean...
I mean, I'll fix him so he won't ever talk to anybody again. I'd taken a gamble and won. Now I knew Bennett was guilty of more than just holding back our water supply. My next job, though, was to prove it.
Oh, hi, Gene. How's it going?
Okay, I guess, Jim. Brother, you don't know how nice it is to hear some friendly voice again for a change.
Oh, I'll bet. Well, what's up?
Well, Mr. Bennett's free ride, if what I've got in mind works out.
No kidding?
I hope so. Anyway, here's what I want you to do. Go over to the newspaper office, have them make up a dummy front page for you, containing an item that says, Les Warner, the clerk over at the county land office, was shot and killed tonight.
Tonight? Are you out of your mind?
Well, I'll let you know later, Jim. For now, though, do just as I say. Oh, yeah, you better arrange to keep Les out of sight all day tomorrow. I wouldn't want Mr. Bennett to think he was seeing a ghost. So, Pat, late that afternoon, I picked up Sheriff Dillon, and together we rode out to Bennett. I mean, old man Larkin's place. Then, as was prearranged, the sheriff hid outside in the bushes while I went on inside, the phony paper under my arm.
Hey, anybody around? Oh, hi, Autry. I didn't expect you so soon. What's up?
Take a look at the front page of this morning's paper and you'll see.
Les Warner, clerk in county land office, shot and killed. Nice going. I wasn't sure you'd go through with it.
I said I would, didn't I?
Yeah, you sure did.
By the way, Bennett, it's none of my business. You don't have to tell me if you don't want to. But just how did you get a hold of old man Larkin's place?
You really want to know?
We're partners in this, aren't we?
Yeah, that's right. We sure are. Yeah, I guess that newspaper article proves it.
It should.
Okay, listen, and I'll tell you. In the first place, you don't really think old man Larkin died from a fall like the coroner said, did you?
Didn't he?
Oh, are you kidding? I hit him over the head with a crowbar, hid the crowbar under the porch, and the land was mine.
Nice going. But how did you work the uncle-nephew angle?
Nobody knows that except just me and two dead men. Yeah, but since we're partners now, I'm going to tell you. I found out that Larkin didn't have no living relatives. So I paid a guy back east $50 to make me up a phony birth certificate naming Ruth Larkin, a dead sister of the old man's, as my mother. Yeah, that made Larkin my uncle and the property mine. Yeah, pretty smart, huh?
Yeah, sure was, Bennett. Sure was. Okay, Jim, you can come on in now.
Jim? Who's Jim? Hey, what is this?
You're under arrest for murder, Bennett. That's what it is.
Wait a minute. This is a frame-up. You can't pin nothing on me.
Sit down, Bennett. You're all through.
Nice work, Gene. The whole thing worked out just like you planned.
Well, I was pretty sure it would, Jim. You know, all crooks are big hams at heart. They just can't resist talking about themselves. And by the way, speaking of hams, I'd appreciate it if you'd run a story in the paper telling about my part in this thing. I'd like to have my friends speaking to me again. And so, Patrick, that's the story. How'd you like it?
Fine. But all that talk about water made me thirsty. Excuse me, I'm going out in the kitchen and drink all the water my stomach will hold.
All your stomach will hold?
Yep.
Better call the ranchers, boys. Looks like another dry summer. Folks, not far from right here at Melody Ranch is a place many a cowboy holds mighty dear to his heart. In fact, if you were to drop in on us tomorrow morning at about 11 o'clock, I'm afraid we wouldn't be here. Instead, we'll all be down at the little old church in the valley where I first learned of sorrow and joy. I can see Mother there with her head bowed in prayer as she prays for her wandering boy. It was there that I first found my Sally, like an angel on earth, so it seems, when she sang sweet and low in the long, long ago, in the little old church of my dreams.
There's a little old church in the valley where I first learned of sorrow and joy.
I can see Mother there with her head bowed in prayer as she prayed for her wandering boy. It was there where I first found my Sally, like an angel on earth, so it seems, when she sang sweet and low in the long, long ago, in the
Well, good friends, that seems to be the last rung on the old ladder for this Melody Ranch party. But we've got another swell get-together lined up for you at the same time and over these same stations, so try and join us then, won't you? Meantime, this is Gene Autry asking you to keep thinking of us until we're back in the saddle again. Out where a friend is a friend, where the longhorn cattle feed on the lowly Jensen weed, I'm back in the saddle again, riding the range once more, toting my old 44, where you sleep out every night and the only law is right, back in the saddle again. Whoopie-tie-I-O, rockin' to and fro, back in the saddle again. Whoopie-tie.
The Columbia Workshop presents
He Should Have Stood in Elba,
which is an original play for radio by Ralph Tolerant.
Finished polishing them shoes yet, Gun?
Almost, King.
Well, make it snappy. Can't go back to New York looking like a tramp. Look at this $10 suit. You'd think at least they could sweat out something with a drake for me. My clothes always used to have class.
Gee, King, you've been here 11 years. I bet it's going to feel good to be on the outside. What you going to do, King?
So, what do you think? Get the boys together and let them know I'm taking over again.
The boys? What? Most of your mob's in stir.
Yeah, there's still some left.
How do you know they let you? Just walked in?
Let me? Why, you've seen these mugs here in Atlanta crawl if I give them a dirty look, haven't you?
Yeah.
You think the others would stand in my way?
Yeah, I get you, King. They fall in line. Or else, huh?
Yeah. Did you ever hear of Napoleon?
Sure, who ain't?
I've been reading up on him in the library here. Him and we got a lot in common. They put him away, too, but he didn't stay put. He took it on the lam, showed up in France, and his boys come right back to him.
Look, King, as I hear it, Napoleon didn't end up so good. How do you know you won't end up like he did?
Because I'm smart, see? They licked Napoleon at his own game. Me, they got on a tax rap. Wasn't no bull that put me away. It was a certified public accountant.
What about this dame that was so crazy about you? You think she'll still be waiting for you?
You mean Josephine?
That wasn't the name you gave me before.
No, you sap. Her name's Myrtle.
Oh.
Josephine was Napoleon's model. Only Myrtle is crazier about me.
How can you be so sure, King? She ain't wrote to you in 5 years.
No, she never was much for writing. But she's just waiting for the day I get out. I ain't worried about that any more than I am about my boys coming back to me. This is New York. Nice town you got here, Bud.
Yeah, we like it.
I don't suppose you know who I am.
No, can't say I don't.
Well, you can go home and tell your kids you drove King Zilmer today.
Who?
King Zilmer.
Oh.
You mean to tell me you never heard of King Zilmer?
Well, I'm an up these days. I can't hardly keep track of them.
What makes you think I'm from the government?
Just a guess. You're too old to be the new Dodger rookie from Montreal. Yeah, this is it. Joe's Barn Grill. 65 cents.
Yeah.
Thanks. If you're near the station again, look for me. I'll remember you the next time, Mr. Gilbert.
Gilmer, Mac, Gilmer. Like that. I never heard of me, King Gilmer. What'll it be? Hello, Joe.
Hey,
It's the king. Yeah, King Gelmer in the flesh. Happy days are here again. When'd you get out, King? Came here straight from the station. Call up the boys and get them up here, Joe. I'm taking over. Not so loud. Huh? Well, what's the matter? Ain't you got the cottage squared? Ain't everything in shape for me to take over? What are you taking over, King? The west side, naturally. Joe, it's going to be like old times. We'll hold meetings on the second floor here, like in the old days. No, King, it's no dice. What do you mean? You gotta count me out. The second floor's a restaurant. Any monkey shines and I lose my liquor license. Liquor license? Yeah. Who's giving out licenses on my territory? I'll rub them out. Yeah? Well, you can go ahead up to Albany and rub out the Alcoholic Beverages Commission then. Alky's legal, King. You ain't licensing nobody these days. You mean that repeal thing is really working out? Sure. Did you hear about it? Sure, I heard about it. It don't seem right. Well, if Alky's out, what other angles you got, Joe? Angles? Listen, King, I'm running a restaurant now. Respectable, see? I can't take no chances of losing my license. Look, Joe, what kind of talk is this? You sound like you're throwing me out. No, I ain't throwing you out, King. It's just that you can't stay here. It ain't safe for me. That ain't no way to talk to the king, Joe. Why, if it was anybody else, I'd... Yeah. Huh? Well, suit yourself, Joe. I'll just have to cut you out of the sugar. You'll be begging to join up with me one of these days, but I ain't so sure I'll take you then. Well, are you going, King? Okay. At least you can let me know where Myrtle and the boys are. I ain't seen Myrtle in 5 years. Whitey's the only one of the boys I ever see. He lives up on 54th Street, 629 West. Now scram, will you? Hello, Whitey.
King, what are you doing here?
I'm back, Whitey.
Yeah, I see, but what are you doing here?
I'm taking over. I want you in with me. Let me come in and I'll get down to brass tacks right away.
Oh, no, King.
No. I can't come in?
Yeah, you can come in.
Who is it, Whitey? Whitey, who's there?
Nobody you know, Madge.
Madge?
That's my wife. We've been married 4 years.
Well, ain't much of a jump you got here. Not like the old days when you and Flats Maroney shared that apartment at the Dixworthy. That was class.
King, what do you want with me?
I got good news for you, Whitey. I've decided to make you my lieutenant. Had it in mind for a long time.
Whitey?
Oh.
Sonny went to bed.
Yeah, a little while, Madge. Now, listen, King.
Now, don't thank me. You deserve it.
Them days are over.
Over? Not for the king. All I need is an angle. Why, you'll have an apartment twice the size of the one at the Dixworthy. More women.
What do you want to do? Put me in a doghouse?
Listen, you know me. I got brains. All you got to do is stick with me, Whitey.
Oh, I ain't sticking with you, King. I'm a married man. I got a wife and a kid.
That's all right with me, Whitey. I think every mob should have a couple of family men, you know, sort of a settling influence.
Well, I got a job, King, and I ain't going to give it up.
I always figured you for a smart guy, Whitey. Well, if that's the way you feel about it, I'll make Spike Harris my lieutenant.
Oh, Spike Harris, huh?
Sure, he was begging me for the chance this afternoon, but I says no. Whitey Case is the man, but...
Spike Harris, huh? Hey, you go ahead and make him your lieutenant. You know, he's a trigger man now.
Yeah, I heard about that. Spike won't hold out nothing on me. He'll swing his whole mob over to me if I give him the word. Say, what was the name of the mob he's in again?
The United States Army. Spike was number 158 in the draft.
Mr. Martin will see you now, Mr. Dilmer. Right this way.
Well, Slugger. I mean, Mr. Martin.
King Dilmer, of all people.
Well, when did you get in the town? Day before yesterday. Found you in the phone book.
Well, I'm glad you dropped in. Sit down.
Thanks.
Have a cigar.
Thanks.
Here, let me light it for you. There we are. Well, now tell me, what's on your mind, King?
Well, nothing in particular. You've done pretty well for yourself, haven't you?
Well, yes, I gotta admit I have. Chairman of the Executive Council of the Clam Diggers and Oyster Shellers Union, local number 607. Getting plenty of publicity, too. By last week, I got 2 full columns by Westbrook Pegler. He likes me.
Yeah?
Yeah. But what about you? From all reports I got, you sure had the boys in the pen of healing.
Ah, you know me, but... Now, let's get on to business.
Yes.
I was just thinking.
Uh-huh.
I've been thinking...
Yeah?
Well, now that I'm back, I'm taking over, and... Well, I like to have you back in with me.
Me? Back with you?
Sure thing. Nobody can say the king don't know a good man. With you as my lieutenant, we'll go places again on the west side.
Me, your lieutenant, eh? What for?
I'll let you in on a little scheme of mine. I'm thinking of pushing my territory all the way up to 225th Street. And that's where you fit in. You're in complete charge from 145th up. How's that straight?
No, King, I couldn't.
Huh?
What about the responsibility I got here? I gotta take care of these union guys.
Oh, don't let it worry you. I'll take over here, too.
Oh, you will? Why should I let you take over here?
Well, I got what it takes to put this thing across, see?
No. Listen, King, stop knocking yourself out. I'm not letting you take over here. But I'll tell you what I can do for you.
What?
I'll let you have a card in the Clam Diggers and Oyster Shellers Union Local 607, and I'll waive the $200 membership fee. Then all you have to pay is the usual $2 a week plus assessment.
I wouldn't be interested.
I didn't think you would. Well, King, it's been nice seeing you. The girl will show you the way out.
Listen, Martin, don't give me no brush off. I come in here to give you a big chance. If you're too bullheaded to see it...
Well...
Say what's gotten into all you guys. I come back after 11 years and I'm left all alone.
King, any other time I'd be glad to buy you a bucket of beer to ball into, but I gotta hurry. I gotta make a speech on organizing the oyster for national defense. Hand me my coat, will you, King?
So, a whole bunch of you gone soft. Well, not me. I'll show you all up. I'll get me a new mob.
What are you gonna do, put an ad in the Times? King, the old days is gone.
Not for the king, they ain't. And I kind of like your setup here, Slugger. I think you're going to have to play ball with me.
What do you mean?
Just this. You got yourself an office here at 57th and Amsterdam. You're on the west side, my territory, get it?
King, I hate to see you wreck a perfectly good hat talking through it. Now you get out of here before I get mad.
Move along there now. I don't allow no loitering in the park at night.
Say, what kind of a town is this getting to be? Guy can't even get the air without some flatfoot.
Now it's none of your lip, I'll be taken. After all, it's you I'm protecting as well as the next fella. Move along now like a good citizen. Good night.
Hey, you.
Me?
Yeah, you. Put up your hand. This is a stick-up.
Nah, and we both got guns. Reach. Higher.
You ain't gonna get much here, boys.
We'll take what you got.
Listen, you kids, you're on the wrong track.
That's none of your business.
Why don't you kids get wise to yourself? This ain't the business for you.
What do you mean?
This ain't no racket for smart punks.
Hey, how are you calling a punk?
Look, if you'll listen for a minute, boys, I got a little proposition I think you'll like.
What is this? Come on, Steve. Let's get the dough and scram.
Hold on, Blackie. Let's see what he has to say. But keep those mitts up, mister. You ain't taking no chances.
You boys know who I am. Did you ever hear of King Dilmer?
King Dilmer? Are you the King Dilmer of the old West Side Wharf Rat?
Nobody else but. Now, can I take my hands down?
Sure.
Hey, what's the idea of telling him he could put his hands down?
Keep quiet, Blackie. This is King Dilmer.
Yeah, I got he is, too. But who's he?
Hey, my cousin used to be in your mob, King. Do you remember him? Mangler Flugenthal?
No. Name don't sound very familiar.
Tell the truth, he wasn't with you long. You found him out of the Jersey City Dusters for more training.
That's so. How's he doing?
Oh, swell. He's a trustee now. I left to write him I met you.
Look, boys, do you mind putting them guns away? They make me nervous, and that copper might come back here any minute now.
Look here, Steve, what kind of a stick-up is this anyway?
It ain't good. You kids ain't had much experience, have you?
No, we ain't. This is our first job.
Well, you boys don't know how lucky you are to meet up with the king. How'd you boys like to work for me? Big league stuff. None of these nickel and dime stick-ups and less chance of winding up in jail. If you pay your taxes.
Sounds good to me. What do you say, Blackie?
I don't know. I ain't got no head for business. I'll take care of the business angle. All you kids have to be is tough. Are you kids tough?
Tough? I'll say we're tough. Down on my block, they hop when I open my mouth.
Hop, listen. They don't come any tougher than me. Hey, Steve, you remember last month when I hit that...
Sure, but that don't compare to the time when I...
Okay. You kids are tough. I think you're going to do all right. Look, that cop's coming back. Here's our first setup. Meet me tomorrow. Our first job is going to be a big...
You gentlemen.
No, sister, I don't think I need any help right now. We'll go right in ourselves. Come on in, boys. In here.
Wait, you can't go in to see Mr. Martin without an appointment?
That's what you think, sister.
Hello, Martin. Pleasure to be seeing you again.
King, what are you doing here? Who are those?
These boys are my torpedoes, Martin. All right, men, trot out the artillery.
Say, what is it? What are you up to, King?
I tried to tell you yesterday, Martin, but you wouldn't listen. You're in my territory, Martin, and I'm taking over. Now fold your hands on the desk, peaceful-like, and maybe we can have a little talk.
I don't think we have anything to talk about,
Martin,
King.
be smart. I gotta finish fast because I gotta go see about curing my boys. They got spasms. You know, twitchy trigger fingers.
Let's hear what you got to say.
From now on, I'm in charge here. First off, I'm gonna need dough. I want it to start coming in right away.
So where do you expect me to get it?
Every oyster or clam dug by a union man, I get a cent, beginning now.
That's impossible.
Not to me, it ain't. Here's another thing. Every restaurant that says oysters or clams pays me $10 a month or else.
King, you can't do that.
What do you mean I can't? The trouble with you, Martin, is that you ain't got no imagination. And there's one more thing. Any pearls that anybody finds belongs to me. I'll have a new necklace for Josephine twice a week.
Josephine?
I'm talking about Myrtle, my old ma.
Well, what's she got to do with Josephine?
You wouldn't understand. Let's get back to business. Now, Slugger, if you're ready, let's get our agreement down on paper. Blackie, push that buzzer on the side of his desk. Keep him covered.
Yes, Mr. Martin.
Never mind him. I'm your new boss here.
Guns!
They ain't knitting needles. You're looking at a couple of tough customers. Right, Blackie? Right, Steve.
Steve? Say, aren't you Steve Roberts who lives on Avenue A?
So what if I am? So what?
So you ought to be ashamed of yourself. Why, the whole neighborhood knows about you and how you're no good. And now you're a gunman. Or you'll break your mother's heart if she ever finds out.
Keep quiet, girlie. Little mouth should be seen and shut up.
Say, if you wasn't a woman, I'd cook
sure
you
you
right.
would. You're bad and you're a coward. Always picking on somebody littler than you are. Oh, I know all about you, all right.
What are you giving me? This ain't a hold-up. This is business. Ask him.
I don't care what it is. Just wait till your pa hears about this.
You wouldn't tell him, would you?
I don't know why not.
Hey, what's going on here?
Oh, gosh. I ain't doing you nothing.
Who are you?
You mean me? That's Blackie.
Well, I don't know who you are, but you both ought to be ashamed of yourself.
I wasn't so crazy about this night there in the first place. Oh, look, you wouldn't tell my pa, would you?
Well, just hand over those guns and get out of here, and I won't say anything more.
Hey, wait a minute.
It's my gun. Here's mine. Don't tell my pa, will you?
Hey, hold on here.
As for you Fagin. Oh, dear, I'm so upset I'll never finish typing those letters. Now, you kids get out of here. I'm putting these guns in my desk, Mr. Martin.
Well, Gilmer, what happened to your mob?
Well, now listen, Slugger. I was only kidding, honest.
Sure, you was only kidding.
I just thought, you know, if I put on a big act, you might remember the good old days and join up with me.
If you was only kidding, Gilmer, I can't understand your joke. And what's more, I don't like 'em.
It ain't like the old days. Nobody understands me anymore. I could only locate Myrtle. Myrtle would understand. There's a dame that's aces.
Myrtle? Why, Myrtle's living in the Hotel Vincent on East 58th Street.
That ritzy joint?
Yeah.
Say, where would she be getting the dough to live there?
Rest your mind easy, King. Myrtle made a wad of dough with a book she wrote a couple of years back.
Myrtle wrote a book or read a book?
Wrote one. And it was made quite a fuss over, too.
But how could
she did? And now, King, if you want to talk literary, hop over to the public library. But if you ever show your face in here again, you're going out in a wicker basket. You understand?
Guess there ain't no such thing as loyalty these days. Napoleon knew he was going to walk into something like this when he come back to take over. He would have stood in Elba. It's me, the king.
Why, so it is. Well, this is a surprise.
Not all you can say. It's a surprise. It's been 11 years, Michael. Aren't you glad to see me?
Well, of course, King. I'm always glad to see my old friends.
Always glad to see your old friends.
Well, sure. Won't you sit down?
Michael, why didn't you write me since 5 years ago?
Well, King, I was busy. I was writing a book.
Yeah, I heard.
It sold 100,000 copies. That was before they made it a movie. Here's a copy, King. I'll autograph it for you.
Well, thanks. I was a gangster's Michael, is this about us?
Well, yeah. Would you like to read the reviews?
No. Listen, Michael, ain't we... Didn't you say...
What, King?
Well, I didn't expect anything like this. You said you'd wait.
Well, that's right. I did.
Well?
King, remember when I told you was the greatest guy in the world?
Why, sure, Michael. Gosh, for a minute I was afraid you'd forgot.
Well, I was writing this book.
Of course, Michael. I don't mind you not writing letters.
You know, King, when you start writing, you begin thinking.
Sure, I know, honey.
Well, when I was writing about you, I did a lot of thinking about you.
As long as you didn't forget me, baby.
And when I got to page 227, King, it came to me like a flash.
Yeah? What then?
That I was wrong when I told you was the greatest guy in the world. Between us, King, you really ain't so much.
Michael!
Now, don't get me wrong, King. There was times like the day when they took you away when you shook... All right, you got me now. But when I'm out, I'll show you I'm still the king. Oh, that was real noble.
You still remember that day, Michael?
I should say I do. It was the best chapter in my book.
Well, I'm glad there's something.
Oh, and that ain't all. Angel Face Joe told me when he got out 2 years ago that you had the whole place organized like a clock. It ain't everybody that could do that.
Well, if I say so myself, I had it plenty under control.
Why don't you tell me how you did it, King? I'd like to hear all about it.
You mean you're still interested in something about me?
Well, sure, I'm still interested in you. By the way, King, did I tell you I'm writing another book?
Hello, Mr. Anderson.
Hello, Dilmer. What's on your mind?
Oh, just checking up on how I stand.
How you stand?
Yeah. I want to know what the federal attorney got on me that'll put me back in the brig at Atlanta.
Why, nothing.
Don't tell me you got nothing on me. Are you sure?
Positive. I have your file right here. I must say this is the most peculiar...
Could you look it up again? You know, I've been consorting with known criminals.
Hmm? Well, that's no concern of mine. You've served your term. You're not on parole. You're free to associate with whomever you please.
Oh. Then you got nothing on me?
No, we've got nothing on you.
Say, you were the guy who put me away 11 years ago, weren't you?
Yes, I prosecuted the case.
You remember what I was sent up for, don't you?
Well, of course. Non-payment of taxes.
Taxes are going to be higher next year than they were 11 years ago, ain't they?
They certainly are.
Well, I don't intend to pay my taxes next year either. You want to make something out of it?
You have just heard the Columbia Workshop's production of
He Should Have Stood in Elba,
written by Ralph Tollerus as part of his work at the NYU Radio Workshop. Special music was composed and conducted by Van Cleve. Joe Gratz directed. Heard in the part of King Dilmer was Ted DeCorsia, and others in the cast included Jack McBride, Carl Eastman, Sandy Strauss, Ed Latimer, Mitzi Gould, Jimmy McCallion, Jackson Beck, Ann Thomas, and Joe Julian. Next week, the Columbia Workshop will present, in honor of the opening of America's greatest annual sports festival, the baseball season, an original radio play by Louis J. Hazen entitled Play Ball.
Hitler's lines are Nazi spies on the home front. Destroy them.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Remember Pearl Harbor. Keep 'em rolling.
The land itself must be strong. So keep the motors in motion. Keep them rolling along. Oh, sing
The War Production Board, in cooperation with WOR and Mutual, presents the 23rd in this weekly series of programs of entertainment and information about America's United War effort. Your master of ceremonies is one of the most distinguished figures of the contemporary theater, the well-known author and playwright, George S. Kaufman.
For many weeks on this program, we have emphasized the importance of production and more production to put the vital implements of war into the hands of our fighting forces all over the world. Tonight, we dedicate our program to a vastly indispensable branch of those fighting forces, the United States Navy. As our special guest of honor, we have with us Lieutenant Commander Albert F. Rice, USNR, of whom more later. Also here to take part in our dedication to the Navy are such gifted exponents of the free spirit as
one of Hollywood's brightest and most popular stars, Myrna Loy. The distinguished star of stage and screen, Otto Kruger. The celebrated American baritone, Conrad Thibault.
As well as radio's talented young composer-conductor, Morton Gould, who leads his orchestra with chorus in a brisk salute to the aviation cadets of the Navy of today, written by Lieutenant William Neblett of the Naval Air Service.
Over the fire, over the sea, the cadet of the Navy. Guarding our country's shoreline, our ships from afar. For the sea, castles steaming with great men of war, screened by Greyhound destroyers, ready for what they may meet. Navy planes roar over the eyes of the fleet. Aviation cadets of the Navy man the flying ships that sail on high. They wake to hear the bugle sounding off. You've got to get up, you've got to get up and fly. Lift up the ranks for your squadrons in the nation's proud and anxious eye. For the Navy is the first line of defense, of sea or in the sky. We're the men, we're the men. Give her the gun, second to none. We are the dooming fighting airmen of the sea. Oh, we are as proud as the eagle, and we fly on wings that never fall. Oh, we love the navy blue, and like it best when wearing wings of gold.
That was the official song of the Naval Aviation Cadets, sung by Conrad Thibault. And now, what about the cadets themselves? How are they chosen? What do they do? How are they helping to win the war? The best man to answer these questions and many other similar questions is a former naval aviator who is now senior member of the Naval Aviation Cadet Selection Board, 3rd Naval District, which takes in all of New York, Connecticut, northern Jersey. He's here to tell us something about these supermen of the air. Lieutenant Commander Albert F. Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Kaufman. But let me say right here and now that naval aviation cadets are not supermen.
Possibly not, Commander, but I, for one, would certainly call Jack Newkirk, Lieutenant Edward O'Hare, something that approximates flying supermen.
Well, perhaps they turned out to be that, Mr. Kaufman. But when we enroll a cadet, we choose him because he is a normal, healthy American boy who would rather fly than eat. In my opinion, that is one of the two most important requirements: his love for the Navy and his desire to fly.
And the other requirements?
They're very simple. Applicants should be American citizens between the ages of 19 and 26. Be unmarried, have at least 2 years of college credits. You see, we like to dispel the idea that a great many young men have today, and that is that it is difficult to become an aviation cadet.
Well, let us suppose, Commander, that I was between 19 and 26, which I am not, that I had 2 years of college, which I didn't, and that I was a red-blooded young American. Now, how do I go about enlisting?
You would report to the nearest Navy recruiting station or substation, where you would present your documentary evidence of education and submit to a preliminary physical examination.
Very well, then. Now, with a bit more wishful thinking, I have passed my examination. Where do I go now?
First stop, Floyd Bennett Field, for 2 months of elimination flight training, including dual instruction in the air and 12 hours of solo.
Well, by that time I ought to be pretty good.
Good enough to be transferred to one of our southern bases for advanced flight training. That's where your real work starts. That's where you really learn how to fly and to fight. And when your training is finished, you will be eligible for the commission of ensign in the Naval Reserve and your Navy wings of gold.
And what are my chances, Commander, of successfully completing all this training and not, as they call it, being washed out?
Your chances are good. 5 to 1, as a matter of fact. And for this reason, our job at the selection board is to handpick the men, to be as certain as possible they don't wash out. You see, we can't afford to waste $25,000.
You mean that it costs $25,000 to train one cadet?
Yes, Mr. Kaufman. It's the most expensive scholarship in the world. And without any doubt, it's the best training in the world. And when a cadet gets his wings at Pensacola, he becomes, in effect, a one-man Navy. He takes off from his aircraft carrier in a fighter plane alone. He is his own pilot, his own navigator, his own radio man, his own machine gunner. And when his mission is accomplished, he must find his way back to his ship, which may now be an entirely different place from where he left it.
Then I take it that by the time I have my wings, I'd have become a really expert airman.
You certainly would. And you'd have some other very valuable assets, too.
Obviously, then, Commander, your advice to all young men is to avail themselves of these advantages now and help their country at the same time.
Yes, definitely. Because it is my belief that this war will be won in the air. We've got to turn out the planes, but the Navy needs 30,000 new men this year to fly them. Let's imagine for a moment that this war is a gigantic football game, with civilization as the stake. The airplanes are the line. What we need are 30,000 more triple threat men this year to carry the ball.
You have given us, Commander, an extremely valuable and clear insight into the workings of naval aviation. Thank you and good night. That is the Navy as it is, and as it will continue to be, with compound interest. But now Morton Gould leads the orchestra in a medley of traditional sailors' songs that tell of the Navy as it was, when the wind went through the rigging at 15 knots instead of 400 miles an hour.
Getting madder and madder because he wasn't at the sea blasting the enemy. Then one winter evening, a blizzard clamps down on New York. Only 2 men would have had the nerve to take a warship past the British blockade in a blizzard. And the other one was Captain Blockade in a blizzard. And the other one was Captain Josiah Peabody. Yes, sir, it was the worst storm.
Over. 9 knots, sir. 9 1/2.
Keep an eye for the British patrol. Set the mizzen topsail and jib again. We're clear. Head for the open sea.
Well, Sonny, one frigate couldn't fight the entire British Navy. But what that vessel didn't do to the British trade ships...
Yeah, but Gramps, where does the girl come in?
Now, will you wait, boy? Be patient. One day, a strange man-of-war appears and Captain Peabody hails her. But she don't pay no attention, and Peabody fires a shot across her bow. The sloop came about then all right, and Captain Peabody came aboard. A sort of fattish officer meets him on deck of a strange sloop.
Captain Nicolas Dupont of His Most Christian Majesty sloop Tigress.
Captain Joseph Peabody, United States ship Delaware.
And why, sir, did you fire upon me?
Why didn't you show your colors and stop?
Those are our colors, monsieur.
Well, they're not familiar?
Sure. It is the flag of His Majesty Louis, King of France and Navarre.
The King of France? The King, did you say?
But of course. Napoleon has fallen. Louis XVIII is king, and we have made peace with England. Monsieur, you fired upon a neutral ship.
Well, my humblest apologies, sir.
Yes, you know more about it. I should like to introduce you to my passengers. Your Excellency, may I present Captain Josiah Peabody of the United States Navy. His Excellency, the Marquis de Saint-Amand-des-Bois, Governor of Martinique.
It is a pleasure to meet you, Captain. It would be a further pleasure to present you to my daughter, Mademoiselle de Villebois.
Captain Peabody.
Your servant, ma'am.
I hope you're planning to visit us at Fort de France in Martinique.
Mademoiselle, you see,
We'll be looking for your ship in the bay someday. You must promise to visit us.
Well, Sonny, from that minute on, Captain Josiah Peabody was sunk. All he could think of in his spare time was a pair of blue eyes and brown curls. Then one day, 3 British warships caught up with the Delaware and chased it very convenient into the bay at Martinique. Yes, sir. Peabody is getting set to run the blockade with guns wide open when all of a sudden the Tigress comes booming out under full sail and drops anchor between the contending warships. Like that. The Marquis invites both captains aboard the ship.
Captain Peabody, Captain Davenant, as a neutral power, France cannot permit fighting within our territorial waters.
Further, you cannot leave these waters within 24 hours of each other. That is the law.
But confound it, sir.
We shall fire on any vessel disobeying my instructions.
Peabody, you ran in here purposely, confound you.
I did not, and confound you, sir.
Gentlemen. Gentlemen.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry.
Pardon me. But what in devilment are we to do?
Why not drop anchor here tonight? Give us our chance to repay the hospitality we've received in America.
Well,
and England.
Shall we say tonight? At 8?
Dancing, Father.
Oh, to be sure, dancing. Bring your officers, gentlemen.
Can you waltz, Captain Peabody?
Well, I'm very sorry, ma'am. Mademoiselle.
Oh, no, that's good. I wanted to go outside anyhow.
Lovely night.
But not for war. Just think. Your ship might have been at the bottom of the bay by now. Your ship. Why do England and America fight?
Reasons. The reasons wouldn't have been strong enough. We'd been prepared. Congress wanted to save money. No navy. We need a fleet. In a world like this, it takes force to prevent force. 12 two-deckers of 72 guns each would have prevented this war. I hope to heaven that America never lets herself be so weak again. Never. Never.
So do I. I was born in America, but I've lived in England. And I can see America and England as friends, with great fleets on the oceans. What did you say, Josiah?
Ma'am, I was just listening and looking at you.
Do you believe what you hear?
I believe what I see.
Captain Peabody, sir. Your pardon, ma'am.
This looks official. I'll go. Good night, Captain.
Good night.
Lieutenant.
Night, ma'am. Captain Peabody, I thought that if we might slip away while the English were dancing.
Exactly, Hubbard, exactly. Take the others and ready the ship. I'll stay to avoid suspicion. Meet you at the landing in 1 hour. On the double now. Hurry!
Josiah! Captain Peabody! Captain Peabody! Oh, Josiah.
Anne, what are you doing here?
Oh, I knew you'd be up to this. Josiah, you mustn't go away like this. Captain Definite will miss you. He'll follow you. You'll fight. You'll lose your only ship.
Well, better to go down fighting than to rot in port.
I can't keep you here.
Well, you mustn't try. Now, please.
Very well. I shan't. But if you try to escape, the guns of the fort will sink you. I shall warn them.
You wouldn't.
I should have to.
Oh, well, I can't quarrel with the guns. All right, I'll stay.
Because you fear the guns?
Yeah. No, because... Oh, for many reasons. Come on.
I tell you, Your Excellency, this situation is ridiculous and impossible. When can we leave here?
I cannot stop your leaving here, but I can and will stop your leaving within 24 hours of each other.
But you realize, Your Excellency, that while my 3 ships lie idle, pirates are looting and plundering all over the West Indies? Allow me to go after them.
Oh, why that tub of Calypso couldn't catch a schooner. Come on, let me go.
Conscionable, unscrupulous, scurrilous...
Wait. Why don't you both go?
Yeah, but me first.
Absolutely not. I'll go first.
Why not go out together?
Together?
With the understanding that they'll return.
Oh.
Word of honor. Father?
I agree, if the 2 gentlemen ever can.
No, Devenant, how does that sit with you?
I agree. Good.
Goodbye, Josiah. Good luck to both of you. This is the way England and America were meant to fight together.
Yes, ma'am.
Good luck again. Come, Father. Leave them to their plans.
Well, sir? Well, no one said anything about what we might decide to do once we get outside of French waters, did they? No, sir, they did not. Good.
Father, what seems to be the trouble out there?
The Calypso and the Delaware are maneuvering most strangely, almost as... those bloodthirsty idiots!
Broadside, they're fighting. They must... Not now.
Captain Dupont, put a shot across their bows. Strap on every stitch of sail you've got, but quickly!
Had no right to come between our vessels, sir. This was strictly a gentleman's quarrel, Your Excellency.
Gentlemen, indeed. Pack of barbarians.
You evaded the spirit of our agreement.
War, sir, is war.
Except for one very important consideration, Captain Josiah Peabody of the Delaware. There is no war.
What? No war?
A dispatch boat arrived just after you left. America and England have made peace.
Peace?
There are other things now for great peoples to do besides fight each other. The seas are full of pirates. For the good of all men, fight them and fight them together.
What's this? What are they firing for?
I raise signal flags to your ships. They know the war is over.
They're saluting each other. The Delaware and the Calypso. America and England.
So Captain Davenant and Captain Peabody, they shook hands and wasn't mad at each other no more.
Well, is that all there is to the story?
Heck no, Anne and Josiah, they got married and lived happily ever after. Don't they always? Huh. You needn't wrinkle your little nose either. Weren't for them, you wouldn't be here at all.
But, Gramps, if that was the War of 1812, how could you be in the War of 1812?
Come on now, you mustn't doubt your grandpa's word. Get to bed. Get to bed.
Tall masts, rooted in sturdy hulls of other days, are remembered again as Conrad Thibault sings John Masefield's Sea Fever, set to music by John Ireland, Mr. Thibault.
I must go down to the seas again, to the lonely sea and the sky. And all I ask is a tall ship and a star to steer her by. And the wheels shake and the wind strong, and the white sails shaking, and a gray mist on the sea's face, and a gray dawn breaking. I must go down to the seas
again, for the call of the running tide is a wild call and a clear call that may not be denied. And is a windy day with the white clouds flying, and the flung spray and the blown fume, and the seagulls crying. I must go down to the seas again, to the vagrant ships in a high, to the Gulf where the whales wave, where the wind's like a western night, and is a merry yarn from a laughing fellow rover, and a quiet sleep and a sweet dream when the long trick's
Next week at this time, we will be back with another all-star half hour dedicated to what we in these United States are fighting for and why. Until then, this is George S. Kaufman reminding you to remember Pearl Harbor, and now more than ever before, to keep 'em rolling.
This entire program was produced and directed by Arthur Curlin of the radio section of the War Production Board. Continuity was written by Milton Geiger, Martin Gosch, and Howard Harris. The War Production Board wishes to thank station WOR and Mutual for furnishing the time and facilities to make this evening's broadcast possible. And also George S. Kaufman, Morton Gould, Myrna Loy, Otto Kruger, Conrad Thibault, and Lieutenant Commander Albert F. Rice for contributing their services tonight. We also wish to thank the Hollywood Victory Committee for Miss Myrna Loy's appearance. Frank Dunn announcing. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Starring Basil Rathbone in an original radio play, A Continental Uniform, on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont. Our play tonight is a story of a great American patriot and hero who through personal grievances and frustrations came to gather the seeds of his own corruption along the way. And finally, because there could be no turning back on the devious road he had traveled alone, reaped the bitter harvest of his treason. It is the story of Benedict Arnold. Our play is written by Robert Tallman. Basil Rathbone appears in it by courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Studios, in whose production, The Man from Martinique, he will soon be seen. On the Cavalcade of America, DuPont presents A Continental Uniform, starring Basil Rathbone.
A traitor is best remembered not for how he lived, but for how he finally died. That's why we commence our story not at the beginning, but somewhere near the end. This is England, the last year of the 18th century, Westminster Abbey. It looks much the same as it did a few years ago. But there's a monument that's somewhat new, for it says, "Sacred to the memory of John Andre, who fell a sacrifice to his zeal for king and country, October 2nd, 1780. Before it stand a man and woman, aged beyond their years. They're Benedict Arnold and his wife, Peggy."
John Andre. Think of it, Peggy. A man has to be dead to have a shrine in Westminster Abbey. Yet Andre is more alive than I am.
You mustn't torture yourself this way, Benedict. What's done is done. You mustn't come here anymore.
I mustn't come here anymore. Must wear my scarf. Must take the physic the doctor left.
Shh, Benedict.
What have I become, a doddering old fool to be told what I must do by a wife who's much too young and handsome to be anything but a nursemaid to my old age?
Benedict, please, don't raise your voice. Remember where we are.
Sorry. I mustn't rouse the dead, must I? I can feel Andre's spirit rising now to take you in his arms, to take you away from me.
I knew what I was doing when I married you instead of John Andre, Benedict.
Did you? Then we're both mad.
Why do you say that? Because Andre died a martyr? You might have died the same. You took the same chances.
No. Andre took his chances for a loyalty he can thank God he died with. I took mine for revenge and 30 pieces of silver. Huh. There's a high and dangerous business for a general in a mighty cause. God help me, Peggy. I'm sick, sick.
Come. It's damp and chilly here. You know how the damp brings back the pain in your leg.
Then I'll stay. That pain is my only reminder that I once had honorable wounds.
Portrait of a traitor. How did he come here to stand with festering conscience among the illustrious dead of a foreign land? Come, let us go to another place in time, leave off our wondering, and see him for a moment as he was. Patriot, hero, not yet for sale to the highest bidder. A military hospital at Albany, the second year of the War for Independence. A surgeon bends over Benedict Arnold.
No. I will not allow you to resplit my leg. If a leg refuses to mend, I'll have it cut off. I'm losing something more precious than a leg lying here inactive.
Come now, you exaggerate, General.
Exaggerate? Have you seen this newspaper? 6 officers cited by the Congress for promotion, rewarded with important posts, and every man of them inferior to me. I am passed over, completely neglected.
Well, why not send a letter to the Congress?
Letters? I've sent them letters. They care nothing for victories. They want to know how much money it's costing. You can't be a general and keep books at the same time. Don't they realize that?
Perhaps in time they will.
Time is our greatest enemy. And the Congress can use more of it than anybody. Scoundrels. Little they care for independence when it comes to paying for it.
And yet they're all the Congress we've got, General Arnold. I thank God we've any Congress at all.
Oh, yes, I suppose you're right. And yet?
Yes, General?
If I had the choice to make, I'd hang every mother's son of them.
What?
You think that treason? Are we to be ruled by a set of petty and myopic bookkeepers? Better treason than that.
Better treason?
Well, I've had my share of humiliation at their hands. Yes, I've had my share. But I'm fighting still. And God willing, I'll fight to the end in the service of my country.
General Washington. General Benedict Arnold.
At your service, General Washington.
It's a pleasure to see you on your feet again, General Arnold.
Thank you, sir. It's a pleasure to be on them, especially when they bring me to your quarters.
That reminds me, General Arnold. I have your application for a new commission, but I just now discovered a complication. Apparently, you wanted to resign your commission before you were wounded.
That's right, sir, I did.
But why?
If you don't mind, sir, I'd rather not discuss it. Believe me, it was a matter of honor. I had personal differences with General Gates.
Were you perhaps a little hasty in your judgment of Gates?
General Washington, don't you know it's a matter of gossip in your official family that General Gates is in a conspiracy to have yourself removed from command and have himself placed in your boots?
I make it my policy never to take notice of any rumors, General Arnold, of any kind.
By that, sir, you mean rumors concerning me.
You will find me most outspoken in what I mean, General Arnold. I believe there is some justice in your contention that your services have not been properly rewarded. Therefore, I am offering you a commission to command the Continental troops in Philadelphia. That is, if that leg of yours will permit.
General Washington, you have no need to worry about my leg. In a few months, I'll be throwing away this cane. And in 6 months, sir, I'll be dancing in Philadelphia.
You are listening to Basil Rathbone in an original radio play, A Continental Uniform, on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont, makers of better things for better living through chemistry.
This is the portrait of a traitor. The likeness is not altered appreciably in 6 months' time. A man of medium height, a little too fond of eating, perhaps. But the bearing is military. He's a great favorite with the ladies, or so it seems. Come, let us look at him now. On the crest of the wave, General Benedict Arnold, commander of Philadelphia, the 4th year of the War for Independence. He's dancing with a lovely lady. Peggy Shippen. She smiles upon him.
Please, General Arnold, you mustn't hold my hand so tightly. People will notice.
I want them to notice. If you don't watch out, I shall kiss you right here and now, and then we shall have to be engaged.
Please. Let's go out on the balcony, shall we?
I am at your service, Miss Shippen.
Ah, the air's better here, isn't it?
Miss Shippen.
Yes?
Peggy.
What is it, Benedict?
I hesitate to speak for one so far above me as yourself, being a widower of uncertain military fortunes, and you, a young girl, waiting mayhap for a fresher, younger love.
I gave you credit for understanding me better than you do, sir. If you believe that I'm pining for the absent Major Andre, you're mistaken. He came here a man, an officer in a brave, determined army. Then the rebels retook our city.
Peggy?
The Continentals, then, if you like that better. But you are rebels against the king, aren't you?
That's not the question.
Oh, but it is very much the question.
Oh, Peggy, you leave me with scarcely anything to say.
Then don't say anything. Just take me in your arms.
Peggy. Oh, my darling, my precious. If you only knew how I've longed for you ever since the moment I met you.
Father will be furious, you know. He doesn't think much of soldiers' pay.
But I'll be a man of property after the war is over. If our side wins, that is. And it will win, God willing.
You believe their promises?
I believe in General Washington.
General Washington, yes, but what of the Congress?
Oh, bother the Congress. Will you marry me, Peggy?
Perhaps. You don't understand me very well as yet, my dear. But you will. I feel certain you will.
Well, General Arnold, my congratulations. Philadelphia held a greater conquest for you than I suspected it would. My congratulations,
Thank
sir.
you, General Washington. You'll excuse me if I come straight to the point. It's about these newspapers that are printing these dreadful stories, slanders about my wife and myself.
I told you once, General Arnold, that I never put stock in rumors.
But the public does, General Washington. What am I to do? I'm charged with lining my own pockets under the guise of suppressing profiteers, with favoring Tories, with every conceivable evil a man could be charged with.
These charges aren't true, are they, General Arnold?
General Washington, on my honor as a man and a soldier, there is not one word of truth in them.
Then demand a court-martial.
Court-martial?
The offensive, my boy. Your own tactics. Have you forgotten Saratoga so soon?
Ah, there's a point. Challenge them to produce proof of the charges. General Washington, God bless you. You've saved my bacon again.
And you'd have done as much for me, I know. Of all my official family, Arnold, I have admired you most, save one, and that is General Lafayette, whom I have regarded as my own son.
Mrs. Arnold?
Oh, Captain Pell.
Mrs. Arnold, the trial is over. General Arnold is coming directly, madam.
Yes, I see him. He's coming now. Please go, Captain. Thank you.
Good day, Mrs. Arnold.
Driver! Driver!
Yes, General Arnold.
Drive us home.
Yes, sir. Get up.
Barking dogs. Pin-headed blunderers. Convict me of hauling groceries in public wagons, eh?
Darling, don't mind.
Reprimand from General Washington. Stinking skunks! Trying to cover up their putrid stench that way, black-hearted vultures. Stupid long-nosed curs, nuzzling for rat holes. Civil authority, eh? Rotten political scoundrelism.
You mustn't feel that way about it.
They'll be sorry. Every one of them. They'll regret this to their dying day.
What happens to a man when his mind is made up? When he decides to betray his inmost loyalty? Does his face change? No, it must not. It's the mask against the guilty secret. If he's Benedict Arnold, he develops patience, cunning. He no longer demands, he asks, coolly, reasonably, for what he wants. His face is a miracle of stolidity when his friend expresses surprise.
Arnold, I don't understand this request. West Point. There's nothing to do there. I've always thought of you as a man of action.
West Point is a vital post, General Washington. If we lose it, we'd be cut in two.
Yes, it's important, but we couldn't possibly lose it.
Haven't I been crucified enough? At any rate, sir, give me command of the post at West Point, at least until my wound is healed.
Very well, Arnold. I don't understand it, but if West Point's what you want, you can have it.
West Point. There's an odd choice of temple for the kiss of treason. A bleak barracks on the Hudson. Who would have dreamed it might be important someday? Who but a great general? Who but Benedict Arnold? He's making it important. He's putting West Point on the map. The lamp burns late in General Arnold's study.
Benedict.
Oh, yes, Piggy? I'll be along in a moment. Can't you sleep?
It's so quiet. So deadly quiet in this place.
Oh. We shan't be here much longer.
You're writing the letter to them?
Yes, the last one.
This is my fault. I shouldn't have let you begin this.
Peggy, you have nothing to do with what I have done or will do in this business. Remember that. Never forget it.
I could see everything clearly before you wrote that last letter. Why did you have to tell them where General Washington was crossing the river? He was your friend. He might have been killed or captured.
He was my only friend. That's why I had to do it. Don't you understand? A friend can hurt more than an enemy.
And when you make an enemy, your friend?
We shall see. I told you this was the last letter, Peggy. I'm offering West Point to the British for £20,000. Andre?
At your service, sir.
Oh. You know what we're to do?
I have my orders, sir.
Have I Sir Henry's word that he agrees to my terms?
We will pay your price. 20,000 pounds for the surrender of West Point. Half that if we fail.
Good. Tonight I'll take you to a friend's house, Major Andre. We can talk better there.
I had no orders to go inside American lines.
You have nothing to fear. You must take my word for it.
Your word?
I'll give you a pass in the name of John Anderson. Here is my part of the bargain. The plans of West Point. Here, come on, take them.
My orders were not to accept any papers, General Arnold.
I'm afraid you have no choice, Major Andre.
Very well, sir. I will take the papers.
Don't forget, your name is John Anderson. Yes, I don't know when I've laughed so heartily at breakfast. Colonel Hamilton, I'm tempted to match your excellent stories with one of my own.
Let's hear it, General Arnold.
Well, I knew a Connecticut farmer once who was walking along a road... excuse me, gentlemen. What is it, Major?
This report just came. A suspicious character has been captured down the river. His name is John Anderson.
Anderson? Were there any papers on him?
Yes, of a most incriminating nature, sir. They've been sent to General Washington.
Washington?
Is anything the matter, General?
No. It's a routine matter. Major, keep him posted. Well, where was I?
You were telling the story of the farmer, General.
Oh, yes, I was. Well, this farmer, walking down the road, he met one of his field hands, you see, and he said, look at that beautiful sky. There's nothing more beautiful than the setting sun. And the field hand said, that ain't no setting sun. That's your home burning down. Excuse me a moment, gentlemen. I must speak to my wife. Major.
Yes, sir?
Please order my horse unstabled. I have an errand at once.
I'll take care of it, General Arnold. Orderly. General Arnold.
Yes?
Peggy, I must speak to you.
Of course, dear. Oh, what is it?
Andre has been captured.
No. Oh, no, I don't believe
Stop it, Peggy. Pull yourself together.
I can't. I won't believe it.
I failed, Peggy. You must face it.
Oh, we must do something. You must do something. You're too clever to be caught. You must talk your way back into favor, as you have so many times before.
Yes, maybe I could at that. I could say I contacted the enemy for purposes of finding out their spies.
Yes.
Who is it?
Collins, sir.
Oh, well, come in.
Pardon. Beg to report, sir. General Washington has been reported 2 miles over in Connecticut on his way here. Shall we send a detail to escort him?
Yes. Oh, of course. Take care of it, will you, Major?
Yes, sir.
Benedict, luck is on your side again. General Washington is your friend.
No, I can't face him. I'd stay and face anyone else, but not him.
You leave me to face him?
I must, for both our sakes. For the child, too.
Oh, but what will I do? What will I say?
Why, you know nothing. Have hysterics. Do anything faint. But I can't stay here and face Washington. Goodbye, my darling.
Oh, where will I come to?
I don't know. Only come. Come when I tell you. I'll need you desperately.
Don't be sad, darling. Think. This boat is carrying us to a new life in England.
New life? Does anybody ever have a new life?
Darling, don't think of the past. You'll serve the king. In London, you'll be a hero.
A hero? Look, Peggy. America is growing smaller and smaller. Look at it, Peggy. Look at it as long as you can. We may never see it again. Your Royal Highness, I have come to offer my services to my country.
Your country? Which country do you mean now, Mr. Arnold?
I've heard of the of the coalition. England and France will soon be at war. I am ready to accept any sort of command.
You have forced this interview. I will be frank. What you ask is impossible.
Impossible, Your Highness?
Mr. Arnold, no British officer would serve with you.
Oh, excuse me, sir. Have I permission to sit at your table?
Oh, please, be seated, sir. Be seated. I'm delighted to talk to somebody.
Oh, thank you so much.
Oh, this English nation. What food and weather. One sauce, one weather. Both miserable. And on top of it, I must go to America.
America? At one time, I lived in America.
Oh, what fortune, sir. I am the Count Maurice Charles de Talleyrand.
Oh, yes, Count Talleyrand.
Perhaps you will be so kind as to give me an introduction to some of your friends and countrymen, eh?
Count Talleyrand, I am the only American in the world who cannot give you letters to any man in his own country. I am Benedict Arnold.
Portrait of a traitor. Old and hunched now. Dying now in a lonely room in a foreign city. He looks up into the face of the woman who leans over him. His wife. The most beautiful woman in America has been his wife. Her lips are moving, but only a few words reach his ears.
Darling, try to rest.
Peggy.
Yes, dear?
All I've left. Peggy. This is the end. It's over. And I'm glad it is now.
No. Don't say it, darling.
What have I ever offered you all these years? Shame. Disgrace. Now there's nothing left. Peggy.
Yes, darling?
Bring me my Continental uniform.
You...
And bring me the epaulets and sword knots General Washington gave me.
Yes, darling. I will.
I want to die in my old uniform, Peggy. May God forgive me for putting on any other.
Thank you, Basil Rathbone. And now another story, of chemistry this time. Gain Whitman tells how cellophane has enlisted for the duration to help assure our nation of victory.
Cellophane is helping in the war efforts on two fronts, not only with the armed forces, but behind the lines, doing a conservation job. Light and thin, but strong, cellophane offers greater protection for a pound of material used than other packaging materials. The saving in weight and bulk is vital in wartime. Because they are light and compact, cellophane packages save transportation. Coal, oil, rubber, gasoline, trucks, all must be conserved. Every pound hauled by rail or truck demands its toll in fuel and wear. Every inch of shipping space is precious. Here are some examples of cellophane helping to conserve. Figures tell the story. For instance, packaging 1,000 pounds of puffed cereal in cellophane takes only 1/10 as much material. Or when you're packaging rice, cellophane cuts the amount of material you need right in half. Another example, milk bottles. When you use cellophane hoods to protect bottled milk and cream, you cut the amount of protective material you need by nearly 70%. Quick frozen foods are a conservation measure in themselves, and cellophane gives them a plus factor. To can 1 million pounds of peas, for example, takes more than 200,000 pounds of metal and thousands of pounds of shipping cases. To package the same amount of quick frozen peas takes no metal at all, just cartons, waxed paper, and cellophane. And you can ship 1 million pounds of quick frozen peas in cellophane in 31 freight cars, as against 64 for canned peas. Then, too, cellophane is being used to add moisture-proofness and grease-proofness to paperboard containers to permit their broader use and save precious metal. On some products, the metal body of a container is being replaced with paperboard laminated with cellophane, saving 70% to 80% of the metal. Cellophane is used for a good many purposes by our armed forces, in packaging bandages, compresses, surgical dressings, and drugs for the Army and Navy, for instance. Not only because of its sanitary and moisture-proof qualities, but because it's an effective wrapping to keep out poison gas. Hospitals use it for surgical masks. Surgeons rely on the film as a cover for wet dressings. And the Army uses cellophane in packaging some of the balanced emergency rations that have taken the place of the hardtack and corned willy of the First World War. In airplane plants, cellophane speeds the job of assembling planes, although we can't tell you how until the war is over. Maps and charts are surfaced with cellophane to keep them free of grease and dirt and shield them against the weather. And delicate instruments and precision tools used in the war industries are shipped in cellophane to cut down the chances of corrosion. These are a few of the points in America's war effort at which DuPont cellophane is handling important jobs, doing its part to safeguard our democracy, for which in time of peace DuPont works to produce better things for better living through chemistry.
Next Monday on the Cavalcade of America, DuPont will present another play with a stirring and vital message for men and women of our time. Its title, In This Crisis. The star, Claude Rains. Don't forget, next Monday night at the same time, Claude Rains in This Crisis. The musical score for tonight's program was composed and conducted by Robert Armbruster. This is John Heaston sending best wishes from DuPont.
This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo silver, the Lone Ranger.
With his faithful Indian companion Tonto, the masked rider of the plains led the fight for law and order in the early western United States. The stories of his strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness, have come down to us through the generations. And nowhere in the pages of history can one find a greater champion of justice. Return with us now to the thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of a great horse, Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for the Hayden Ranch! Oh, Silver!
The whole country celebrated the wedding of young Jerry Tolliver and Nancy Hayden. It was an occasion that everyone had looked forward to for weeks, and every member of every family spent the whole day at the Hayden Ranch. The ceremony was in the morning. There was a barbecue in the afternoon, and at night a dance. But shortly after the music started, the young couple stole away from their guests to the great veranda that circled the ranch house.
Don't make any noise, Jerry. Some of the children are asleep out here.
I see them. It's nice to be alone, though, isn't it?
Yes.
I swear I've shook hands with so many people today that I'm going to have to wear my arm in a sling.
I'm tired, too.
What I'd like to do is climb in the buckboard right now and drive home.
We promised we wouldn't leave before 12 o'clock.
I know.
Jerry,
Yeah?
are you happy?
What do you think?
As happy as I am?
Sure.
You couldn't be. Seems too good to be true.
Well, there were plenty of times when I thought it never would come true.
That's part of what I mean. It isn't just you and me, it's everybody. There won't be any more fighting between the Tollivers and the Haydens now.
Never again.
There can't be. When I think how hopeless we felt about it once.
I'd still feel hopeless if a certain party I could mention hadn't gone away.
I wonder where he is.
In China, I hope.
Well, naturally, you couldn't expect me to say that.
No, he's your kin, but just the
Let's
same...
not talk about it. Kiss me once, and then we'll have to go back to the...
What's the matter?
Nothing. Jerry, you go back to the party alone. I'll join you in a minute.
You gone loco?
Please don't ask any questions. Just go along.
What's the idea?
You trust me, don't you, Jerry?
That's got nothing to do with it. I can see in your face that you're afraid.
I'm only afraid that you won't do as I ask. Believe me, this is important to both of us.
Where are you going?
Please, Jerry.
Well, all right, honey. Nancy! Gotta find her. That's all there is to it. Is that you, Nancy?
Yes, Jerry. Have I been gone long?
Nearly half an hour.
I'd like to go home now.
Why, it's nowhere near 12 o'clock.
That doesn't matter. I can't stay here any longer.
Why, honey, you're trembling.
It's cold. Get me my shawl and we'll go.
Well, aren't you going in to say goodbye to people?
You know what it'll be like if we go in there. They won't let us go. Even if we insist on it, there'll be a lot of horseplay. They'll try to stop us. I couldn't stand it. I couldn't face them.
Nancy, you asked me if I trusted you.
You've got to.
Well, then what about your trusting me? I'm your husband. You've got to tell me what's wrong.
Nothing. Nothing as long as you don't ask questions.
I thought I heard a bird out there, but it must have been a whistle. You went out there to meet someone, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Who?
I can't answer that.
But Nancy...
No matter how many times you ask, my answer will be the same. I can't tell you. Shall we go home?
If you want to, I'll get your shawl.
2 weeks passed, and then Jerry rode over to his father's ranch one day. He found Sam Tolliver sitting on the fence of the corral mending a bridle.
Oh, boy. Steady now. Hold there. Howdy, Paul.
Howdy, son. You and Nancy had a fight?
I know. What makes you ask that?
Your face looks mighty black.
Maybe so. We haven't been fighting, though.
Well, you going to climb off that cayuse and spend the time of day?
Oh, I'm on my way to Birchville.
Oh, that's so? What business you got in Birchville?
Well, it isn't my business exactly. The railroad goes through there, you know, and Nancy wants me to mail a letter at the post office. It's awful important, she says, and it's got to get to Chicago fast.
Chicago.
Uh-huh.
What's Nancy writing to Chicago for?
That's what I'd like to know.
She didn't tell you?
Nope.
Did you ask her?
Yeah?
And she wouldn't tell you?
You think maybe I should have insisted on it, Pa?
Oh, shucks no, son. Women like to be mysterious. And she wouldn't have given you the letter to mail if there was anything wrong with it. Likely as not, she's buying something for the house and wants to surprise you.
Well, she gave me the letter because she couldn't mail it herself.
What's that?
Well, it's a long trail to Birchville and a rough one. I don't figure she's buying anything.
Of course, you could tell something by the address.
It's a man's name, that's all.
Well, I wouldn't worry about it, son. Like I say, women gotta have their secrets. Which way you riding?
Through Two-Bit Canyon. That's shortest.
Kind of dangerous. You watch out for Indians and outlaws.
Yeah. I'll be seeing you, Pa.
Adios.
Get up there, boy. Get up. Come on, boy. We'll be through the canyon in just a few minutes. And there's nothing but open country all the way to Birchville. I sure don't like this. Oh!
Why you come back to Valley?
I don't know, Tonto.
Branch you not fight anymore. All quiet here.
I just want to make sure of that. See, when Nancy and Jerry got married, it should have put an end to all the trouble between the two families. Well, perhaps it has. Sometimes it doesn't work out that way.
Kimasabi, you look.
A horse without a rider. There's someone lying at the side of the trail. That man is hurt. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout. How do you see that horse before?
Oh, I. Belongs to young Jerry Tolliver.
Maybe that him on ground.
Steady there, Silver. Yes, Tonto. It is Jerry.
Him dead?
Not yet. We'll do what we can for him.
Tonto fixed wound.
He was riding when he was hit. There's some footprints there.
Tonto see him.
Whoever shot him came close enough to make sure the job was finished. Here's something.
What'd you find?
A broken spur. Could have belonged to Jerry.
No, him still got both spurs, not broke.
It must belong to the murderer. And it's different enough so that we ought to be able to trace it.
That good.
How are you coming, Tonto?
Bandage all right now.
We can't move him far, but we can get him over to that spring and make him comfortable on some pine boughs. And I'm going to leave you with him and ride on into the valley. If we're going to find the man who shot him, we'll have to move fast.
Kimasabi.
What's that you have?
It's leather.
Yes. The way it's been torn, I'd say it was broken open from his fall. 2 envelopes and... this is strange. There's nothing in them but blank paper.
Later that morning, Nancy Tolliver was entertaining a visitor.
I figured it was about time you had a visit from your new paw, Nancy.
You're always welcome, Sam.
Sure got the place fixed up pretty.
I'm glad you like it.
Yep, the house and the horses and the cattle are in tip-top shape. You and Jerry are going to have one of the best ranches in the valley.
Thanks to you and Pa.
Well, it's natural for us to want our young'uns to get on in the world. There's only one thing about the place I don't like.
What's that?
The look on your face.
Has Jerry said anything to you?
I knew there was something wrong without that.
Oh, Sam, I don't know what to do.
Well, it's not my place to give you advice.
No. No one can do that.
Not even your own ma and pa.
I promised.
You promised what?
It's no use, Sam. There's only one good thing about it. Jerry's taking a letter over to Birchville to mail. And if I get the right kind of answer, then I won't have to keep any more secrets. Who's that just rode up?
You were awful jumpy.
It can't be Jerry back so soon. He couldn't get to town and back before 9. It can't be.
What in thunder?
A masked man.
Don't be afraid. I'm not an outlaw.
What do you want?
I have some bad news for you, Mrs. Tolliver. For you, Sam. You know us? Yes. Jerry's been hurt. Hurt?
What's happened? Where is he?
He's still alive and he's being cared for.
Where? You've got to take me to him.
I'll do that as soon as you answer a few questions.
You tell me Jerry's hurt and you expect me to stand around here and answer questions? I know which way he rode. I'll go after him myself.
But there's nothing you can do for him at the moment. And you don't want the man who shot him to get away, do you? Shot? Who? Who did it? Mrs. Tolliver, we found these torn envelopes and this blank paper on the ground beside him. Well, that's the letter you gave him to mail.
But blank paper? I don't understand.
Did you give your husband this envelope?
Yes,
And there was more than blank paper inside when you gave it to him?
of course. There must have been.
Must have been. Aren't you sure about it?
That letter has nothing to do with the man who shot Jerry. Didn't you find anything else near him?
It's this, Mrs. Tolliver.
What is it?
Looks like a broken rowel from a spur. You're right, Sam. A silver sunburst. There's an engraving on it that should make it easy to trace. You recognize it?
No, it couldn't be.
Leaping cactus. There's only one hombre around here who's got spurs like that.
But Sam...
And you know who I mean, Nancy. That spur belongs to your paw.
To Ben Hayden?
Now, wait. This man is wearing a mask. We're taking his word for it that he isn't an outlaw. Why couldn't he be the one who shot Jerry?
Because there'd be no sense in his coming here if he had.
Well, he's trying to put the blame on Paul.
What's more, I've had a look out the window at the horse he's riding. I'll bet my bottom dollar he calls him Silver.
You're right.
This is the Lone Ranger.
The Lone Ranger? Oh, help me, please.
I'll do anything I can.
Not if you try to save her paw, you won't.
This spur isn't proof.
It will be if he can't produce a pair like it. I'm heading for the Bar H Ranch.
Then I'll go with you.
Masked man, I know there must be a mistake somewhere. Don't let Sam go for his guns. Don't let him kill my paw.
Are you going to stay here?
No, I want to go to Jerry.
You keep away from him.
What?
If he's still alive, I want him to stay that way.
What are you saying? Jerry's my husband.
I'm just remembering that letter.
That has nothing to do with...
Blank paper. The man who shot Jerry was waiting for him in the canyon. You're the one who sent Jerry through that canyon today.
Oh, Sam.
Easy there.
Nancy and her paw fixed up the ambush between them.
Don't make any accusations until you've had your talk with Hayden.
Come on, then.
Now, Mrs. Tolliver, you'll find your husband near the spring at the far end of the canyon. Tonto's with him.
Come on.
I'm ready.
And if Ben can't produce a pair of spurs...
There won't be any gunplay.
Maybe you can stop me today. But if Ben shot Jerry, then the feud's going to bust wide open again. And this time it won't stop till every Hayden in the valley is wiped out.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. The Lone Ranger and Sam Tolliver raced across the level rangeland toward the Bar H spread. When they reined up in front of the ranch house...
Steady, Silver, steady, boy.
Hold there.
I'll do the talking here, Sam.
Jerry's my son.
You want the truth, don't you?
Sure I want the truth. I'm going to make Ben admit...
You'll never get it if Ben knows that you suspect him. Let me tell him what's happened.
He knows already.
Good heavens, a masked man. Ben, come here quick.
This is the Lone Ranger, Emmy.
What's that? Did you say there was a
Oh, I guess it's all right. Sam here says the masked hombre is a Lone Ranger.
May we come in?
Sure thing, you're welcome. But what's up? What brings you here?
Go on, ask him.
Ben, do you own a pair of spurs with sunburst rowels and made of silver? Engraved with a circle of stars?
Why, yeah, I got them down in Mexico. What about them?
May I see them?
Well, sure, if you want to.
I know where they are. I'll get them.
Hanging up by the window in my office.
Yeah, I know.
You don't have to tell me there's something wrong. I can see it in Sam's face. But would you mind explaining?
We're waiting to see those spurs.
You're on the prod, mister. I'd like to know why.
Uh-huh. I'll bet you would.
I can't find them, Ben. You must have put them someplace else.
Well, look in the desk.
I did.
Gosh, I don't know. I haven't worn them for most 2 weeks.
That ain't true, Ben Hayden. You know it. You wore him this morning when you rode into the canyon and ambushed my boy.
What?
Ambushed Jerry? Are you trying to tell us that Jerry's been killed?
I don't have to tell Ben anything.
Are you accusing me?
We got all the proof we need. What's more, it was Nancy that helped you trap him.
Trusting the Hayden is just like trusting a rattlesnake.
But the man's gone clean out of his head.
I'll show you if I...
Hand over your gun, Sam.
You can't stop
I've
me
got
from...
you covered. Now, hand it over.
All right. Here it is. Remember what I told you, though.
Well, that's better. Now maybe you'll make some sense of this for us, masked man.
Jerry was shot this morning in Two-Bit Canyon. We found this broken spur beside him. Does it belong to you, Ben?
Looks like mine.
It is yours.
But I didn't shoot Jerry.
Where were you this morning?
I rode over to my south meadow.
Was anyone with you?
Don't let him fix up an alibi. He'll say some of his men were with him. Maybe they were, but they weren't near the south meadow.
I was alone.
You can see this looks bad for you, don't you?
Yeah, but I still...
We'll have to turn our evidence over to the sheriff in Birchville. He'll have to arrest you.
That don't suit me. The Hayden's got too much influence with the law around here. And the Tollivers take care of their own.
Well, you aren't aiming
I sure am.
Well, think of Nancy.
She was in on it with her paw. The masked man hasn't told you about that fake letter she gave Jerry, but I'm not forgetting it. You've had your warning, Ben. Next time we meet, slap leather.
Jerry, please, speak to me.
Him not hear you.
I know it doesn't do any good to cry either. But it's been so long. It's getting dark, Tonto. Isn't the Lone Ranger coming back here?
Him come back when work's done.
Listen.
That's more than one horse.
There they are.
It's Sam and his men. They must be coming here to get Jerry.
There he is, boys. Lift him up gentle and put him in the wagon.
What do you mean? Where are you going to take him?
Home, where he'll be safe from the Haydens.
Oh, Sam, you can't believe that I'd hurt him.
It's hard to say. And we aren't taking any chances on it.
I'd give my life to save him.
He's going home.
No, you not touch him.
Stand aside.
You move him not live.
You've got to leave him here.
No, you're working with the engine to put something else over on us.
I'm not. I swear I'm not. But if it weren't for Tonto, Jerry wouldn't be alive now. If you love him, let him alone.
Come on, Silver.
Here, mask friend, now you wait and speak to him.
At least you can do that, Sam. You know that the Lone Ranger wouldn't tell you anything that wasn't true.
For some reason, he's on your side.
Easy, boy, easy there. What's going on here?
That fellow want to take boy home.
It's time for him to be moved. He'll be taken to his own home.
That's my place. That girl's a Hayden.
She's your son's wife.
She and her paw tried to kill my boy once. They ain't getting a second chance.
I can't blame you for thinking that. And the only one who can change your mind is Nancy herself. But I know it isn't true.
No. What was that?
But Jerry.
Him open eyes now.
Oh, Jerry.
I'm all right now.
Did you hear what your pa said?
Yeah.
You don't believe it, do you?
No, but what the Lone Ranger said was right. You've got to tell the truth.
About what?
I don't know. Whatever's been going on. Who is he?
That doesn't have anything to do with it.
Who are you talking about, Jerry?
The man she met.
Please don't.
Nancy, your father's in jail.
What?
I took him there myself and turned him over to the sheriff.
But why?
Because all the evidence we have on the shooting points to him.
He couldn't have.
I don't think so either. The main reason I took him to Birchville was to prevent a murder by Sam and his men. But that won't stop him from being tried, Nancy. Tried and convicted. You've got to tell us the whole truth if you want to save your father.
I'll wait for his trial.
And let a murderer go free?
He isn't.
Speak up, Nancy. What are you holding back?
I promised.
You promised me to love, honor, obey.
Don't, Jerry.
There was someone the night of our wedding. He was hiding near the Bar H ranch house.
All right, Jerry. I'll tell you everything. But it doesn't have anything to do with the man who shot you.
Just tell us.
It was Nick. My brother Nick.
Nick Hayden back in the valley?
I thought so.
He's my brother. I had to help him.
He always hated me.
No, Jerry. That's all changed. He's glad I married you, and he wants us to be happy.
After all the trouble he made before he left here?
That was a long time ago.
Nancy, Jerry said he was hiding. Why should he be doing that? Why shouldn't he be welcome at your wedding party?
Can't you guess? Do I have to put it into words?
He was staying clear of your paw, that's what.
No, Sam.
Is he wanted by the law?
Yes. Not murder or anything like that, though. And he's innocent. But they've accused him of taking some money from a bank. And the only man who can clear him is in Chicago. Until he gets back here, Nick has to hide out.
Where?
You mean
Yes. Where's his camp?
he wouldn't tell me that? I've been leaving food for him in the Cottonwood Grove.
You've seen him more than once, haven't you? The truth, Nancy.
Yes, I have.
Yesterday.
How did you know?
He gave you that letter.
There was nothing wrong with the letter. It was only asking this man in Chicago to come back as fast as he could.
Did you see it, the writing?
You think that...
Of course I do. Don't you?
Well, it may have been that way. What he gave me was a sealed envelope. He told me to put it inside another one and address it in my own handwriting. I was to have Jerry mail it in Birchville.
And that meant he'd read through the canyon this morning.
Oh, no.
What he gave you was an envelope filled with blank paper. He only wanted to set a trap for Jerry.
Oh, no.
I told you, he hated me. There's someone he hates more.
Who do you mean?
Your father. Just what happened before Nick left here.
Well, I'm not sure. It all happened so fast, and Paul wouldn't talk about it afterward. I know they must have had a fight. Only...
Nick didn't care whether Jerry died or not. He walked over to him after he was wounded, and he could have finished the job then. But he didn't. He was more interested in getting someone else. The spur. The broken spur. Evidence against Ben Hayden. He must have stolen the spurs in the ranch house. That was for your benefit, Sam. He wanted to start the feud again. And even if Ben didn't hang for the murder, you and the rest of the Tollivers would take care of him.
And I fell for it. Nancy, why didn't you tell us that Nick was around?
I can't believe it. His own Paul.
I believe it. I know he hated him.
Why?
Because he wanted the ranch, and he couldn't wait for Ben to die.
Otto, we're riding to Birchville.
How to get Scout saddled plenty quick.
What are you going to town for? Why don't we start out in the Cottonwoods?
Ben's life is still in danger. He'd be safe in jail from you and your boys because you'd ride to town all together. The sheriff would have some warning. But just one man.
Oh, Jerry.
No, don't, honey. It isn't your fault he's such a yellow coyote.
I'm coming with you, masked man.
You'd better stay here. There can't be too many of us.
I'm ready now.
And let's go. Steady, big fella.
Come on, Silver.
There he is. The moon shining full on his face. He's going from the window. I'll have to get right up there. Better be lying on his bunk so I can't miss. Easy now. See my shadow as soon as I stand up in front of the window. Couldn't fall asleep so quick. I'll have to move fast. Now. Oh, my hand! He had a gun. He shot my gun out of my hand. I gotta run. Faster, faster.
Don't let him get away, Tonto. Use your rope. How do it? Get up, Scout.
No. Your rope, Nick. Take that rope off. Take that rope off of
Your son's in my office, Ben.
I have no son.
Oh, here you are.
Yes, here I am.
You were lucky.
For the second time you've tried to kill me.
I told you there'd be a second time. You were just lucky. Couldn't make a shot like that again in 1,000 years.
I wasn't in the cell. It was the Lone Ranger who shot the gun out of your hand.
Lone Ranger?
Yes. If it hadn't been for him, I'd be dead. The Tollivers would be blamed for the murder, and the feud would never die out.
And the ranch had belonged to me.
That's all you can think of. Even now.
You're going to jail, Nick.
Yeah?
Ben let you go free when you tried to kill him once before. But this time it's out of his hands. You're just an ornery, low-down coyote that ain't fit to run at large.
You can't prove I shot Jerry. And I didn't even fire my gun at Ben.
You didn't have a chance.
All the same, you haven't got any proof. And I'm not wanted anyplace else.
You told Nancy you were.
That was to make her do what I wanted. Little fool always was soft-hearted.
What about the letter?
It isn't proof.
This is.
Well, where have you been, masked man?
Looking for Nick's horse. Well, we found it, and we found this in the saddlebag.
Why, that's
the other half of the broken spur. You see, he stole them from your office, and he hoped to put this back just to make the case complete against you.
Yeah.
Instead, we'll put him in jail for 20 years. This is all the evidence you need, Sheriff.
You're right.
Adios.
So long. As for you, Nick, I'm putting you in the same cell your pa had. Now get moving.
Take your hands off of me. I'll get out of here. I'll get out. I tell you if it's the last.
Well, I've lost a son. Had to be, though. Now Jerry and Nancy can be happy. The whole valley will live at peace. The Lone Ranger's done a fine job.
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Don't touch that dial. This is the time when the makers of Camel cigarettes bring you...
Blondie. That's good.
The makers of Camel cigarettes, C-A-M-E-L cigarettes, bring you Blondie. And now, before we drop over to the Bumstead house to visit Chick Young's famous characters, Blondie and Dagwood, a word from the makers of Camel cigarettes. This is a bit of news you may have heard before, but if you haven't applied it to your own individual case, then believe me, it's worthwhile listening to again. It's the report of a group of research scientists who conducted a series of tests on the burning speeds of various cigarettes. In recent laboratory tests, 16 of the largest selling cigarette brands were compared, and it was found that Camel cigarettes burned slowest of all, 25% slower than the average of the other brands tested. Yes, Camel's the cigarette of costlier tobaccos are definitely slower burning. That means you don't come up against the irritating qualities of too fast burning. It means extra mildness and extra coolness. It means extra smoking in Camels, too, equal on the average to 5 extra smokes per pack. Try Camels. Find out for yourself how slower burning Camels give more pleasure per puff and more puffs per pack. Penny for penny, Camels are your best cigarette buy. And now as our weekly visit with the Bumsteads begins, we find the windows of their living room open to the soft air of an early spring evening. Maybe it's the weather, or perhaps it's the hour that makes Baby Dumpling yawn.
Oh, goodness, baby. Excuse me, Mommy. Oh, my. No, I'm going to have to... Oh, excuse me. Hey, listen, if you two are going to sit there and... Excuse you, Daddy. Don't mention it. Maybe we'd better all go to bed.
Oh, no, Mommy. You promised to read my new fairy tale book.
Well, you'll have to wait till your father's finished with it. Huh? Me? Oh, I haven't got it. Hey, these are catalogs. Seed catalogs, honey.
Well, if they're like the seed catalogs we had last year, they're full of fairy tales, too.
Yeah? Oh, the radishes came up last year.
I know. We planted $10 worth of garden truck seeds,
and got 40 cents worth of radishes.
You ought to read my book, Mommy. It tells how to grow beans. Look at the pictures.
Oh, yes, I see. Well, of course, those were magic beans, baby.
Where could we buy some magic beans, Mommy?
Oh, I wish I knew. I'd buy some for Daddy. Then he could have a garden without working so hard.
Oh, I don't mind working in the garden.
That's what you said last spring, Dagwood. But by June, the weeds were so high we couldn't see Daisy's doghouse from the back window.
You could see the lightning rod on it.
Oh, well, that was because I kind of specialized last year. That grass grew up while I was experimenting with my idea for crossing corn with beans. Oh, I bet you'd have been pretty proud if I'd invented a succotash plant.
What was that finally came up?
Mr. Flotto called it Bumstead's Blender.
No telling what it might have been. Fuddle's rabbit got it before it was 6 inches high. I always thought maybe that was sabotage.
Can I have a rabbit, Daddy?
No. Read your book, baby.
Maybe this year we ought to try having just flowers.
Oh, we'll have flowers. I've got it all worked out right here on paper where everything will be. See? It's kind of a map.
Let's see here.
There.
Is this our yard?
Oh, yeah. I figured to have it a formal garden this year. Something like the one around City Hall, only more original.
Oh.
Now, for instance, see this here?
Oh, Dagwood. A bird there?
Why, no, honey, that's the cabbage.
The cabbage?
If we don't eat much cabbage, I figure one is enough.
Well, it certainly would be if it grew that big.
Well, it wasn't going to scale.
Where are you going to get those 2 trees?
Are they? A tree?
Yeah.
Oh, those are tomato plants, dear. Beefsteak tomatoes.
Can I have some lettuce?
Why, baby dumpling, I have to beg you to eat lettuce.
That's not for me. If I had lettuce, I could feed a rabbit if I had a rabbit.
Look, you're not getting any rabbit.
And if you did get a rabbit, it could help us with the cabbage.
I'm not raising that cabbage for rabbit food.
Oh, goodness, Dagwood. Don't be so bitter about rabbits. They're kind of cute.
Yeah, rabbits. Trampling down all the flowers around my cabbage.
Oh, are those flowers around the cabbage?
Sure. That's where the formal part of the garden comes in. See, I have a ornamental border around all the different vegetables. Oh, look, right here, see? A parsley around the beefsteak, tomatoes, and violets around the cabbage.
And that's Dagwood. Most people have the vegetables in one place and the flowers in another.
Oh, that's where a garden will be original, see? This way, baby dumpling can enjoy looking at the geraniums while he's hoeing the corn.
No?
Sure, baby. Daddy's going to let you help him this year. Won't that be swell, huh? Raising your own stuff to eat. Maybe you'll raise a big pumpkin, and Mommy will make it into a pie.
And you'll eat it, huh, Daddy?
And I'll eat it, huh, Daddy? No, baby. We'll all eat it.
I don't think Baby's very excited about raising a pumpkin, Dagwood. They take so long to grow.
Well, what would you like to raise, baby dumpling?
Rabbit.
No, rabbit. You're going to be in charge of the vegetables.
Now, why are you so set on Baby's going in for garden truck, Dagwood?
It's educational. And now look at all the famous men who were raised on a farm.
Oh, well, if it's educational, we'll have to find a way to get them interested.
Oh, I know. But read in that book I brought home. Oh, boy, that's a very exciting story about vegetables.
You mean Jack and the Beanstalk?
Uh-huh. Wait till you see what Jack did, baby dumpling. Starting in with just a little handful of beans.
Okay, Daddy. Read it now, Mommy?
Well, I tell you. You run up and get ready for bed, baby dumpling. Then Mommy will read it to you.
Okay, Mommy. I hope it's as good as the pictures, Grandma.
Yeah, it's a funny thing. Baby knows that a story can be just make-believe, but he thinks anything he sees in a picture is so.
Maybe he takes after his father.
Oh, sure. Everyone said that. Hey, how's that?
Well, you like to see catalogs with the colored pictures best, don't you?
Well, gosh, honey, this catalog is from a new firm, and
that's just it.
What?
If you're going to buy plants, I think you'd better deal with an old firm like the Standard Nursery.
Oh, their catalog isn't any good. That's all big words and little pictures. Listen, you know what a Bella's parentis is?
Why, yes, it's kind of a daisy.
Well, then why don't they just say daisy and be done with it? Golly, now look at this name. Look at this one right here. Funkia Plantagenia grandiflora. Oh, those standard nurseries. They just think they're smart, that's all.
Oh, no, dear. There's so many different kinds of flowers in one family that they have to have different names, like our own family does.
Dagwood Bumstead, and Blondie Bumstead, and Baby Dumpling Bumstead.
But suppose we went around calling Baby Dumpling Infantasiosis Dumpliana Bumsteadiororium. What would that get us, huh?
All right, Daddy. All I'm saying is that if you want things to grow, buy them from people you know are reliable. Oh, Dagwood, that reminds me. Did you read that article about the fakers that are going around?
Going around where?
Everywhere. They have a lot of old weeds that they claim are valuable plants. And they make all kinds of promises, and then... I'm coming, Baby Dumpling. Look, I'll bring down the article for you to read, Dagwood. Of course, by the time people discover how they've been cheated, the fakers are miles away. They call them gypsy gardeners.
Gypsy gardeners, huh?
With the accent on the gyp. Yes, sir, I'm coming.
Well, they couldn't fool me. I can tell a gypsy by the earrings. Now, let's see. What else is in the catalog? Onions. Onions, huh? Spring onions. Boy, those look good. Speaking of onions, I think I'll step into the kitchen and make a little onion sandwich to kind of settle my dinner. Look at this name. Lilium Speciosum Melpomene. Oh, there's nothing in the world but another lily. Guess I'll have another slice of onioniorium with some breviosum. Emporio the Doratus. Oh, I thought maybe it was a friend of mine.
I hope we will be friends, Mr. Bumstead, isn't it?
I'm
Mayapple.
Yeah,
Miltiades Mayapple, the harbinger of spring.
The what?
I sell flowers, the loveliest blooms that ever delighted the eye of man.
Do your plants grow?
Grow? They burgeon, Mr. Bumstead.
They do, huh?
Oh, evidently, Mr. Bumstead.
Well, look, I tell you.
Of course, I'm only approaching real flower lovers in a better neighborhood just at the first.
Yeah?
Yes, indeed. I feel about my plants as though they were my own children. I want them to have a good home. You see my point?
Yeah, well, I tell you
in
now.
fact, I'm afraid I continue to think of them as mine even after I've sold them. That's why I always come back to see how they're getting along.
You come back to see if they're growing okay?
I suppose you think that's silly of me. Of course, they always do grow beautifully.
They do, huh? Always.
Invariably. The Mayapple system sees to that. With a Mayapple seed, a shrub or plant, nothing goes wrong, because it can't. Upsy Daisy.
Yeah, Upsy Daisy?
That's the secret. Upsy Daisy is my name for the most wonderful plant food. My own invention. Mayapple products must produce gorgeous results, Mr. Bumstead, or you don't owe me a penny.
Well, that sounds pretty good to me. I'll come out to your place sometime and have a look around.
No, Mr. Bumstead. That's not the Mayapple way. I bring the posies to you.
How's that?
I have a truck that's full of glowing things right outside your door at this moment.
Oh, well, it's pretty dark to see.
I know, and it's fearfully late. I don't want to drive that laden truck home. I tell you just what I'll do, Mr. Bumstead. I'll just sell the whole thing to you at a bargain price. $20.
$20 for a truckload? Hey, what's on that truck?
Everything from asters to zinnias.
Oh, well, I tell you.
All yours for $20. And as a special introductory offer, I'll throw in Mayapple seed packets. Vegetables, you know. A complete truck garden from artichokes to zucchini. For only $5 more.
Oh, $5 more, huh?
But think, Mr. Bumstead, everything to delight the eye, charm the nostrils, silly in a man, for a paltry $25. Oh, paltry? Chickens too, huh? Now, Mr. Bumstead, we must remember that I return day after day, if need be, to lavish upon them a father's care.
Well, you wouldn't have to come every day. What would you charge for a stepfather's care, huh?
You wound me, Mr. Bumstead. You do indeed. I simply cannot haggle over my plants. It's bad enough to part with them at all.
Oh, no. Listen. Don't break down. I'll buy the stuff.
You'll never regret it, sir.
Well, I'll take a sack of that Upsy Daisy stuff, too.
Well, that'll be $30 in all.
Well, we keep our petty cash in the old bean pot here.
Oh, here, Mr. Bumstead, an extra premium for you. Mayapple Marvel, the bean of tomorrow. Free to you.
Yes, thanks. Hey, we got $29.50 here. Well, I guess the deal's off.
Oh, no, Mr. Bumstead. I'll trust you for the difference.
Hey, thanks.
Not at all. Now I'll unload the things on your back porch and wait. Just wait till you see them tomorrow.
Hey, Blondie. Open the window wide before you come to bed, huh?
I'll wait till we're ready to go to sleep, Dagwood. Baby might catch cold.
Oh, how is he going to catch cold from our window?
Well, he's coming in to have me tell him more about Jack and the Beanstalk.
Oh.
And it's growing chilly. You know, these spring nights are treacherous.
Oh, God. You don't think we'll have frost, do you?
Why, no, dear. Why?
Oh, why, all those plants out there.
What plants? Out where?
Huh? Oh, all the plants outdoors, everywhere.
Dagwood.
Huh?
Is there something you're trying to hide from me?
Oh, well, a little surprise for the morning. I don't go guessing.
If I didn't know everything was closed at night, I'd think you'd been buying something. Oh, you didn't leave the house, did you?
No, honey. Come on to bed.
What are these things on your dresser?
Hmm? Oh, just beans. Mayapple marbles. Here, give them here.
Oh. Yeah. Are you going to sleep with them under your pillow?
Maybe.
Dagwood, where did you get these beans?
Oh, I'll tell you. All about it in the morning.
Now, how much did you pay for those old dried-up beans?
Not a cent. That's free. Part of the sample.
Oh. Well, don't go buying anything from people who come to the door. Have you read that article I told you about in the magazine?
No, where is it?
Right here. Look. Here it is.
Oh. You read it to me, honey.
Oh, dear. First I have to read the baby jumping, and now to you.
Well, the onions I ate made me sleepy.
Onions?
Yeah.
You know they make you dream. Well, anyway, it says here, a new type of swindler is degrading the fine old art of horticulture.
The what?
Some crooks are making a cheap racket out of the flower business.
Just give me the high spots, honey.
Well, the idea is that these men pretend to know all about flowers, and they get in with amateur gardeners by telling them how much they love flowers.
Yeah, huh?
Yes, they make believe they have such fine plants that they can't bear to part with them.
Oh, golly.
What's the matter?
Oh, nothing. It's a coincidence, I guess. Go ahead, Blondie.
They travel in trucks.
Trucks?
Why, yes. They bring the plants right to your door.
Oh.
Dagwood. Something is the matter.
The onions I ate, maybe. The back door?
Well, I suppose so. The truck is loaded with old dried-up twigs and things that they claim are just ready to bloom. If the customer suspects they're no good, the sharpers claim they'll come back and see if they grow.
Oh.
Why, Dagwood, what are you getting up for?
I've got to open that window. It's hot in here.
Oh. Well, and then these crooks sell whatever they have for whatever they can get.
$29.50.
What?
Oh, I said they're pretty nifty. Boy, it is hot. This window is stuck.
Of course, the swindlers make the most money out of the sawdust they sell for plant food.
Oh, up to daisies.
What are you talking about, Dagwood?
Oh, I said up to daisies to the window.
Oh,
there.
Oh, well, now, come on, that's it.
Yeah, just a minute. There.
What did you throw out of the window, Dagwood?
Oh, it was those old side beans. I don't get you much good now.
That's what Jack Fibber did, Daddy.
Jack who?
Jack and the Beanstalk. He threw some old beans out of the window. Boy, the big grow.
Oh, yeah. Well, I guess I'll get some sleep now. I want to get up early in the morning. Don't you get up when I do, Blondie.
You want to get up first? Aren't you well, Dagwood?
I'm all right. I'll tell you in the morning.
Where's me, Jack and the Beanstalk again, Mommy? If Daddy's so tired, maybe we just better look over the pictures. Now, come on, get your feet under the blanket. Okay. Give me the pictures. Yeah, here's Jack coming home after selling all they had, and with nothing to show for it but some no-good beans.
Oh.
Are we disturbing you, Dagwood?
No, I'm almost asleep.
All right, Mommy. And here's Jack's mother throwing the beans out the window. And here's a picture of the marvelous beanstalk that grew up overnight, higher than the clouds. Up and up and up.
Up to daisies.
What, Daddy? Let him get to sleep.
Yeah.
And here's a picture of Jack climbing the beanstalk and meeting the giant. He was nice and warm. He certainly was, considering that he tried to steal the giant fairy harp that could both play and talk. The harp, how it fell. Help!
Help!
Oh, look, here's the giant saying, 2, 5, 4, from. And look, here's the magic hand that could lay golden eggs. I can do like a hen really listen. Do it again. Well, baby dancing. That does sound something like a hen.
Hey, hen, listen. I'm spoiling a little golden egg, huh?
Oh, I think Patty's dreaming. Oh, walk up the bees to death.
If you were announcing over the air about Camel cigarettes and knew that a lot of people would be happier in their smoking if they took up Camels, I wonder what you'd say. Now, you take my case. My cigarette is Camel, and if I had to tell about just one feature of Camels, I'd recommend Camels because they're slower burning. But that slower burning means so much. There are so many definite extras that go only with Camels and slower burning. Extra mildness is one, and there's extra coolness too. While you can see that it's natural that the slower a cigarette burns, the cooler and milder the smoking. Also, the extra flavor is very swell. You know, nothing interferes with cigarette flavor and aroma like too much heat from too fast burning. But with Camels, it's just the opposite. Slow burning preserves the flavor of those costly tobaccos and Camels and lets it come through in the smoking. So there are 3 definite advantages in favor of slower burning Camels: extra mildness, extra coolness, and extra flavor. There's also extra smoking. In recent impartial laboratory tests, Camels burn 25% slower than the average of the 15 other of the largest selling brands tested, slower than any of them. And that means Camels give a smoking plus equal on the average to 5 extra smokes per pack. Slower burning Camels are penny for penny your best cigarette buy. And now, by a neat trick of radio legerdemain, we find ourselves in Dagwood's dream. Dagwood Bumstead, calling Dagwood Bumstead.
Go away, honestly.
That's what I know.
Yeah, who's that, Captain Supper?
No, this is the Sandman.
Well, what can I do for you, Sandy?
Why'd you throw those beans out of the window?
Huh? I'll pick them up in the morning.
Too late, Dagwood Bumstead.
Huh?
If you don't know those were magic beans, why you don't know beans.
Were they really any good?
Let's go down to the garden.
No, listen. You see, I'm in bed now, and, Hey! No, I'm not. I'm outdoors somewhere.
Autry, I was thinking a bit about more specifically. We may describe your situation as that of being in a garden.
Hey, who's that?
I said, in one of a family of 3 kidney-shaped edible seeds, born separately in known tribes by certain lagoons.
How's that?
In other words, it says it's one of the beans.
Golly, it certainly talks well for a bean.
Well, it's a Boston bean, you know.
You don't see a slice of brown bread around, do you?
Our traditional associate is absent, sir. We are not here in our edible, but in our genetic capacity. True, seeds.
Well, what you talking about now?
The beans want to be planted.
Oh, sure. Glad to oblige. I'll just throw a little loose earth over them, see? Yeah. Now what?
Let's sprinkle a little of this up-to-daisy over them and jump out of the way.
Jump? You mean they start growing right away?
Certainly, up-to-daisy works like magic. Try it.
Okay. That's one handful ought to do the trick, huh? Yeah.
Look out.
Hey, I'm caught in the branches. Help! That up-to-daisy certainly works fast. 1 minute I'm in my own garden, and now here I am. But where am I?
Sure and be sorry. The Lord must be busy. Be after asking himself, where is he?
Hey, who's saying that?
Look at the tree, and whatever you see, leave him again the bus. That's me.
Hey, all I see is a harp.
Well, What do you think I am?
Oh, I mean the kind of a harp you can play music on. Oh, a harp that can talk and play by itself. Oh. Hey, I bet Baby Jumpin' would like that.
Maybe he would, maybe he wouldn't. But even if I wanted to go, I couldn't.
Why not?
The giant has me under a spell. If anyone touches me, I have to yell.
Oh, this must be the giant's harp, huh? Well, how loud can you yell? Huh? Oh, well, I guess the giant wouldn't hear that. Come on, let's go.
Don't touch me now, or I'll have to yell. It's something that I cannot yell. Look out. Look out.
Guys. Oh, there's a giant. Legs. Take me away. Boy, that was close. Hey, open up in here. Isn't anybody home?
Nobody's here, but that's chicken.
Chicken? This is too big for a hen house, isn't it?
Not for the giant hen house.
Oh, does this belong to the giant, too?
Sure. It's a good hen house, and I'm his hen.
You sound a lot like Baby Dumpling. I mean, you sound like Baby Dumpling would sound if he sounded like a hen.
Listen, you want a nest for the night?
Oh, I wouldn't mind. I'm hiding from the giant.
Well, you're in the wrong route. The giant comes here every night to count his golden eggs.
Yeah? Which hen lays the golden eggs, huh?
That one over there?
Thanks. I want to take that hen home to Blondie, just a little souvenir of my trip.
You better not let the giant put you taking that hen.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe the giant isn't as tough as he looks. He reminds me of a fellow named Mayapple. And he wasn't very tough.
The giant's name used to be Mayapple. When he started to grow, he changed it to Big Apple.
What started him growing?
Oh, a big bowl of Upsy Daisy every morning.
Crunchy bowl of Upsy Daisy every morning will certainly give you rosy cheeks and lots of energy.
Oh, hey, turn that off.
Now here's how you can make your own Upsy Daisy.
Huh?
Just grind up a nice piece of 2x4 in a pint of cream.
Oh, well, that's the first time I ever heard of a radio in a hen house.
Anything can happen in a dream.
Well, if I'm dreaming, I think I'll take a few golden eggs and go home before I wake up.
You better hurry. I hear the giant coming now. That's him.
Fee-fi-fo plum. Who's in my hen house and how come?
Nobody's here but our chickens. Oh, no.
With a fee and a fi and a fee-so-fum. I'm so mad I could touch an esturtium.
He's mad.
Yeah.
Let me in here for pity's sake or I'll part your hair with a garden rake.
Listen, unlock that door, and when he opens it, I'll run between his legs and find the beanstalk.
Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3.
Here's the beanstalk. Now I'll climb down.
I think you're out of luck there, chum.
Faster!
I can't go any faster. Oh, why do I have dreams like this?
This dream comes to you through the courtesy of the Upsy Daisy Plant Food Company.
Oh, that's the end. I'm going to jump.
Oh, Dagwood, Dagwood. For goodness sake, wake up.
Look out below. I'm falling.
You have fallen out of bed.
Huh? Oh, where am I?
You're in your own bedroom, Dagwood, and it's time to get up.
Morning? Yeah. Hey, look, it's sunshine.
I know.
Hey, Blondie, you know what? I just had a sponsored dream.
Well, you'd better get up now. Mr. Mayapple is downstairs.
Mayapple? Oh, how big is he?
Oh, just an ordinary-sized man. Why?
I dreamed he was a giant.
He seems like a very nice man, Dagwood.
Nice? Oh, no, Blondie. Well, why, he's the one that told me all that stuff. You know, that truckload of plants that probably won't grow in some of that sawdust plant food.
You must have dreamt that too, Dagwood. Mr. Mayapple isn't that kind of a man at all. Why, just look out the window.
Out the window? Are those beans growing?
Why, not yet, Dave.
Oh, I guess I am a little mixed up. Do you like that stuff I bought last night?
If you ask me, you got a bargain. Look down there.
Oh, gosh. Hey, Mayapple's filling up the whole garden.
Oh, gee, I love the way Earth smells in this room. I want to dig in it too, Dagwood. Me too, Daddy. Look at I got my overalls done.
Good morning. I'm glad you're not a hen anymore.
A hen?
Yeah, he was a hen and you were a hawk. Oh, boy, that was something.
It must have been. Come on, Daddy. Hurry up. I got now. There's a garden all done.
Yeah. Mayapple needn't think he's going to have all the fun.
Hey, Mayapple. Wait for us now. I'll go down and tell him, Daddy. I'm going to tell you to leave room for a little rabbit house just in case. Oh, this year we really will have a garden, won't we, Dad?
You bet, honey. What's the use of paying all kinds of prices for vegetables when you can raise them yourself?
And flowers. If we grow more than we can use, we can give them to people.
Sure. I bet people will be hanging over the back fence looking at our flowers this year.
Of course it'll take a little work, Dagwood.
Oh, I don't mind working in a garden, honey. I can get up a little earlier every day, like this morning.
Mm-hmm. And I can buy a little gardening smock and a period hat and some gloves and work in the afternoon.
And I can get in a lot of work evenings before it gets dark.
Oh, I bet we have a lovely garden this year.
I bet it will be the best garden on Shady Lane Avenue.
Well, folks, spring has really come to the Bumstead. And we invite you to join us in another visit to the Bumstead with Penny Singleton as Blondie and Arthur Lake as Dagwood next Monday at the same time. Let me also suggest that you listen to Camel's other standout shows. On Saturday, there's Luncheon at the Waldorf with Ilka Chase. You'll find it a new high in daytime entertainment. On Saturday night, tune in and hear Bob Crosby and Mildred Bailey featuring Music with a Heartbeat. That's a tip for your radio pleasure. And for your smoking pleasure, try Camels. You'll find more pleasure for puffs, more puffs for packs. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Canadian Northwest. Here the adventurous sons of the Old World came to trade with the natives of the New and stayed to intermarry with them. This union created a new half-breed race, the Metis. Here for 2 centuries, the Metis lived and prospered, a law unto themselves. Then civilization moved westward. Surveyors and land speculators came, bringing with them the laws of land and property. In 1885, resentful and confused, the half-breeds rebelled. Only a handful of fearless, hard-riding men in scarlet coats, the Northwest Mounted Police, stood between Canada's future and the rebellion that was kindled across the border in a little Montana schoolhouse, where 2 men came to speak with the half-breed schoolmaster, Louis Riel.
Well, Louis, I got your message, Corbeau. But to return to Canada now, that's death.
What's up, maybe? Not for us.
15 years of exile haven't changed you, Corbeau.
Or you, I hope.
You got to come back and lead us. The Canadian government will never...
You and me and Duroc here, we're going to be the government.
We're going to set up new government, Louis. The half-breed coming to bat forced by the 100.
I've got a gun that shoots 1,000 slugs a minute. A Gatling gun. Stowed near the border.
Lad, I'll never let you lead my people.
You can be the saint who leads them, Louis. All I want is the whiskey business.
You realize what it means? The blood will flow like water.
You won't notice it much. The mounted police wear red coats.
Right.
Come. Dura, see my goonies, redcoats.
What you say?
Redcoats coming, 2 redcoats, running down the street.
Men, dismissed.
Quite a crowd. Looks like bargain day in Batash, Jim.
Bargain day for trouble. Keep your eyes open, Ronnie, and your holster closed.
Say, do you suppose the inspector's right and Riel is back?
The inspector is always right.
And our fort 20 miles away. Look at all those men. Where do you suppose they got the guns?
Santa Claus. Pull up here.
Ow!
What's the matter?
Something hit me in the face. A stone. Oh, I see.
Hello, Ronnie. I got good aim, yes?
Not now.
Ronnie, you don't like me to speak with you, Ronnie?
Listen, Lubet, I'm on duty.
Oh, on duty. Then I don't say a word. I wait till I see you tonight, yes? Tonight, Ronnie.
That's fine.
Jim, listen, I couldn't
I
help
told
it.
you to forget that klooch.
She's poisoned.
But, Jim, I was only...
Never trust a blue-eyed squaw. Look, there's the old wolf himself.
Who?
Dan Girac. Go over to the hospital and call on your sister. Stay there till I come.
Don't come on a stretcher.
Sharp now. Go on. Hello, Dan.
Hello, Jim.
Everybody. Quite a crowd in town today.
Sure, plenty friends of mine.
Is Riel here yet?
Louis Riel is best friend we got.
And you'd better advise him to go slow.
For 15 years, we go slow. Now we go quick. We give you 24 hours. Here, on this paper, we write what we want. If your government say no, we make new government.
You're making a mistake, Dan. The law's in the Northwest now, and you can't fight the whole British Empire.
50 mounted police. Only 50. In all Canada, only 500. We got many thousand upgrades. Chief Big Bear and Crowfoot got 10,000 warriors.
The Indians won't follow Riel.
Then maybe they follow Jacques Corbeau.
Corbeau? If you bring back that whiskey-running killer, you'll deserve what you'll get.
We'll want Corbeau. We're getting Corbeau. You don't stop us.
Take your hand off that bridle.
Why you tell me?
I'm warning you, Shorty. Get back, all of you.
Shorty! Shorty! It's a boy!
Shorty, the nurse call you. In the hospital.
Shorty, do you hear me?
A boy. Huh?
Shorty, don't you want to see your son?
A boy. Out of the way. I got son. I got to tell my wife about this.
Tim, come in here. I thought you were in trouble for a minute.
I was.
Sit down.
You look busy.
My sister's always busy.
It's just a bandage for Ecaw's leg. Hold still, Ecaw. Oh. Ronnie, pull up my sleeve, will you?
I will.
Thanks.
April, how can you deliver a baby, set a broken leg, and look lovelier than a Christmas calendar all at once?
Well, you're quite a picture yourself, Sergeant Brett. You'd look well in a frame.
We'll look better in the same frame.
Let's make it a family album.
Let's water the horses. We've got to get Girac's message on the wire.
Right.
When you look at Ronnie, even his hair stands at attention.
I don't know. There's a contrary streak in the Logan breed.
We just know our own minds.
You don't know your own heart.
I think I do.
No, you don't. I've made plans for us, April.
Jim, I've been transferred to Nova Scotia.
No, but... that place where the codfish grow?
Orders are orders in my branch of the service, too. Oh, silly cough.
I've been counting on you staying here with me. Don't you think that...
Why, I think you're splendid. The way you sit a horse and ride through a mob aching to kill you, it makes me tremble with pride. But, Jim, you're too much the born soldier ever to be anything else.
Now, listen...
You'd have a bugle for an alarm clock, and the eggs would click to attention at breakfast.
Marry me and see.
But you're already married to the service. You see, I want a husband who wants to sit in front of the fire with me at night and hold hands and popcorn and do and say all the silly things that you couldn't because they'd be gentle and tender instead of iron and steel.
April, I don't understand you.
You'll never understand me, Jim, until something beats you to your knees.
You love me.
You see, you never even ask me. You just make statements.
Well, do you love me?
Well, I might, but I don't want to, so I'm going.
When do you leave?
Next month.
We'll see about that.
Ottawa can't possibly act on these demands in 24 hours.
But Tosh will boil over then, Inspector Cabot, and scald half of Canada.
Rotten business. If the Cree and Blackfeet rise, there'll be fire and blood from here to Baffin Bay. Cancel all leave, Sergeant Brett. Kit's ready for inspection after Reveille.
Yes, sir.
Inspector Cabot, sir.
Well, what is it?
A man just rode into the stockade, sir. A man from Texas. He says he must see you at once, sir.
Thanks, mister. Evening, Inspector. My name's Dusty Rivers, sir, Texas Rangers. I've been sucked up here following a man we want for murder.
Orderly, tell Sergeant Brett I want him.
Yes, sir. Here's my Rangers commission. This is my appointment as United States Deputy Marshal.
Oh. I've heard of your organization, of course.
Thanks. We've heard of yours, too.
Thank you. You've come at a rather difficult time, sir.
Inspector?
Sergeant Brett, this is Mr. Rivers of the Texas Rangers.
Yes, sir.
He's here on a police errand. See that he's fed, billeted, and offered a bath.
You're right hospitable, Inspector, but I want to get started
This way, please.
Sergeant Brett will take good care of you, Mr. Rivers.
Yeah, thanks.
Gentlemen, this is Mr. Rivers of the Texas Constabulary.
Texas Rangers.
Hello, Mr. Rivers. Seems another criminal has leaked out of the United States, and he's after him. You can sleep in that collapsible man trap there, Sheriff.
It's not Sheriff, mister.
Good night, Sheriff. Reveille is at 6 o'clock.
What?
Reveille.
Reveille. Oh, you mean Reveille.
Sleep well. We'll get your man for you.
Well, I was counting on getting home by the 4th of July.
Logan, come over here. I want to speak to you.
Good morning, Jim.
Logan, you weren't at roll call last night.
I know. Sorry.
Ronnie, listen. I've warned you about that Lubette girl.
My personal business is my own.
It's my business to keep you from tying to a thieving little klooch.
I ought to wipe your jaw for
Don't be a fool, Ronnie.
You're against that girl because she's part Indian.
No. Because she's all bad.
You'd lose your eyebrows if I married her, wouldn't you?
What?
Why not?
Do you know who she is? She's Jacques Corbeau's daughter.
Corbeau? What of it?
Ronnie, you're crazy if you...
Sergeant Brett.
Well, what is it?
Trouble, sir. Miss Logan just rode into the stockade. Figured Constables Fenton and Grove on the wagon, sir. Grove was dead.
Logan, where did you find these men?
On the Red Berry Trail. I was on my way to a case.
Fenton, can you hear me? What's happened, Fenton?
Train, sir. Carrying a Gatling gun.
Gatling gun?
Somebody's running guns to Duroc.
Did you recognize the men?
No, sir. But there was a funny, foreign-looking saddle.
Excuse me, Inspector. Can you describe the saddle? Did it have a big silver horn?
Biggest I ever saw. Silver all over.
Silver. What that boy saw was a Mexican charro saddle, probably ridden by the man I'm after, Jacques Corbeau.
Corbeau? Sergeant Brett, have the bugler sound boots and saddles and form a patrol of 20 men.
Yes, sir.
You'd better stay at the fort, Miss Logan. Batoche is not safe.
Thank you, but there are several patients in my hospital there.
First team of horses for you, Miss April. Inspector's order.
Thank you.
Hey, I'll hitch him up for you, Constable. Get over, boy. My name's Dusty Rivers, ma'am.
Well, the Dusty River is a contradiction, isn't it?
Well, I expect you've never been to Texas, Miss...
April Logan.
April? You wouldn't be fooling me, would you?
Get bags all loaded, Sergeant.
Take your place.
Oh, Sergeant, which part of the parade do I ride in?
I'm sorry, but you're not going with us, Mr. Rivers.
Well, I'm sorry, too, Sergeant, but I am going with you.
Corbeau is wanted for murder here. He belongs to the mounted police now.
He belongs to whoever catches him first.
Nevertheless, you're not going with us.
Patrol all ready, Sergeant.
Good. Sections, right? On your right. March!
Sergeant Brett, halt the patrol.
Sections, halt!
Dismiss your men, Sergeant.
Very good, sir.
Then you and Mr. Rivers report to me at once.
Sergeant Field, dismiss the patrol.
Patrol dismissed.
Change of order. In Regina, no patrol is to leave until we're reinforced by Colonel Ardine.
It will take them a week to reach us, sir. Corbeau will have Big Bear on the warpath before then.
And the Blackfeet.
Does the order prohibit sending out a single scout, sir?
No.
Then I'd like permission to proceed to Big Bear's camp alone and try to keep him loyal.
Alone? It's a ticklish job, Sergeant. But permission is granted.
I'll leave at once, sir.
I'll leave at the same time.
Where do you want to go, Mr. Rivers?
Well, I figure to pick up Corbeau up in Batoche.
Why do you think he's there?
Well, that's Riel's capital, isn't it? That's where I'm going.
Very well. Good luck to you both. Gentlemen, I hope you keep your scalps. Dusty Rivers of the Texas Rangers is going out alone to bring back Jacques Corbeau. This is a dangerous job, but Mr. Rivers of Texas doesn't mind mixing it with a little pleasure. Miss April Logan's wagon is just ready to pull out for Batoche, with Mr. Rivers handling the reins.
You know, I wish Batoche was a 1,000-mile ride.
This seat's too hard for even the 20 miles.
Lady, to me, it's just like sitting on a cloud.
Hey, there's Jim. Are you riding with us, Jim?
No, I'm riding the other way.
Too bad, Sergeant. I'll send you a postcard.
Just a moment. You can't make an arrest in Canada, so I'm sending a man along with you. Mr. McDuff, Mr. Rivers.
Now, Constable, I don't want anybody...
Mr. Rivers, you've got somebody.
And where would you like me to sit, Mr. Rivers? In front with you or in the back?
Well, in the back, Mr. McDuff. Canada's a lot different from what I expected.
For the scenery?
No, the people.
You haven't had much time to tell about us yet, have you?
Well, sometimes it hits you at first sight. I mean, you can usually figure a man by the way he handles his horse, but with women it's different.
Well, what did you expect the Canadian women to be like?
Well, like the scenery. Good to look at, but sort of frostbitten. But you're not.
I've always understood that Americans were too busy building and selling and shooting each other to waste time saying nice things to women.
Oh, we get around to it now and then.
Oh, that must be appreciated by your wife.
Whose wife?
Aren't you married?
No, not me. I've always held that a bachelor is a man who never makes the same mistake once.
Do you believe that?
Well, I did, till mighty recent. Say, tell me, do you think a plant or something from up here would do all right in Texas?
I don't know Texas.
Well, even the moonlight's warm and soft along the Pecos River.
Oh, Mr. Rivers, have they got fast horses in Texas?
Well, fastest in the world.
I'm betting they cannot keep up with the men.
Look down the road. All those people. Well, they must be coming from Batoche.
Refugees, I'd say.
Refugees? Well, there's Mrs. Burns. Mrs. Burns! Stop the wagon. Mrs. Burns, what happened?
Miss Logan, don't go into Batoche. They've looted the trading post and driven us out of our home.
Is Duroc allowing them to loot?
No, it's not Duroc. It's Jacques Corbeau.
Corbeau? Oh, excuse me, lady.
Get up! Gentlemen, you have just heard Corbeau promise this council the backing of Big Bear. And when Big Bear leads the Cree on the warpath, the Blackfeet will rise with them.
Morning, folks.
Who is that man? What does he want here?
Go right ahead, mister. Don't mind me.
Duroc, who is he? He's officer from the United States. Want to talk with Canada government, so I bring him here.
I'm a deputy United States Marshal, Mr. Riel.
You know my name?
Why, sure. Who don't? Here's my credentials. Now, we'd be happy to know if your new government means to work hand in hand with the United States.
The leaders of Canada will be most happy to cooperate with the United States.
Oh. Well, suppose somebody commits a crime in our country and trails up here to hide out.
We'll help you in every way, just as we hope your people will help us.
Well, that's fine, because I got a warrant here for the arrest of a man named Jacques Corbeau on a charge of murder.
Wait! The council is recessed. Wait here. I'll be back in just a moment.
Thanks, Mr. Riel.
I must speak to you.
What's the matter, Louis? Why aren't you at the council meeting?
Corbeau, there's an American officer here.
For what?
For you.
Well?
He wants a warrant for your arrest. What shall I do?
In 2 hours, give him a warrant. Then tell him I'm in Big Bear's camp. He can arrest me there.
He wouldn't leave that camp alive.
Well, you don't want him killed here, do you, Louis? In an Indian camp, who cares? I say to you, Chief Big Bear, once you and your Cree warriors were free men. Canada belonged to you and to us. It's going to be ours again. Take the warpath with us. Fight like you used to fight. Not one of those prairie cops will be buried with his scalp.
Big Bear, let me speak.
Don't listen to the Redcoat now, I warn you.
Here, Redcoat has come from far. Let him speak.
Big Bear, that medal you wear around your neck is the Queen's. The great white mother who sent food to you when your people starved. You're too wise to let a liar make bad blood between us.
Men say Queen no longer rule us. Redcoats no more our friend.
No, this is our friend. This Gatling gun. It fights with 1,000 teeth of fire.
Make gun talk.
If I do, it will tear your lodge to rags.
Squaws make new lodge. Make gun talk.
Big Bear, a hole in a tent won't change the British Empire. This man Corbeau is going to hang. I don't want to see you hang beside him.
Take it easy, friend. I'm coming peaceful.
Wait. Who is this man?
Eso, Omano Tewa.
Hello, Chief. Well, sorry I can't shake hands. Your braves got me tied up a little.
Rivers?
Hello, Constable. Hey, you sure found Corbeau?
You're as welcome as a broken leg.
Coquito. Who is he? Spy. Count your men and horses.
This man is no spy. He comes to take Corbeau, who killed in his nation. Like mounted police want Corbeau because he is killed here.
Are you afraid of Redcoats, Big Bear? Their blood will spill like other men's?
Listen, Chief. Before you turn this Corbeau fellow over to the mounted police, I got an order for his arrest, not only from the United States, but from his own chief, Louis Riel.
You lie, you...
Very brave of you, Corbeau. Hitting a man with his hands tied.
Get out of my way.
Don't reach for your gun, Corbeau. I'm paid 72 cents a day to protect dummies like him.
Stand clear. Here, Mucky. We have peace. We got no war with redcoats yet. But they no take away, my friends. The redcoat will go, and this man with him. Yokoka, no, Tawatam.
Big Bear was a great chief. His friends will be sorry for him. I'll take that medal, Big Bear.
No.
No? Then I'll rip it off the chain.
Sorry. Keep telling to.
Sure, you can kill me and take the medal back. But its medicine will be gone. The Great White Mother gave you this to let you rule over many thousands of her subjects. You are not chief unless she gives it back to you again.
What? Here. Now Big Bear will join his blood brothers and fight for Riel.
Big Bear is a great chief. Why, I've heard of him way down in Texas. But how do you know he's the best fighter, Big Bear? The mounted police are Corbeau, a great killer of men. This fellow's killed in Texas and he's killed in Canada. He must be a great gunfighter. But has Big Bear ever seen him killed? How do you know these yarns are true?
I'll show you if they're true.
Well, he offers to show you. All right. We'll let him kill now.
Who he killed?
Me. Slide my guns back into their holsters. Untie my hands, then tell this tough killer to go to it.
Maniswap. Pisaganapi.
Thanks, Chief. Now tell Corbeau to kill.
Nepaha.
Go ahead, Corbeau. Draw. Tell him to shoot, Big Bear. He's been a-bragging about all the folks he's going to kill. Tell him to start on me.
Kill.
Draw, you yellow polecat. You're a hand at shooting men in the back. What's wrong now?
I won't howl at Great Chief's lodge with the blood of a dog. Big Bear. This man runs yapping across the trail to save his redcoat friends. But the medicine gun will roll them all in the dirt.
I have not seen this yet.
Then look at it. Watch.
That gun's strong medicine.
Shooting holes in tents is not killing men.
Big Bear, hear me. Before the sun has set 3 times, I'll bring you the redcoats of the mounted police, redder with their own blood and full of holes like a fishnet.
Bring me in your hands the empty coats before 3 suns have set, and my braves will take the whop.
Before 3 suns have set, Corbeau will wear iron on his hands.
Who is it? Who's there?
Eco, open.
Eco, what do you want at the hospital at this time of night?
You help me. Fixed leg. Now I help you.
Help me? How?
Redcoats march for Duck Lake. Half-breed. They wait in woods. They make trap for redcoats at Duck Lake.
An ambush. With medicine gun?
Yes. Your brother. Keep watch in oil cabin. They this basin. They got kill him tonight, so he don't see them. Make what you call ambush.
Ronnie. I don't like you pretty much. But it's Ronnie who's in danger, Louvette. That's why I came to you.
You think I like your brother too much, huh?
Oh, Louvette, if you like Ronnie at all, this is your chance to help him.
What you mean, like Ronnie? I love. That's why you don't like me. You think I'm no good for him.
Ronnie's on outpost at the old cabin near Beardy's Basin. If you love him, Louvette, go to him. Tell him to warn the police not to march on Duck Lake.
Why don't you go?
I'm being watched. I could never get out of the tosh, but you can get through. If you don't warn the police, Ronnie will hate you as long as you live.
Maybe that man you love, that big sergeant, he gonna be killed, huh? That's too bad.
You tell me that you love Ronnie. Well, there isn't anything in you but hate. You're a savage, Louvette. You're a vicious, cruel savage. Blood and revenge is all that you know. Not love.
All right. I show you love. What you want I tell Ronnie?
You go?
Sure I go.
Tell Ronnie the half-breeds are going to ambush the column at Beardy's Basin.
Sure. I tell him.
We won't forget what you're doing for us.
No. You won't forget.
How'd you know where I was?
Oh, I just hear someplace. You know my father, he's pretty mad on me. He find out I got big love for you.
Why didn't you tell me Jacques Corbeau was your father?
What you care who is my father? You hate Jacques Corbeau more strong than you love Louvette?
I'd be bat-brained about you if your father was the devil himself.
But you don't never marry with me now, eh?
Once this blow-up is over, I'll marry you quicker
No.
than...
That's too late.
Why?
My father gonna kill me because I love Redcoat. We'll be married tonight or we don't marry never.
Tonight?
In Batoche, Father Picard, he marry us right now.
I can't leave here.
Why? Nothing happened here. Why are you here anyway?
Orders.
But you'll be back before somebody knows. Oh, Ronnie, I love you so terrible much.
I'm on duty. They'd hang me, shoot me. Try to understand, won't you? I've got to stay here and watch the riverbed.
Other fella good watcher. He's there now. Maybe you better get in riverbed with him, eh?
If your neck wasn't so lovely, I'd break it.
You break my heart. I don't live without you, Ronnie. Goodbye.
Come here, you crazy little loon. What do you think you're going to do?
I go.
No, you won't. You're the sweetest poison that ever got into a man's blood. I love you. I want you.
We'll be in Batoche in 1 hour, maybe less.
10 minutes with the priest. An hour to get back here.
Ronnie.
I'll leave a note for Jerry. Tell him where I've gone.
Oh, Ronnie, hurry.
There's the cabin. Well, that's funny. I don't see anyone around.
Well, I'd say your eyesight was pretty bad, Constable. If I'm not mistaken, that's a red coat over there.
Where?
Laying on the ground, under those trees.
Edwards, give me a hand here.
Yes, sir.
Turn him over.
Why, it's Jerry Cameron, sir.
Jerry, with 2 Cree arrows in him. Get back to the column. 1 Inspector Cabot, outpost killed. Danger of enemy on all sides. Gallop! We'd better get back with him, Mr. Rivers.
Thanks, but if it's all the same to you, I'd like to stick around while you inspect that cabin.
Come along, then.
Was there anyone else on guard here?
Ronnie Logan. Ronnie? Ronnie! Where are you?
Doesn't seem to be around.
Must be down in the riverbed. You'd better wait here. If I don't come back in 5 minutes...
You won't find him there.
What?
Hey, he left a note for somebody. See? Jerry, I have gone to a wedding. Keep an eye on things for me, and I'll bring you a piece of cake. Ronnie.
That can mean only one thing. That blue-eyed klooch has got him. There, what are you doing?
I'm burning this note. Do you mind?
That's destroying evidence.
Evidence that might put a boy in front of a firing squad.
If our whole column rides into a death trap, he'll deserve whatever he gets.
I was thinking of his sister. You think it'll help any to make her pay for his mistake?
Somebody's paying for it right now.
Bring the fire forward!
Stretcher bearers, bring the wounded in here.
Dusty, I want to see you a minute.
Hello. Hey, you always turn up where you can help, don't you?
The half-breeds let me leave Batoche this morning. Dusty, what are they all saying about Ronnie?
Why, they're all out of their heads.
Do any of you know where Ronnie is? Please tell me.
They don't know, April.
Sergeant Brett, Inspector Cabot wants to see you, sir.
What's the trouble? Wounded?
Yes, sir. He's in bad shape, sir. Very bad.
I'll see him at once.
Jim.
I'm glad you're safe, April. But I wish you were somewhere else.
Oh, Jim, I tried to get here in time. I could have saved all this if only... Jim, where's Ronnie?
I don't know.
Jim, is he...
I'm sorry, April. I have to go to the inspector now. Inspector Cabot, you wanted to see me, sir?
Yes. Is there an assault?
Not yet, sir.
Garrison the Bastion.
I have, sir.
Red, did you find proof that Logan deserted?
Yes, sir.
When this is over, make it your job to get him. Bring him to justice. Justice? I'm about to get mine. Take command, Brett.
Yes, sir.
Some fool at headquarters wants to change the uniform to green. Stand up for the redcoat. It's a good color.
Inspector.
He's gone, sir.
Soup ready, Dusty. Will you bring it to the men?
Soup? Yeah, if I pour any more soup down them, they'll bust. Sit down a minute, April.
Oh, I can't. There's too much to do.
Sit down. Before you fall down. Special order says you've got to stop now and have a cup of coffee. I'll get it for you.
Dusty, what happened? Tell me.
Happened? Did something happen? I didn't notice anything happening.
Over and over I hear them say his name, but they won't tell me anything. Not even Jim wants to talk to me.
Jim's a great soldier.
Where's Ronnie? What happened to him? What has he done?
Listen, I don't know Ronnie so very well, but I know you. The first time I ever saw you, I knew you better than I've known anyone in my life. And I know it couldn't be in your brother's blood to do anything that was cowardly. But love does funny things to people, lady. Oh, evening, Constable.
Is she all right?
Yes, of course I'm all right.
Rivers, I've got a tough job for you if you'll take it. I'm going to try to get the wounded to the river under cover of the smoke.
What smoke?
We'll burn the fort. It's your job to get April and the wounded down the river to meet Colonel Irvine's reinforcements.
Well, I suppose you're going to stay here and roast chestnuts?
I have 6 other men sound enough to ride. I'm going to be there when Corbeau throws those red coats in front of Big Bear.
Well, it sounds to me like you're just delivering 7 more red coats.
Maybe. I'll speak to you outside.
Jim, wait. You've got to tell me. You've got to.
I know it. But let me tell you first that I love you. Always, I guess. But nothing under heaven can ever bring us together after...
What do you mean?
Ronnie isn't dead. He deserted. He could have warned the column, and all those men lying dead out there might be living now if Ronnie had... But he ran away. He ran away with that half-breed girl, Corbeau's daughter.
I don't believe that Ronnie deserted. If you prove it 100 times, I still won't believe it.
I'd expect you to feel like that, April. But when this is over, I'm going to get him and bring him back. And I will get him if I have to follow him over the ice cap. You know what that means for him.
I know your duty comes before everything else. And I know it means more to you than mercy or love. We'll go on and follow your orders. Kill that boy who was foolish enough to put love before everything else. And don't tell me how sorry you are. Just do your duty and kill. Kill!
The battle is over, and Corbeau has made good his promise to Big Bear. At a council of war in the Indian camp, Corbeau throws at Big Bear's feet the bullet-riddled coats of the mounted police.
There are the red coats, full of holes like a fishnet. This one belonged to that sergeant who said he'd put me in irons.
Medicine guns speak like thunder.
Yes. Now keep your promise, Big Bear. War.
War! As the cry of war echoes through the camp, 7 riders appear, silhouetted against the sky. 6 redcoats riding abreast, and the sergeant in the lead. A thin red line of courage, advancing to almost certain death.
So, dead man, Roy. If that sergeant wasn't killed, he will be now.
Put down your gun. You cannot kill the dead.
Big Bear, tell your war chief to spread his blanket on the ground.
Tell your men to fire. Kill the dogs.
You tell me they are dead. Let us know what dead men want. Akupota.
The spirits of the brave are still inside their red coats. They are sacred. Tell your men to lay them on the blanket.
No. No. These enemies are in your hands. Pull them down. Kill them now.
If one shot is fired, the soldiers of the Queen will come like the sands of the Great Salt Sea.
She lies. There are only 7. Pull them off their horses and kill them. There's no magic in their red coats.
These handcuffs are for you, Corbeau.
Shoot them, you fools. Shoot them.
I said you'd wear iron on your hands, Corbeau.
Shoot them. Kill them.
2 men on the left. Dismount.
No. No.
I'll take the prisoner.
Come on, Corbeau.
No. Kill them. Kill them, do you hear?
Big Bear, I have brought back the medal from the Great White Mother. Will you wear it again around your neck? Will Big Bear kneel to the Queen and be the chief of his people again?
Decree our brothers to the brave. Big Bear will kneel.
That will be Colonel Irvine's camp just around the bend of the river.
I was afraid we'd never see that camp.
You're going to see it and get some rest. I'm leaving.
Why?
Oh, going hunting.
Jim has Corbeau by now. Or Corbeau has Jim.
I wasn't thinking of Corbeau.
You mean Ronnie?
Well, I'd like to have a powwow with that little wolf girl he's been running around with.
Ronnie's dead. I know that. He wouldn't run away. If he were to blame, he'd come back and face it.
Sure he would. But maybe he can't come back. Maybe he sort of lost his head and, well, I believe I could make things easier for you if you'd let me.
Dusty, you're a grand person, but there's nothing anyone can do for me.
Sure there is. Come back to Texas with me. And if Ronnie's alive, why, he'll find us there.
If you want what's left of me after all this, I'll go with you. I'm a coward, Dusty. I won't run away.
You're the loveliest and the gentlest lady I've ever known. But you haven't shut your eyes in 24 hours. I don't want you to say yes without thinking.
I don't want to think.
You won't have to in Texas. Put in to shore, Todd. You take April on down to Irvine's camp and then meet me back here.
Would you mind telling me what we're up to, Mr. Evans?
No, I wouldn't if I knew myself.
Where are we heading?
Well, there's a little Cree village up here somewhere, and I got an idea that... Hey, whoa.
What's the matter now?
Hey, Todd, look over there. That cliff on the other side of the river.
I see the cliff. What of it?
You don't happen to see a Gatling gun, do you?
I do know.
Right on the edge, too. You know, Todd, if a man could ride up there and slip a rope over that gun, he could jerk it clean into the river.
He could, if they didn't see him first.
Well, I'll take my chances on that. Now, you head around back of the cliff and wait for me.
But how will I know if you run the gun off the cliff?
Mister, when that gun gets a rolling downhill, everybody for 10 miles is going to know it. Open up, Louvette. I know you're in there. Open up.
What do you want?
Oh, just passing by. I heard you were here and thought I'd drop in.
You look for Ronnie, huh? Well, you don't find him here. He never come here.
Maybe.
You come to hurt him?
Nothing I can say can hurt him any. It's been said already.
What's been said?
Don't listen to him, Ronnie. Go back.
Hello, Ronnie.
What's been said? I want to know.
Well, that you run off from your post and you're hiding out like a yellow skunk because you haven't got what it takes to go back and swallow your medicine.
Does April say that?
No. She figures you're dead. She knows if you could even crawl, you'd get back there and face it.
Don't listen. If you go back, they kill you.
Well, she may be right, Ronnie.
Listen, I tell the truth. Ronnie not desert his post. I make him come with me. I tell him we'll be married. I lie. And then I have Huffley tie him. Look, you see his hands? He tried for days to get back, and then he know it is too late. You must believe it.
I believe you, Louvette. But he's still guilty. Well, Ronnie, I got to be heading back to Betoche. You coming?
What for? I'm already buried in every grave of the men killed at Duck Lake.
Well, they're bound to find you.
With your help?
No. I fix so he don't tell nothing. He never tell Ronnie, never.
I'm not going to turn you in, Ronnie. But April has a right to know. What she does is up to her.
Why don't you let me stay dead?
Because you're not a coward. Ready, Ronnie?
Yes. I'm ready.
Ronnie, I fixed it. He never tell.
Back so soon? What was it you fixed so well?
Where is Ronnie?
Well, he's going to Betoche. I loaned him my horse.
You let him? No.
Here, what's the matter with you?
Let me go.
You can't catch him now?
Let go.
You're too late, Louvette.
Listen, I tell Cree. I tell him to shoot man on horse with white face.
What?
I want to stop you. Now they shoot Ronnie. Ronnie. Ronnie!
Captain Gower is here to help us get what facts we can regarding the ambush at Duck Lake. Sergeant Brett, Constables Cameron and Logan had the post overlooking Beatty's Basin. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Warning should have come from those sentries. Isn't that so?
We found Constable Cameron dead, sir. 2 Cree arrows in his body.
And Logan had left his post? Well, Sergeant?
Well,
My brother
you
had
see,
left
sir.
his post with a half-breed girl, Luzette Corbeau.
How do you know, Miss Logan?
Because I sent her myself. I sent her to warn my brother of the ambush. She'd never have known where he was if I hadn't told her.
None of us are on trial, Miss Logan. We're only trying to find out what happened.
I should have known that she'd lie to him, that
she was in love with him and would persuade him to run away with her and save his own skin.
I don't believe that. And nothing can make me believe it.
Sergeant, will you post orders to all detachments to arrest Constable Logan on sight for desertion in action?
You can't arrest Constable Logan, sir.
What's that?
Well, you can't arrest him, sir. I brought him back with me. He's dead.
Ronnie.
I'm sorry, Miss April.
Put him down over here, man.
Sergeant Brett, is this Constable Logan's body?
Yes, sir.
I don't understand.
Well, this boy was captured. Take a look at his wrists where the rawhide thongs cut in.
The man has been bound, certainly.
I don't know how he got loose, but when I saw him, he was free. Maybe he could have got back to report, but he didn't. Because there was something that he wanted more than he wanted his own life.
What do you mean?
Well, I mean the Gatling gun. Now, the half-breeds had it on a bluff commanding the south approach. Logan got a horse and dragged the gun off, riding like a bat out of Helena. Now, the half-breed spotted him. Bullets was as thick as July flies, but they didn't stop him. No, sir, over he goes. Horse, gun, and man are rolling like a Texas twister over the cliff.
Ronnie.
Well, that's where I found him, and that's where you'll find the gun, under the river. He never quit. He never ran away from anything because it wasn't in him to quit.
Where were you all this time?
I was squeezed under a log so tight I was breathing on the installment plan.
Shall I include that in my letter to your Texas commandant?
Well, I hope you won't, because I'll be in trouble enough when I get back without Corbeau.
Oh, Dusty. Dusty, you're an angel in leather.
Well, I'd look funny with leather wings.
I'm sorry I misjudged a brave man. We all are. Sergeant, you will deliver the prisoner Corbeau to Regina. What do you mean he's gone?
Like I said, Dusty's gone. He took Corbeau with him, back to Texas.
Corbeau's our prisoner.
They must have hit the trail early this morning. Last night, Dusty said if he should kind of disappear, I should tell Miss April he'd be back for her.
Thanks, Mac. Well, I suppose I'll have to hit the trail myself.
Come on, Corbeau. We got a long way to go yet.
Where are you taking me?
You ever seen Texas? It's a wonderful place. You'll like it. Come on.
Untie my hands, I'll ride faster.
Yeah, maybe too fast. You'll do all right the way you are.
Just a minute, cowboy. Going someplace, cowboy?
Well, it don't look like I was going far.
Come on, April. It's nobody but Dusty taking a little ride.
Hello, Dusty. May we ride with you a little way?
Well, yes.
Fine. Well, Dusty, I didn't expect to find you alone.
Alone? I'm not.
I was afraid Corbeau might be with you.
Oh, Miss April, do Canadians go snowblind in the summertime?
I'm afraid we're all blind sometimes.
Well, I'm not. There's talk that some fellow might try to get Corbeau away from us tonight.
How's that again?
We're only 100 miles from the Montana border, you know, and no telegraph.
Is that so? Well,
Jim, Dusty seems so restless.
Maybe he's thinking of a man who moved in on a friend that trusted him, sneaked in behind his back like a weasel in a hen coop, and stole the one thing his friend valued most.
No, I wasn't thinking about that.
Wouldn't you say he'd owe his friend a lot for doing such a low, contemptible thing to him?
Well, he'd certainly owe him an apology.
Well, I apologize.
You apologize?
Jim's trying to tell you that he's taken something that he thought was yours.
You mean... You?
Yes, Dusty, if I'm free.
She told me I'd be all right if something beat me to my knees, and I've been brought down hard.
Oh, no, I'm the one who surrendered. I wouldn't change him if I could.
Well, I guess I've just had a beautiful pipe dream in the middle of a nightmare. Sure you're free. You got what we both want, Jim, and I got what I came for, and I'll say the mounted police are the greatest outfit I ever tangled with. And the luckiest.
The Texas Rangers are two-fisted fighters. And one of them is the most magnificent liar in the world. Well, we'll say goodbye. Good luck, Dusty.
Thanks.
Goodbye, Dusty. There'll always be a part of Texas in our hearts.
Come on, sweetheart.
Well, we sit around here all night?
No. Come on, sweetheart.
Welcome to The Victory Kitchen, the podcast all about American food rationing during World War II. I'm your host, Sarah Creviston Lee, author, historian, and vintage foodie. I'll be exploring the logistics of food rationing, featuring wartime cookbooks and recipes, and highlighting real homefront experiences. We're going to be learning exactly what our grandmothers had to do to get their food to fight for victory. Hi, I'm Sarah. Welcome to the second episode of The Victory Kitchen. Today I'll be talking about the big one, sugar rationing. Then I'll be highlighting a special wartime pamphlet called Baking on Your Sugar Ration. And finally, I'll share with you some wartime memories of my husband's grandmother that she shared with me recently. What do you think about when you hear the word sugar? To me, I think about a food commodity that has a very complicated history and has a lot of emotion attached to it. I mean, in history, it's tied to terrible things like the slave trade. On the other hand, it's also allowed civilizations to flourish. In today's American society, sugar has kind of an extreme spectrum where on one hand, people love it. They love eating it. They love baking with it. And even though there are a lot of substitutes out there, nothing really quite takes the place of sugar. At least that's my opinion. On the other end of the spectrum, sugar is almost demonized because of how bad it is for our health. So however you feel about sugar, one thing we can't argue about is that sugar has been a vital food crop in modern civilization. So what's the story about sugar in World War II? Why was sugar so important? Well, there are two vital things to remember. One is that they viewed sugar as an important energy food. And two, sugar was vital for morale as a comfort food. Sugar was the longest food commodity to be rationed. It was rationed from 1942 until 1947, 2 years after the war ended. So where did the sugar go? I kind of like to think of it as the Great Sugar Shuffle. If you think on a global scale, there's all these countries that import sugar or make sugar, and the sugar has to get to its destination for the consumers. Well, during the war, because of not just the Japanese bombing in the Pacific, where the West Indies and the Philippines are, where we got a lot of our sugar, you have to also think about, besides sugar cane, there was also the sugar beet crops, which were grown in the United States and in Europe and other places in the world. Well, especially in Europe, these sugar beet crops were just not an option anymore because of bombing, the lack of people to do the farming, lack of equipment. It just wasn't an option anymore. So the world had to take what little supply of sugar there was, and it had to shift among the different countries that were importing the sugar. The United States did get some sugar from Hawaii. In fact, I came across a reference in one of my books that talked about how sugar was used as ballast and cargo in ships returning to the U.S. after delivering military goods in Hawaii. Another source of American sugar came from Cuba. Cuba's sugar once went almost exclusively to the U.S. A bulk of that, however, became part of the Lend-Lease program and was sent directly to the UK and Russia. One of the big problems in getting sugar to the United States and really anywhere else in the world, was a lack of ships. Besides the fact that a lot of ships were being used now to transport military goods, it was just too dangerous to be shipping very much of anything, because we were losing a lot of ships to U-boats and in the Atlantic, and then the Japanese attacks in the Pacific. A final reason of why sugar was rationed was because a huge stock of available sugar went to the soldiers. It went in the form of candy bars, Coca-Cola or Pepsi, sugar for coffee, desserts like ice cream. This was because sugar, like I said before, was a morale food. It made things feel normal in a circumstance that was beyond normal. And what's interesting to note is that even in the 1940s, the United States was the world's largest consumer of sugar. So that actually hasn't changed at all. So what did the government try to do to help with this sugar problem? Any other sugar from Cuba was brought to a special port in Florida that took the sugar on dedicated train cars. There was a problem with this, though, too, because there were a shortage of train cars. Another aspect of the problem that they were trying to solve was the government had sugar beet crop programs, telling the farmers how much to grow. But unfortunately, these never really lined up with planting times. So they would get the notice out, but by then the farmers had already planted their crops. So it was too late. So expectations weren't ever met until 1947, when there was a huge U.S. sugar beet crop, and that made it so that the sugar availability was enough to satisfy demand, and sugar rationing ended. I was able to find this amazing government video made in 1945 called "What's Happened to Sugar?" explaining why sugar was still being rationed at the end of the war. I'll leave the link to this at my blog, victorykitchenpodcast.com, so that you can take a look at it, because it really illustrates it so well. Now we get down to the actual sugar rationing. Sugar ration planning began in 1941 due to forecasted shortages. They kind of saw it coming. The great thing about sugar rationing was that it was a gentle way of breaking the public into the idea of rationing, and therefore even greater rationing programs down the road. This also helped the government work out any kinks early in the war. It still wasn't a perfect system, but it was a big improvement over the sugar rationing in World War I. So how is sugar rationed? Sugar rationing started May 4th, 1942, using War Ration Book 1. I'm going to read to you this really interesting little article from Life magazine, May 11th, 1942. And it's all about the sugar rationing. The title is Sugar, U.S. Consumers Register for First Ration Books. On May 4th, for the first time in its history, the people of the United States lined up inside schoolhouses to register for their first book of rationing coupons. Sugar is the first commodity for which War Ration Book 1 will be used. All sugar sales stopped April 27th. They were resumed May 5th, where registration was completed, but only to consumers armed with a War Ration Book. The fixed ration of half a pound a week per person is half what the sweet-toothed U.S. public normally consumes, but is almost twice as much as allotment in France and Italy. Commercial users of sugar, such as bakeries, candy, and ice cream manufacturers, received ration books April 28th to 29th, were allotted about 70% normal requirements. The existing sugar shortage, which necessitates rationing so that all on the home front may have a fair share, is due to 1. Fact that 62% of sugar used in U.S. was imported from Philippines, Hawaii, and West Indies, and 2. Large amounts of sugar are used in manufacture of alcohol for explosives. And then in the caption for one of the photographs, it says that it shows a week's supply of sugar for one person is equal to 48 teaspoons. That is ample for 14 cups of coffee, 7 helpings of cereal, 7 of fruit, and 4 of cake. Individual may decide whether he'd prefer more coffee and less cake, or more whiskey sours and no cereal at home. In addition, he may purchase, without ration stamps, beverages, candy, desserts in commercial places. In some of the other captions for the photographs, they give advice about sugar. One of them is Someone's pouring syrup on top of a grapefruit half. It says honey, maple, or corn syrup and molasses are suggested for sweetening fruits. These may also be used for cooked desserts. There's another one showing a woman pouring off the fruit juice from a can of fruit cocktail. It says juice from canned fruits should be kept. It can be used as a sweetening agent in cooking, sauces, and for jellied desserts. And in this last picture, it shows a woman sprinkling salt over fruit, like canned fruit. It says salt, although not a sugar substitute for sugar, adds flavor to most foods, has the odd effect of accentuating the sugar taste. And finally, it's got this amazing, huge picture of War Ration Book 1 with all its stamps. I only have ones that with stamps taken out because they were used in the war. But anyway, you can access this Life magazine online for free, and I'll include a link to that at my blog. This article, though, it really, even though it's very short, it gives a lot of great information. And they mentioned one of the reasons for sugar rationing that I neglected to mention before was that large amounts of sugar were used in the manufacture of alcohol for explosives. And in wartime, that's extremely important. Now, if you wanted to get some canning done in the height of fruit season, you had to fill out a form declaring how much you plan to can, exactly the amount of sugar you would need for your canning project, and you wouldn't be able to use the sugar for anything else. As we learned about in the Life magazine article, the sugar rationing affected the commercial industry for things like candy and ice cream. The public didn't have to turn in any ration coupons to go to like a commercial establishment for something that contained sugar, but businesses were only allotted so much. Now let's talk about how the American public dealt with sugar shortages. This may or may not come as a surprise, but commercial food companies jumped on the victory bandwagon to help fill this need. Like in my hand, I'm holding today's featured cookbook, Baking on Your Sugar Ration. This was published by the Wheat Flour Institute. So, of course, they're promoting the use of flour, while at the same time showing how patriotic they are by sharing with you these recipes on how to make do with your sugar ration. The purpose of cookbooks like these wasn't just showing housewives how to bake with less sugar, but also to teach them how to use sugar substitutes, because different types of sugars behave differently when they're baked. Sugar substitutes could include honey, corn syrup, molasses, sorghum, processed foods like Jell-O, sweetened condensed milk, graham crackers, pudding mix. Those all had sugar already in them. Then also dried fruits and, like the Life magazine article mentioned, canned fruit juice. Finally, there's maple syrup and maple sugar. By using any of these, you could reduce your sugar use, but if you weren't an experienced baker, a guide to help you navigate all these sugar substitutes was really helpful. Today's featured cookbook is Baking on Your Sugar Ration by Clara Gebhard Snyder, published by the Wheat Flour Institute in 1942. Like a lot of cookbooks from this time, it's very patriotic. It has red, white, and blue colors on it. It's got a V for victory, kind of abstract V in the design. And I'll put a picture of this on my blog, of course, so you can see all the things that this cookbook has to offer. Inside it explains what the Wheat Flour Institute is, because I actually didn't know what it was. It says Wheat Flour Institute is an educational organization sponsored by the flour milling industry of the United States. Its service in supplying information on flour and flour products is free to teachers and group leaders. Now, I don't know about you, but I don't always read the introduction to cookbooks, but this one is actually definitely worth reading because it gives all the different tips about using sugar replacements that a baker would need to know if you weren't familiar with it. I'll just read the first little bit. It says, delicious breads and coffee cakes, cookies and cakes can continue to come from the kitchens of knowing cooks. Sugar may be short, but there is still good white flour, now better than ever with its added B vitamins and iron. Cooks in this country are fortunate in having an unlimited supply of the best flour in the world, enriched white flour. There is no substitute for white flour, for no other flour contains the proper ingredients in just the right proportion for making good batters and doughs. Now, what they say here is actually very true. In other countries in the world, especially the UK and Europe, they did not have the luxury of white flour during the war. The introduction goes on to say that each of these sweeteners has its own characteristics. Honey is sweetest of all. Corn syrup is least sweet. Molasses, sorghum, and maple syrup give their special flavors to products containing them. It also says that sweeteners most generally used in this cookbook are corn syrup, both light and dark, honey, molasses, sorghum, and maple syrup. Maple sugar, when available, is used like brown sugar. Now, I wish I had read this introduction before I baked the 2 recipes in this book that I'll share with you. I used corn syrup. I knew corn syrup was a little bit less sweet, but it really makes a big difference if you know that in advance. And I'll get to the details on that in a minute. Now I'm going to take a quick little second to explain about sorghum. Not everyone might be familiar with sorghum. I grew up in the Midwest where sorghum was, you could get it pretty easily. I had to really hunt for it out here. So when I was in Pennsylvania at an Amish store, I think I found it. So I just bought it because it's really hard to get. Sorghum, it comes from a type of grass that was imported from Africa, and it grows really well in the Plains states. It's the taste of it is a lot like molasses. That's about the closest I can come to it, but it's very thick and molassesy. And a last word of wisdom from this book. They say that because these sweeteners are so different, no general rule can be made for their use. Usually it is wise to follow recipes which have been carefully worked out and tested. A few guides may, however, be helpful in adjusting your favorite recipes. And that's what they go on to explain, these different guides. All right, so the recipes that I tried from this cookbook are the caramel cinnamon muffins and the date peanut butter drops. So the caramel cinnamon muffins are your basic muffin, with the exception that you prepare each muffin cup in the pan with a half teaspoon butter or margarine and 1 teaspoon dark corn syrup. Then you fill each cup 2/3 full with the batter. The batter just consists of flour, baking powder, cinnamon, salt, an egg, 2 tablespoons light corn syrup or honey, milk, and some melted shortening. Pretty basic muffin recipe. Well, I decided just to opt for corn syrup in both the batter and then obviously in the bottom of the muffin cup. Well, if I had read the introduction, I would have been reminded that corn syrup is not very sweet. So these muffins, while they looked very caramelly and appetizing when I took them out, they were actually not very sweet at all. And even my kids were like, why do these taste so salty? It's not that they had a lot of salt. It's just that they didn't have very much sweetness to them. I would recommend, if you try this recipe, in the batter to use the honey. Because, like it said at the beginning, honey is the sweetest and corn syrup is the least sweet. So that's what happens when you don't read the directions and the introduction to your cookbook. The second recipe is date peanut butter drops. I really love the combination of dates and peanut butter. To me, a great snack is just cut open a date, take out the pit, and spread in some peanut butter and just eat it. It's so good. Very basic snack. So I thought this has got to be a great combination because instead of using raisins in a cookie, you're using chopped up dates. And what better place to put them than in a peanut butter cookie? This cookie calls for shortening, peanut butter, half cup of sugar, half cup corn syrup or honey, teaspoon vanilla extract, 2 eggs, 1 cup chopped dates, flour, baking powder, salt, milk. And then you cream together the fat, peanut butter, sugar. You add the corn syrup and the vanilla extract, and then you add in the eggs. Then you add in the dates. Then you mix all the dry stuff together, and you alternate putting it in with the milk. This makes a really creamy texture. So not like what you'd think of a normal cookie batter. This is like a technique you'd use more for like a coffee cake or something like that. So I thought that was interesting. The cookies ended up being very light in texture and pretty soft. 2 things I'll say about this recipe. One, is that it yields 4 dozen 2-inch cookies. That is a lot. If you don't want to commit an entire recipe to date peanut butter cookies, you could add dates to half and maybe mini chocolate chips together. I won't tell anybody. And that way, if you don't like the dates, you've always got the chocolate as a consolation prize. Overall, I think this cookie was really nice. The dates aren't actually very pronounced in the cookie dough. I do think that they added an extra little sweetness to it and a tiny bit of texture. I think I'd recommend using a crunchy peanut butter. It doesn't say that in the recipe, it just says peanut butter. But I think having the crunch from the peanuts along with the dates would be really nice. Images of this cookbook and the recipes are going to be on my blog, so you can go to victorykitchenpodcast.com where you can try out these recipes for yourself. Finally, I'm going to tell you about the story that was shared with me from my husband's grandmother, Eloise Erickson, about her mother, Olive Bruner. A few months ago, I asked if she could share with me any memories she had as a girl growing up during the war. She grew up in northern Montana, and what she told me was that she remembered that her mother, Olive, would buy flour and sugar in 50-pound bags. Being able to buy sugar in that amount, that might have been before the sugar rationing started. But what she also said was that her mother would buy every scrap of sugar allowed to her. So when it came time for canning or baking, she always had enough. She's also said that she never felt like they did without anything. Her mother just continued, like always, during wartime, just baking the same things. So she doesn't remember having to do without or anything like that. She doesn't even really remember there being any special wartime recipes that her mom used. What that says to me is her mother had really good household management. She used what they had, when they had it, and I'm sure they had a garden that they also grew. If you think about it, these parents that are raising kids during wartime, they have memories of the Great Depression. The Great Depression didn't end until the war started, and so there's a lot of practice already in being frugal and making do with what you had. So I really like this memory. I'd like to ask her more if she remembers anything, because what I found in all these sources that I've collected over the years about wartime rationing is that the cookbooks, they tell you the factual things or even the hopes that the governments had for their programs. But what I'm finding is in the stories that it wasn't always the case. So really interesting stuff. And this is where I'd like to invite you to share any family stories that you have, any recipes that you have from wartime. And I would love to share them here on my podcast so that we can get a more rounded picture of what wartime rationing was like for Americans. The United States was a huge country, and rationing was very different for people in all areas of the country, just due to, whether you lived in a city or in farm country, or you lived in Alaska or Hawaii, which were territories. I mean, there's just so much going on and so many different climates and crops being grown. I mean, really just it varied so greatly. Every memory that we can add to this American food rationing story is like another thread in a huge tapestry, where if we weave them all together, we will be able to see more clearly, what the American experience was like in the war. To share your stories and recipes, or to see images of original sugar request slips and sugar ration points, as well as today's featured cookbook, head on over to my blog, victorykitchenpodcast.com. Thanks for joining me, and I'll see you next time. Bye.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, McGee, and Molly. Make
makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber, McGee, and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with songs by the King's Men and music by Billy Mills Orchestra. The show opens with Blow, Gabriel, Blow. Today is Pan American Day, set aside to mark the friendly relationship and active cooperation of the 21 nations of North and South America. We salute those allies and friends. More power to them. By the way, did you know that one of the chief ingredients of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Glow Coat comes from South America, from Brazil? Yes, one of the principal exports from Brazil to this country is carnauba wax, obtained from the carnauba palm tree. In Johnson's products, this is skillfully blended with other ingredients to produce a polish that gives long-wearing protection and greater beauty to your floors, furniture, and linoleum. So every time you polish these with Johnson's Wax products, you not only protect them and save yourself work, but you also contribute to the mutually beneficial trade between this country and Brazil. By an odd coincidence, it's April in Wistful Vista, as it is in so many other places. And this is the day of the Spring Festival and Parade. There's a tradition that all parades must be led by a man on a white horse. And Mr. McGee is the only man in town who owns a white horse. Guess who's going to be Grand Marshal? And here at the costumers, waiting to get their parade outfits, we find Fibber, McGee, and Molly.
So you've definitely decided on wearing a Western costume, McGee. Huh?
Absolutely. Looks swell, too. Me in a sombrero and chaps and a silver-mounted Western saddle. I got a silver-mounted bridle for Lillian, too.
Well, that won't fool anybody, McGee. Lillian is too fat to look like a cow pony. She's more cow than pony.
Don't worry. She'll look Western, all right. Why, she's even got a brand on her left hip.
Since when?
Since last night. I done it with indelible ink.
Well, what's your brand, partner?
C-Bar-F.
C-Bar-F, huh?
Yeah, in honor of Uncle Dennis. C-Bar-F. Confirmed bar fly. And when I ride...
Excuse me, can I help you in any way?
Yes, you can use your influence, if any, and cancel this whole parade.
She's kidding, Bud. We're leading the festival parade today, and we want to rent some costumes.
I see. Will you be riding on one of the floats?
I will. McGee will be floating on one of the rides.
She's still kidding. I'm riding my white horse, Bud.
In that case, a suit of armor might be rather effective.
Say, it might at that. How would I be as a knight, Molly?
Well, I think the combination of a knight and a mare would be too appropriate, dearie. You better go Western.
Okay, you got any Western outfits, Bud?
Oh, indeed we have, sir. Now, let me see. You'll need chaps and boots, vest, checkered shirt, scarf, and a 10-gallon hat. What hat size, sir?
A 7.
Oh, I'm afraid we haven't got a size 7 in a 10-gallon hat.
Well, give him one 5-gallon hat and one 2-gallon hat. That's 7.
It's very amusing, madam. However, I can get one from our East Side branch, I think.
Swell. Send that Western outfit out to Fibber McGee, 79 Wistful Vista, will you, Bud? Right away?
Yes, sir. And now what kind of a costume for the lady?
Oh, so you two lads have finally got around to me. Well, now, isn't that sweet?
How about a beautiful Juliet costume, madam? Gold spangles, gold slippers, little Juliet cap with sequins. Quite charming.
Oh, sounds good to me, Molly. I love dresses with sequences down the back.
Oh, I don't know, dearie. I don't think I'm quite the Juliet type. The only balcony scene I ever made was when I dropped my purse on a man's head at the Bijou Theater.
How about a little Bo Peep costume, madam? Cotton pinafore, picture hat, ballet slippers, and a crook.
What was that, Bud?
Nothing personal, dearie. A crook is one of those long button hooks that shepherds carry. Didn't you ever herd sheep?
Why, sure I've heard sheep. They go bang. What's that got to do with him calling me names?
Crook is merely the term for a sheep herder's staff, sir. You see, in herding sheep...
Never mind. I'll explain it to him later. Just send the Bo Peep costume out with his thing.
Yes, certainly, madam. I'll make up the costumes immediately. So.
Well, I guess that's all, Molly. Boy, this is going to be fun. I can hardly wait till... Oh, look who's just come in. Uppington.
Is she in this parade, too?
I wouldn't be surprised. She's probably riding on a float for the Loyal Order of Moose.
Well, how could she? She doesn't belong to them.
Well, I ain't sure of her loyalty, but she's sure built on the Order of a Moose. In fact, that old moose... Oh, hi, Uppy.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. McGee? How do you do, my dear?
Hello, Abigail. Don't tell me you're riding in this parade, too.
Oh, indeed I am, my dear. The Women's Club has a float entered, and I am riding on it as Paul Revere.
Oh, Paul Revere. Well, looky here. Oh, boy.
Isn't that wonderful? I shall wear shoes with silver buckles, white stockings, ruffled breeches, and a three-cornered hat.
Oh, that's funny. When I was a kid, I wore just the opposite, a ruffled hat and three-cornered breeches.
You little rascal, you. Oh, you do say the wittiest things. But tell me, what costumes are you wearing?
Well, McGee is wearing a cowboy's outfit, and I'm going as Little Bo Peep. We've got a sulky all decorated with paper flowers, and Lillian will pull the sulky with McGee on her back.
Oh, how utterly delightful.
Yeah.
I imagine Mr. McGee will look very dashing as a cow striker.
Puncher, Uppy. Cow puncher.
Oh.
And when I get into that outfit, I'll bet... Oh, my gosh.
What's the matter, dearie?
Oh.
Are you ill?
Oh, good heavens, how pale he is. Oh, sit down, Mr. McGee.
No, I'm all right, girls. I just thought...
Well, heavenly days, it can't be that bad. What is it?
Wait a minute. Hey, Bud, come here a minute.
Yes, sir. Did you wish to speak to me, Mr. McGee?
Yeah, come here a minute. Look.
Yes. Oh, yes, sir. Indeed, they do.
Ah, boy. Is that a load off my mind?
Oh, what was it, Mr. McGee? Really, I have never seen anyone look so perturbed.
What do you want to know, McGee?
Well, I was just checking up. Them cowboy chaps I'm going to wear, they're awful open in places.
Yeah.
I didn't know if cowboys wore pants under them or not. But they do. Well, come on, Molly. I'll see you later, Paul. Did you get the sulky all decorated?
Yes, I did, McGee, and if I never see another paper petunia, it'll be too soon. Did you curry Lillian?
Yes, I did, and she's as nervous as a cat. Ah, but I like a horse with spirit. I hope she acts kind of skittish in the parade.
Well, I don't. Remember, I'll be right behind you in that oversized go-kart. And don't go showing off your horsemanship.
Don't worry. I know how to ride. Someday, you know what I'm going to do?
Certainly, but what's a little fall off a horse?
Someday I'm going to teach Lillian to kneel down when I mount and dismount. I knew a guy that taught his horse that once. Just touched him on the foreleg with his riding crop, and the horse would kneel down. Ah, poor old Hank.
Why, poor old Hank?
He was riding through a creek one day, and a floating stick hit his horse on the knee. The horse knelt down, and poor old Hank got drowned. I haven't seen him since. Hey, ain't it about time our costumes got here? It's almost... That must be them now. Come in.
Hey, wahoo! Any of you cowhands order some Western clothes?
Hey, now, don't make so much noise, Mr. Oldtimer. You don't have to come bursting in here like hop-along casserole.
That's Cassidy, Molly.
Oh, excuse me, Mr. Cassidy.
Don't mention it, daughter. Hey, I ain't Cassidy. He means hop-along is Cassidy.
Oh.
You got my Western outfit there, Old-timer? Oh, yeah. Thanks very much.
Don't mention it, Johnny. What you gonna do with it? Run away from home and join the Texas Rangers?
Nope, I'm going to be Grand Marshal this afternoon, Old-timer. Going to put a saddle on Lillian and ride her in the parade.
Well, I'm glad that's all there is to it, kids. I was afraid Johnny was really going out west. Pretty dangerous life out there.
What's dangerous about it?
Well, my papa's out there near Dallas, and he's been laid up now for 3 weeks with blisters all over the palms of his hands.
Well, what on earth happened to him?
Works on a dude ranch out there, daughter.
Yeah?
And in the evening by the campfire, he had to sing Deep in the Heart of Texas so often he clapped his hands into a pulp.
If he was such a success, they should have held him over at the campfire.
That's pretty good, Johnny, but that ain't the way I heard it. The way I heard it, one feller says to t'other feller, he said, you saving enough out of your living expenses to buy United States war-saving stamps? Nope, says t'other feller. Nope, says the first feller. Nope, says t'other feller. I'm just saving enough out of my war-saving stamp money for living expenses. Well, I'll be looking for in the parade, kid. I'll be on the roof of the First National Bank building.
Oh, say, now, wait a minute. They tore that building down last week, Mr. Oldtimer.
What? They did? Much obliged, daughter. By cracky, you saved me a nasty fall.
Well, here's the costumes, Molly. We better be getting dressed.
All right, and I hope I won't feel too silly in a little Bo Peep costume.
Oh, you look cute. Personally, I'm going to get a great kick out of masquerading as a 4-bit cowhand.
A 4-bit cowhand?
Yeah, that's a half a buckaroo. Now, let me see. First, the boots. Hey, look. They sent me women's boots. These have got high heels.
Go on. All cowboys wear high-heel boots, foolish.
They do? I wonder if they paint their toenails, too. Maybe if I slip them over on
Hello, folks. Say, is it true that you're leading the parade this afternoon?
That's right, Mr. Wilcox. McGee is going to ride Lillian, and I'll ride in the sulky behind them.
I'm wearing a cowboy outfit, Harlow. I'll wave my lorgnette at you as I ride by.
Your what?
My lorgnette. You know, the rope that us cowboys use to lasso cows.
That's a lariat, McGee.
Huh?
A lorgnette is a pair of glasses on a stick that society ladies look through when they don't want to recognize somebody they know.
Well, besides, Fibber, you won't wave at me. I'm in the parade, too.
You are? You playing in the Drum and Bugle Corps?
No, the Johnson's Wax people have entered a float in the parade.
Really, Mr. Wilcox? What kind of a float is it?
It's allegorical.
Hey, that's a marvelous idea, Harlow. Where'd you get the alligators?
Say, McGee, you're awfully dense today. Allegorical means symbolic.
Yes, our float symbolizes modern housekeeping. Shall I describe it?
Can we stop you?
No.
That's what I thought. Go ahead.
Well, the whole float is a giant replica of a container of Johnson's self-polishing glow coat. On one side, a banner says no rubbing, and on the other side, no buffing.
Isn't that wonderful?
Say, wouldn't it be cute to have a little boot black with a bath towel in one hand and a shoe in the other?
Meaning what?
It shines as it dries?
No.
Okay.
Then we have a beautiful girl dressed as a chic little housewife, dressed to go out to the movies or shopping or somewhere. Mm-hmm. We got a professional model for that.
Yeah, but who'd you get to take the part of the chic?
McGee. What makes you so dumb? He meant chick. That's French for ducky.
Certainly. Then in the back, there's a huge alarm clock with the minute hand pointing to 20, meaning the glow coat dries to a mirror-like polish in 20 minutes or less. Of course, the whole floor of the float is covered with a beautiful, gleaming linoleum.
Oh,
No kidding. It's going to be a very effective float.
But what are you going to do, Harlow?
I'm going to drive it.
You mean you're going to drive it and play the cymbals at the same time?
Who said anything about playing the cymbals?
You said it was symbolic, didn't you?
Oh, for Pete's sake. It's no wonder they asked you to lead the parade. You can't even follow an idea.
What's he getting so fine-haired about?
Well, now, he thought you were making fun of him. You know, don't forget, he takes his work very seriously.
I know that. Any guy that has his bedroom ceiling covered with linoleum so it's the last thing he sees at night and the first thing in the morning has got my deep... Hey, didn't that costume company send me a sombrero?
Of course they did. It's over there by the wastebasket.
Which one is the wastebasket?
The one with all the tissue paper in it is the hat.
Oh, yeah. How's it look on me, Molly?
Well, frankly, dearie, you look like a grasshopper under a mushroom. No wonder cowboys always sing such lonesome songs.
What do you mean?
Well, with a hat like that, nobody can get near them.
Oh, you just ain't used to it. The reason that... Come in.
Oh, hello there, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, hi, Latrivia. What goes?
I beg your pardon?
What's pretty in the city? What fries with the guys? What do you know that ain't so?
Don't be so slangy, McGee. What he means, Mr. Mayor, is what's cooking.
Oh, I see. I'm afraid I'm not quite up on the modern idiom.
Who's a modern idiom? Now you look here.
Now, just a minute, please. I just wanted to be sure you were familiar with the route of the parade.
Well, I think we are, but maybe you better run over it again to make sure, Mr. Mayor, if you have time.
I'll take time. Though I have been so busy making my belt buckle speech at different places, I haven't been able to devote much thought to this parade.
What you mean, belt buckle speech, Latrivia?
About our war effort, McGee. I talk to people in offices and factories and schools. I tell them that if we expect our boys to belt those Japs over there, we have to buckle down and work over here.
Good.
The whole purpose of my talks, of course, is to make people realize that this war won't be won simply by giving up 2 golf balls, a new inner tube, and a teaspoonful of sugar. This thing involves everything we have and everything we are. It's 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And by George, if a nation of freedom-loving, mechanical geniuses can't smack the kimonos off a gang of little thieves who couldn't invent a dollar watch on their own, we're not the people I think we are, and I think we are. Oh, excuse me, I didn't mean to make a speech here. Now, about the route of this parade. We start at 14th and Oak Street.
And go east?
No, we go west, young man. We go west to Maple, then 10 blocks south to McKinley.
I thought we went south to Adams.
No, McKinley. Then east to Washington, north to Monroe.
Don't you mean Madison?
No, Monroe.
How can we go north to Monroe? It's an east and west street.
My goodness, is it? Yes, it is. I don't know what... Oh, but I merely said we go north to Monroe, not on it.
Oh, then we don't go on Monroe.
No. Yes, you do, too. North on Washington to Monroe. And then...
Well, I still don't know how we can go north on an east and west street.
Well, for that matter, if we go west on Adams, which is a north and south street, we'll wind up on a east and west street, which will be Washington going east. And it's a one-way street going west. How do you explain that, Latrivia?
I didn't say we went west on Adams. I said Washington was... I mean, if the parade goes north to Monroe... I mean, we can... Now, wait a minute. If we go east on Madison...
You mean south?
South on No, east on Madison. Then west to,
Quincy.
West to Quincy. Oh, wait a minute, no. Who said anything about Quincy?
Molly did, just now.
Well, we don't go to Quincy. Quincy is way down on the south side.
Well, how on earth did we get clear down there? Now, if we go south on Monroe...
We don't go south on Monroe. We go west on Monroe. I mean east. No, I mean south. I mean, if we take Washington to Adams, we... Take it anywhere you want to. And don't bring it back!
The King's Men singing Keeping Our Big Mouths Shut.
This is no time for idle chatter, 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 chatter. This is no time to go and blab, blah, blah, blah. This is not the time to whisper. This is the time to stow the gab. He's a nice, friendly chap, but he might tell a Jap with a radio set in his hut. So watch out what you say, we can help out this way, keeping our big mouth shut. Don't forget pretty eyes could be winking at spies while you're dancing and singing hot sut. Don't go dishing the dirt just be on the alert, keeping our big mouth shut. Keep it shut, keep it shut, keep it shut. We've got a brand new slogan, so keep it on your mind. For the slip of a lip might sink a big battleship, the sailor boys of yours and mine. So don't be gossipy Joe, bragging about what you know. Keep old Adolf clear off of his nut. We can help Uncle Sam and stay out of a jam, keeping our big mouth shut. Shh, don't you whisper and tell, don't you tattle and yell, don't go out on the corner and strut. We won't have any jinx if we be like the Sphinx, keeping our big mouth shut. Keep it shut, keep it shut, keep it shut. You say you'd like chin music, then buy a piccolo chum and begin. But when you meet with a chap who wants to shoot off his trap, button up his lip and grin. Don't be gossipy Joe, bragging about what you know. Keep old Adolf clear off of his nut. We can help Uncle Sam and stay out of a jam, keeping our great big mouth shut.
Well, how do I look in my costume, Molly? Like an old cowhand from the Rio Grande?
No, you look more like a jockey from old Milwaukee. Why the rubber boots? Is that a Western effect?
Oh, them cowboy boots hurt my feet. Besides, they got those high heels, and I kept falling over on my face.
Oh, that's bad.
Say, you look swell in that little Bo Peep dress, Molly.
You really think so?
Yeah,
dear?
honest. Very becoming. One of the cutest little...
Oh, dear. Yeah. Come in. Oh, hello, Mr. Wimple.
Hello, folks.
Can't talk to you very long, I'm afraid, Wimp, old man. We're leading the big parade this afternoon, you know.
Yes, I know, Mr. McGee. I asked Sweetie Face if I could go downtown and watch the parade, and she said yes if I got my work done in time.
What work, Mr. Wimple?
Oh, she has me washing the windows today, Mrs. McGee.
Well, that shouldn't ought to take very long, Wimp.
It does when I do it her way, with a piece of wet cotton on a toothpick.
Heavenly days, what on earth is the idea of that?
Punishment, Mrs. McGee. Just punishment. I was naughty this morning.
Were you really, Wimp? What'd you do, sneak out and inhale a cubeb?
No, Mr. McGee. At breakfast this morning, she told me to eat all the crust off my toast or I wouldn't have curly hair. And when she turned her back, I made a face at her.
Well, that was safe enough, wasn't it?
That's what I thought, Mrs. McGee. But she saw my face in the coffee pot.
And then what?
And then I saw the coffee pot in my face.
Oh, you poor lad. Was the coffee hot?
And that's what Sweetie Face asked me afterwards. And I said I didn't think it was so hot this morning, and that started it all over again.
Well, it's too bad you won't be able to see the parade, Wimp. It's going to be pretty impressive.
Oh, I'm sure it will be, Mr. McGee. But maybe I can see it sometime in the newsreels.
Well, I hope so. At least your wife lets you go to the movies now and then, doesn't she?
Yes, on very rare occasions. I haven't been for quite a while now, though.
You haven't?
No. My, wasn't Ben-Hur wonderful the way he drove that train? But I mustn't keep you any longer. You only have a half an hour before the parade starts.
Yes, I'm sorry we haven't more time to talk, Mr. Wimple. Drop in again soon some evening, won't
Thank you, Mrs. McGee. I'll try to, though I'm usually pretty well tied up evenings.
Doing what?
Oh, just lying there, tied up.
That poor little fella. You know, someday he's going to revolt, and I hate to think what'll happen then.
So do I. She'll kill him. She's one of the most henpecked. Hey, look what time it is. We got to get going.
Oh, heavenly days, I'll say we have. Run out and hitch Lillian up to the sulky, McGee.
Oh, you okay? No, you run out and hitch her up, Molly. I got to fix this scarf around my neck.
What's the matter with it? Looks very Western to me.
It's too loose. It tickles my neck. I'd be a fine parade marshal riding along giggling and snickering.
Well, all right, but hurry up now. And if I need any help with the harness, I'll call you, dear.
Okay. I better practice walking bow-legged, too, while I'm at it. Say, I bet cowboys play a wonderful game of leapfrog. Maybe I could promote a team. No, now for the... Come in.
Hi, mister.
Oh, hello, sis. Now, look, I haven't got time to talk now. I'm marshal of the parade, and I got to get going in just a minute. I says I'm marshal of the parade, and I got to get going.
How far do you have to march, mister? How far do you?
I don't have to march. I ride my horse.
Oh. Well, if you don't have to march, why do they call you Marshmallow?
That's a silly question, sis. Just because they call a fish perch, that don't mean he has a canary sitting on his back.
Why?
Why what? Huh?
I bet they don't either.
You bet they don't what? I says what the... Now, look, sis, will you do something for me?
Is there any compensation in it, mister?
What do you mean, compensation?
No.
Why, you little... Yes. Yes, there is. I'll give you a dime.
All righty. What do you want me to do?
Take a pair of shoes downtown for me.
Okay, where are they?
You got 'em on. Goodbye, sis. It's a dirty trick, but justified under the circumstances. Now, let me see. Here's my sombrero. Oh, yeah. My gun. My cartridge belt. Guess that's everything. Hey, is that you, Molly?
Yes, dearie, it's me.
Uh-huh.
And I'm all ready to go.
Fine.
You better call the taxi.
Taxi? What taxi?
The one we're riding in the parade.
Hey, what's the matter with you, Molly? We're riding Lillian.
Oh, no, we're not.
What? Why not?
Lower your voice, dearie.
Huh?
Lillian has just become a mother.
Fibber and Molly will be back in just a moment. Thousands of women all over the country have already signed the Consumer's Pledge, sponsored by the government's Consumer Division. If you haven't seen one, this is how the pledge reads. I will buy carefully. I will take good care of the things I have. I will waste nothing. The makers of Johnson's Wax are very proud that their products can play a part in helping you keep this very worthy pledge. An easy way to take good care of the things you have is to protect your floors, furniture, and woodwork with regular applications of Johnson's Wax. In fact, there are over 100 protective uses for this famous wax polish in your home. Wax your windowsills, your Venetian blinds, shoes, luggage, refrigerator, metal furniture, and all chrome surfaces. You'll find Johnson's paste or liquid wax equally good for all these purposes. Paste or liquid, it's the same fine product, and in either form, it's very easy to use.
McGee, did you go out and see Lillian's new baby?
Yeah, cute little cuss, ain't he?
Yeah.
Did Uncle Dennis see it?
No, but I ran up and told him.
Oh, what'd he say?
He said, what color is it?
And what'd you say?
I said black and white.
And what'd he say?
Make mine the same.
Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson Wax Finishes for Home and Industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Wait a minute, just a second. You know, we might as well, this is our regular rehearsal. This is a dress rehearsal of the show we do tomorrow night. How do you do? William, how are you? You're not going to sit there just like that all night, are you? Come on, Will, get into this thing. What do you want? Ovaltine? This is the regular dress rehearsal of our Tuesday night show. Now, we do this. I'm saving this for a retread. Oh, my God. Oh, no. Oh, no. This is murder. Anybody got a pair of pliers? Yeah, well, help me. Don't stand there, brother. Go ahead, Larry. Anytime you're ready.
The Pepsodent Show, starring Bob Hope.
much. How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Bob, Army Camp Hope, telling you soldiers, while we can't show you how to shoulder arms or forward march, if you use Pepsodent, you'll always have a right face and your teeth will never end up in a pivot. I got to explain this. Now, wait a minute. I said, no, I found out. I was working in the coal mine there for 3 or 4 minutes. I've got to explain. Before we go any further, tomorrow night, we're doing our broadcast in the Santa Ana training field. The aviation training field down in Santa Ana. Or just a passage to all aviators. Get high, everybody. Or, this is Bob Santa Ana Hope telling you that you may lose your cars and you may lose your bicycles, but if you use Pepsodent, you can keep your choo-choos. We have a large kid audience, you know. Or, I have another one. This is Bob Santa Ana Training Station Hope, telling you aviators to use Pepsodent, your teeth will never be washed out. We get that. Of course, that's not for you civilians. We get it, don't we, fellas? Well, here I am at Santa Ana. Santa Ana, that's a beautiful Spanish phrase, meaning you're my top sergeant now, but wait till this is over. They pick on you, Shorty. Let me know, huh? They gave me a wonderful reception here with a big brass band. At least I thought it was a brass band until the cuspidor started hitting me. And these aviators were glad to see me. The boys all held me high on their shoulders and all backed away and yelled, "Happy landing." I guess they wanted to give me a real Air Corps welcome because as soon as they saw me, they all pressed their lips together and made a noise like an airplane. That gets over, I think. Where are we? I arrived in camp by airplane, and what a cheer went up as I stepped out of that plane. I wonder if they would have cheered so hard if I'd waited till the plane landed. And when all those boys gathered around me, was I thrilled. Something sort of hit me in the throat. It was an MP's elbow. But I want to tell you, all the boys here at Santa Ana are real gentlemen. The other day there was a crap game going on, and the sergeant came over and told them to put away the dice, and they did it right away. Then they knocked out 2 of his front teeth and painted dots on them. But I've shot craps with soldiers, sailors, and Marines, but they're nothing like these aviators. One guy was winning so fast he didn't bother to pull the money in by hand. He just sat there with a vacuum cleaner. Get any on you? There's really a friendly spirit among the officers and men up here. One platoon saved all their money for 3 months and bought a beautiful mahogany piano for their top sergeant. And you should have seen the surprised look in his face when they hit him over the head with it. And they certainly have a lot of training planes here at Santa Ana. Honestly, there's so many planes flying around the sky. One sparrow flew to his nest and said, "Try and lay another egg, Agnes. All our neighbors must have quintuplets." You know, they have rigid requirements before you can be an aviator. These fellows have such good eyesight they can read the letters on a chart at 50 feet, they can see the bullseye on a target at 200 feet, and they can see whether it's a man or woman in the slacks at half a mile. And the physical exam you get around here is really thorough. In fact, 3 months later, when one cadet complained of being sick, they x-rayed him and discovered 2 missing doctors. He was inside. You know. All these aviators have to have steady nerves and a lot of willpower, so they devised a wonderful test. They sit them in a room and see if they can refrain from clapping while they play Deep in the Heart of Texas. The first thing I do with new pilots is to give them a treat. I give them a test to see if they get dizzy. They put them in a chair that whirls them around for 10 minutes. Then they put a beautiful blonde and an ugly dame in front of them. If they go for the ugly dame, they're rejected. If they go for the blonde, they're accepted. And if they go for both, they're sent to the Navy. Hell of a break. I said both of them. What's the matter? Huh? We won't do that 2 weeks from tonight, I'll say. I took the test, too. They put me in one of those chairs that spin around. I don't know whether I was scared or not, but the third time around, one of my goose pimples grabbed for the brass ring. I asked them to give me one of those pilot tests. They spun me around and around and around. I won't say I got dizzy, but I made a date with the captain, saluted the nurse, and walked through the window. After they locked you inside one of those whirling test machines for 5 minutes, you're really drunk. W.C. Fields gets in one twice a day with a cherry in his mouth. I'm going to be a killer when television comes in. I'm going to explain all the jokes. And then they took me over with some recruits and let me work the controls in the link trainer. I really tried hard to do everything exactly right. I wanted to be the ace of the place, but when I got out, they called me the stink of the link. How about it, man? Solid? Okay. And boy, they certainly keep training these pilots here all day long. There are planes all around. Wherever you look, somebody was taken off. It reminded me of the time I was marooned in the middle of the runway at Minsky's. And some of these planes here are pretty fast. This afternoon, one of the pilots was flying his plane toward Los Angeles at an altitude of 10,000 feet, doing 300 miles an hour, and he was passed by a woman driver who was still in second. They said they were going to take me up in a regular plane. I didn't object at all. I didn't say a word. I just lay there unconscious. But I'm not afraid of those big planes. I've got nerves like piano wires. I wish they were more like nerves. Every time I even look at a plane, my nerves play miss you. I think I missed a joke there, too. As I came on the field, a soldier came up and held a queer-looking contraption to his eye and kept peeking at me through it. I said, "Snap my picture?" He said, "No, just trying out my new bum sight." And boy, are those, that's it, yeah! And boy, are those planes made fast. I leaned against a new metal door, and the door said, "Hello, Hope." I stared at a puzzle, and the door said, "Don't you recognize me? I'm the shaving cream tube you turned in yesterday." A lot of the boys here are reconnaissance experts. Reconnaissance, that's French for looking first, fellas, and see if her husband's gone. But it was nice of the boys to take me for a spin in the plane, but it's the first one I ever took while tied to the propeller. Gosh, was I nervous. I said to the pilot, "Do you mind if I bite my nails?" And he said, "No, go right ahead. Anything to make you stop biting mine." I was really frightened. My teeth were chattering so much I sang Rose O'Day without even trying. I'd fix that up. Still got gum in my fingers here. My teeth were chattering so much I sang Rose O'Day without even trying. Egg. Boy, did we go up high. The pilot's nose was bleeding and Skinny Ennis's nose was yelling, "I would if I could, but I can't." And was one aviator insulting. When I asked him how you open a parachute, he said, "Very simple, just count 10, jerk." It's wonderful up there above the clouds, though. There's nothing up there but a few other planes and a couple of guys in jeeps trying to get back to camp before their pass is up. The pilot showed me some stunts, and I guess he shouldn't have. He did an inside turn while my stomach did an outside loop. We went up 10,000 feet, then 20,000 feet. I was so nervous to get myself calmed down, I had to get up and walk it down to the wing for a while. I had to go out and walk up and down the wing for a while. We were flying along for about 10 minutes. I don't either. We were flying along. Nobody wants it. We were flying along for about 10 minutes. We were flying along. There we were flying. We were flying along for about 10 minutes, and just for fun, I decided to spit down to the ground. You should have told me we were flying upside down. For a joke, I asked the pilot to fly low over Bing Crosby's house and wiggle the landing gear. While we were doing it, one of Crosby's kids ran out, looked up and said, "Hey, Paul, there's the stork thumbing his nose at you again." And finally, the pilot made a forced landing. I forced him. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce a former member of our cast who left us to join Uncle Sam, Private Ben Gaze. There he is. I'm keeping gum.
Well, thanks for the introduction, Bob. Hey, gee, it's swell to be here at Santa Ana.
But, Ben, you're stationed at Camp Han. What are you doing way up here?
Followed a blonde.
What? You what?
Follow the blonde.
We're going to follow an egg right now. Say, Ben, well, did you have anything to follow the blonde? Isn't that an awful thing when you're waiting for a big laugh? I said, oh, this is the Smashola. Here we go. I was waiting. I thought, we're on top now. Follow the blonde. Oh, dear doctor. That was an ostrich egg we just got. Flash up the entire audience dropping those things. Say, Ben, did you have anything to do with the reception I received here today?
Oh, sure, Bob. It seems hours before you got here, headquarters flashed the pink alert.
Pink alert?
Yes, that means a big unidentified bag of wind is approaching the area.
Damn it, my finance man is leading the applause out there. You know, watch out, or that big unidentified bag will kick you in an unidentified area. But I'm really glad to welcome you back to our show for this visit, Ben. You look great.
Yeah, the Army's swell. Feel my muscle. I'm as hard as nails.
Yeah, well, feel my muscle. Where do you think I'd fit in best? In the infantry, cavalry, or aviation? Go ahead, feel my muscle.
Okay.
Well?
Have you tried the campfire girls?
What kind? That's a new kind of campfire girl. That's a smaller fire. You cramp it up here. Have you tried the campfire? Say, Ben, tell me, after you've been working for me, do you find it any different working for Uncle Sam?
Yeah, people cash my checks now. Yes, sir, it's a pleasure on payday to go around and collect real money.
Are you inferring the money I paid you was counterfeit?
Well, I don't know, Bob, but on the $5 bills I get now, Abe Lincoln is coming out of the White House, not looking out of the window of the Hope residence in Cleveland.
Oh, you should see my $1 bills. George Washington's wig is hanging from my clothesline. But tell me, Ben, has the Army treated you as well as I did?
Have they? Look down here.
Ben, shoes. Get the size of those shoes. Just lift that oar there. Look at that. They just cut the tail off a cow and hung it on him. Look at that. How often do you milk those shoes, old boy? Look at those things. They're beautiful things. You'd be much more comfortable in the boxes. Where are we? So you really like the Army, huh, Ben?
Well, it was funny, Bob. When I was working for you, you were my boss, and I had to say yes to you all the time and tell you were great and how wonderful you were and all that stuff. Then I joined the Army, and I said, at last I'm through with all that.
And what happened?
Well, then I found out about a second lieutenant.
Why? You're doing fine. You just got to... If I were you... You're out there. Okay. You're at bat.
Oh, by the way, Bob, I want to thank you for those lovely socks you knitted for me. They fit perfectly. Where'd you get my size?
Oh, I just knitted them around a pair of tennis rackets.
And, Bob, I think it was very nice of you to knit that sweater, but it kind of hurts me when I wear it.
That sweater I knitted hurts you when you wear it?
Yeah, there must be some better way to finish it, Bob. I don't think you're supposed to leave it like that on the needles.
Why not? It keeps you warm and tattoos you at the same time.
You know, since I've been in the Army, I wake up at 5:45 every morning.
Really? Well, why don't you try Ovaltine? But, Ben, tell me, what's Army life like?
Well, Bob, you ought to know what it is to live in a tent.
What do you mean?
Oh, did Paramount give you a better dressing room?
No, I'm still in the manhole.
Say, Bob, I heard a peculiar rumor. Of course, I don't believe it, but I heard that soldiers like to shoot crap.
No. What a vicious rumor. Of course it isn't. Of course it isn't true, although I have heard of one regiment that shot crap so often that they had the only soldiers in the Army who'd stand at attention in a kneeling position.
You know, but they treat me swell at Camp Han.
They do, huh, Ben?
Wonderful, Bob. After all, I'm a radio name. I can get off anytime I want to, go out with girls every day, get back to camp 6 hours late, and really, the guardhouse isn't so bad.
Well, I'm glad you like it in the Army, Ben. Tell me, what do you do at the camp in the evening?
Well, part of the time we sit around and think about girls.
Well, what do you think about the rest of the time?
Women.
See, just like musicians, huh? I mean, civilians. I'm sorry, what was that?
But what I like best about Army life is that drilling and marching. Marching and drilling, hour after hour. Marching, marching, marching. I love it. I love it. I love it.
I don't understand. It's been raining all week, and he's got a sunstroke.
Honestly, Bob, we really love drilling. And another thing you've got wrong about Army life is the officers. Gee, I love my top sergeant. And the MPs are swell. And the most likable guy I ever met is my second lieutenant.
But some guys won't do to get a 6-hour pass. But I've got some news for you, Ben. You know, Skinny Ennis is with the draft board now.
Ennis with the draft board? Does he work there?
Well, not exactly work, Ben. He just sits there all day under a big sign that says, if you look like this, don't bother.
Well, Bob, the real reason I'm here tonight is that I heard your guest is going to be a beautiful actress.
Oh, no, she's just some plain little girl I found under a pinball machine. No one interesting. So you can go now.
But I'm sure your guest must be a beautiful actress.
No.
You're loaded with sense.
Ben, my guest tonight is an ugly little girl, so please leave.
No, I'm staying till I meet her.
Well, then I guess I'll have to push you away. Let that be a lesson to you and pick me up.
Listen, Bob, I know Rita Hayworth is here tonight.
Well, you're right, Ben. Rita Hayworth is here tonight. You know, Ben, I've been wondering about her salary.
Well?
Just how much do you think I should pay her? In other words, what's hay worth? Don't you get it? Don't you get it? I said, what's hay worth?
Sorry, Hope. The government pays me to shoot Japs, not laugh at saps.
Quiet, Private, or you'll soon hear taps.
You know...
Burma egg.
You know, Bob, when I first left my job as announcer on this program and entered the Army, I had lots of trouble.
How so?
Well, my tent mates said they didn't mind when I kept them awake nights by talking in my sleep, but for goodness sakes, would I please cut out those Pepsodent commercials?
Why, that's silly. Whatever made you talk about Pepsodent in your sleep?
I had to. It said so in the contract you gave me.
In your contract, too? Not you, laddie. And then we're into it. See, now?
Yes.
Now, tell her. Now, little fiddle and cello.
A Pepsodent 50 Tough toothbrush gives you twice as many tufts in a small, compact head. Tufts that are now improved with sturdier, more durable nylon bristles for double power cleansing. So buy a Pepsodent 50 Tough toothbrush for every member of your family. Remember, you get a valuable cash certificate worth 10 cents in extra spending money with every one you buy. Protect that attractive smile of yours. Get several Pepsodent 50 Tough brushes tonight.
Here's Francis Langford and the 6 hits in the mix, singing South American Way.
Have you ever danced in the tropics in the hazy, lazy, like kind of crazy, like South American way? Have you ever kissed in the moonlight in the grand and glorious, gay, notorious South American way? The Latin scheme of love is like a dream of love. The Latin stream of love is in their veins. They'll buy a jewel for you, or fight a duel for you, or drive a mule for you across the plain. There's a melody in their music, while the gauchos sing it, come on and swing it the South American way. If you men are losing your morale, let your heart be free. Oh, there's a dusky, dark-eyed gal waiting for you down in Rio. It's free in Rio. And you girls that write to Dorothy Dick about your love affairs, the gentlemen there know all the tricks. Down in Buenos Aires, at Tina, in Argentina. And if your mother-in-law nags you silly, you forget to nag in Chile. And if your Uncle Joe is sponging on you, You can find a sponge down in Peru. It's heaven on earth. It's your money's worth. There's a melody that is gay and free in their music. While the gauchos singing, come on and swing it. If you'll only hurry, you'll lose every worry. The South American way. The South American way.
Yes, sir. That's Francis Langford and the Six Hits and the Miss singing South American Way. Did they join us? What happened to them? Where were they? They in that game again? What is that for, Bob? The Pan-American Relations thing?
Pan American Day, Bob.
When is that? Tomorrow?
14th, tomorrow.
That's what we got to put that in the script. Pan-American Day, brother. I am playing Rio any day. Lowe's Rio. I make it a hot week. It's Rio, Lowe's Rio. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to present to you the alluring star of Carnival in Rio and my gal Sal, Miss Rita Hayworth.
Thank you, Mr. Hope.
Mr. Hope, wait a minute, Rita. No one around here calls me Mr. Hope.
I know, but I wouldn't dream of calling you what they do.
You mean Bob?
But thanks for that lovely introduction. And, Bob, you ought to thank the soldiers for all the applause they just gave you.
Look, Rita, it wasn't for me. The soldiers started cheering the minute they saw you.
Oh, don't be silly, Bob. Why would those soldiers want to look at me? They'd much rather listen to you than look at me.
You didn't come all the way from Long Beach to louse me up, did you? Come on, Rita, we got to now read the line over, please.
Read it again.
Why, don't be silly, Bob.
Read it anyway, long.
Don't be silly, Bob. Don't be silly.
Yeah.
Why would those soldiers want to look at me? No, wait.
No, yeah, that's all right. No, that's right. Sure. Want to look at me?
They'd much rather listen to you than look at me.
Are you kidding? Then you let it go. See, fellow? After all, Rita, to these boys, you're like a 6-day furlough. Well, I'm just another plate of beans. Oh, gosh.
Bob, stop looking at me from head to toe like that.
Well, maybe I did give you a casual glance.
Casual glance? No one has been covered that thoroughly since BB Eyes put Dick Tracy in hot paraffin.
You know, Rita, I could go for you.
I could tell you where, too.
You were my sponsor. But, Rita, I want to welcome you to the Pepsin Show. All these fellas in uniform here in our audience are the men of the Santa Ana Army Air Corps.
I'm very glad to be here. Well, what's cooking?
The men of the Santa Ana Army Air Corps.
Are all these men flyers?
Well, if they weren't, they are now.
Well, I'm certainly glad to be here at Santa Ana, Bob, among all these young men. And you?
I'm not old. I'm just prematurely wrinkled.
Bob, you should do something about your posture. You don't look very mannish.
What do you mean I don't look mannish?
Well, when you and I walked through the camp this afternoon, a soldier saw us, then turned to his friends and said, "Why is it, fellas, every time a pretty girl comes to this camp, she has an UGG for a girlfriend?"
Well, that guy should have his eyes examined. The nerve of him calling you an UGG.
No fooling, Bob. You should stand straight like these soldiers. Then you wouldn't look so fat.
Wait a minute, Rita. Why is it every time a girl compares me with a soldier, she tries to make people believe I have a large tummy? I tell you, I have a military bearing.
Yes. But what good's a military bearing with a civilian crankcase?
Well, I may have changed a little in the last couple of years, but people still tell me I have oomph.
Well, don't forget, the meaning of oomph changes, too. A few years ago, a man with a lot of charm and good looks had oomph.
Well, what does a man need now to have oomph?
4 good tires and a pound of sugar.
Now, Rita, I want you to look at me carefully and tell me how much oomph I've got. Tell me, what percent oomph am I?
Well, Bob, I'd give you a round figure. But I see you already have one.
Come on, Rita. Tell me how much oomph I've got.
Bob, must we discuss shortages?
Look at my nose and say that again.
This is a lovely camp, Bob. You were a little late getting down here, weren't you?
Yes, I had to take it easy on my tires.
Are your tires bad?
Bad. My tread is softer than the officer of the day creeping up in a crap game.
I thought we had a very nice trip up here in your car.
Yes, it was. I don't want to mention this, Rita, but you haven't thanked me for driving you up.
Aren't you satisfied with just getting paid for it?
I have a good mind to give you back your money.
Why don't you?
I have a good mind.
This is really a wonderful camp, but Bob, I still don't know. How did I ever get on your program?
You signed a contract, that's how.
Yeah. It was pretty clever of you asking me for my autograph during the blackout.
You'd be surprised how many co-signers I get that way.
I really wouldn't miss appearing on this program for the world. I'm here tonight because of a very sentimental reason, Bob. Because the salary you offered me reminded me of a picture I made.
Oh, really? Which one was that?
You'll Never Get Rich. Incidentally, I hope that check you gave me is good.
Oh, of course the check is good. I got plenty of money in the bank.
You have?
Sure, listen. That's not including what I got in my shoe. But tell me, Rita, have you looked around Santa Ana yet?
Santa Ana? Sounds like Santa Anita. What's happening at Santa Anita these days?
Well, yesterday afternoon at 3:30, one of Crosby's horses were 6 laps ahead of the Japs. Where are you going, buddy? Thanks, brother. What can you do? This is war. Show that fellow. Go ahead. All right. Tell me, where were we? But Santa Ana here is a camp where they teach Army men how to fly.
Where do they teach sailors how to fly?
Oh, you don't have to teach sailors how to fly. You just tell them it's Saturday night and then step out of their way.
I think these aviators are sweet, Bob. You know what I did? When I got here this morning, I promised to kiss the one who flew the highest. I wonder who did fly the highest.
Oh, I don't know, Rita. I wasn't the least bit interested, and besides, my nose started bleeding at 80,000 feet.
One of the aviators took me for a ride this morning, and gosh, it was exciting. We did barrel rolls and power dives and loop-the-loops. Every minute I thought I was going to fall out.
Gee, did you keep that up very long?
Not very long. A wheel came off the Jeep. I've been having a lot of fun here, Bob. Did you see me when I went into the kitchen and helped one of the boys on KP cook the potatoes for dinner? I worked with him all afternoon.
Yeah, Rita, I don't think you should have.
Why not?
Well, that's the first time I ever saw boiled potatoes served by a baked KP. These flyers will go into all branches of the service when they leave here, Rita. Some of them may even become ferry pilots like Skinny Ennis.
Why, I never knew that.
What does that mean? You fellas are way ahead of the script, you know that. I get your point. I know what you mean. Honest to God, I didn't see it till now. Ferry pilot. Are you a ferry pilot? Maybe the biggest laugh there tomorrow night. You know that. Very proud. The whole audience will get up and fly right out. Oh, flamingo. Let's knock it. Rita, where were we? Oh, yeah. What Skinny likes ferry pilot.
Ferry planes over the ocean?
Well, no, Skinny doesn't exactly ferry planes over the ocean. Skinny helps pigeons across puddles.
By the way, where is Skinny?
Oh, Skinny's sailor cut the cuffs off his pants, and the last we heard, Skinny was flying due west over Glendale.
Gee, Bob. You're always taking cracks at Skinny Ennis. You say he's breathless and lifeless. I can't understand it.
Well, thanks for sticking up for me, Rita. I'm Skinny Ennis.
Now I understand. But just the same, Bob, to take all his kidding, Skinny must have plenty of backbone.
Oh, you're right, Rita. Skinny's backbone is just as straight and as stiff as a piece of damp Kleenex. But, Rita, how about a little interview? I'm sure the soldiers would like some information about you.
All right. What's the first thing they'd like to know?
What are you doing tonight, babe? But, Rita, you're at Columbia Studios, aren't you?
Yeah, Bob. And are you still working over at Paramount?
That's right.
So they lost their case, huh?
Why, Rita, I'm one of Paramount's biggest moneymakers. I've got the printing press right in my dressing room. What have you been doing in the way of pictures lately?
Oh, I recently made a picture called You'll Never Get Rich with Fred Astaire.
Fred Astaire? Oh, yes, I had him over to my house the other evening.
You had Fred Astaire over to your house?
Sure, if you don't believe me, I'll show you the footprints on the ceiling. But, Rita, isn't it tough to dance with Fred Astaire and all those difficult routines?
Well, I come from a dancing family. My folks were very fast on their feet.
Yeah, we used to have trouble with the finance company, too.
Well, anyway, Fred Astaire is certainly a wonderful dancer. You know, he can do old-fashioned waltzes and modern jitterbug dances equally as well.
Well, so can I.
Yeah, but he doesn't do them both at the same time. But Fred really is a great tap dancer.
Well, I have a very novel tap dancing routine myself right now because of my water on the knee. It's very novel.
Because of your water on the knee?
Yeah, I just add a few flakes of Lux, and I'm the only dancer in the country who can tap himself a bubble bath.
Bob, I don't think you're graceful enough to be a dancer.
Well, you're wrong. Why, I look a little too graceful.
What do you mean?
Why, when I walk down Hollywood Boulevard, I have to be very careful the type of slacks that I wear. But I always thought that you were... The same joke, but I always thought that you were graceful, Rita, until the other night at the Palladium. As soon as we got out on the floor, you kicked me 4 times.
Well, they were playing deep in the heart of Texas, and you were holding my hand.
Yes, but you were out of rhythm. Besides, Fred Astaire, you've had Tyrone Power for your leading man, haven't you?
Yes, I have, Bob.
Well, you know, Rita, there's no difference between Tyrone Power and myself outside of the fact he works for 20th Century.
Bob, working for 20th Century isn't the only difference. You see, he was born in it, too.
Yeah. Can I help it? The stork that brought me like minuets. But I can't understand it, Rita. Why do you prefer Tyrone Power to me?
Well, Bob, why should a girl be satisfied with a link trainer when she can have the B-19?
Well, tell me, Rita, what's your favorite quality in a man?
Permanence, Bob. I mean a man who always loves her. You know, Bob, no woman likes to wake up some morning and find she's been suddenly tossed away like an old toothpaste tube.
Rita.
Oh, I forgot. I mean, no woman likes to wake up some morning and find she's been taken down to the drugstore and traded in for a new one.
Plus 25 cents.
25 cents.
Unless you want the giant size, that's more. But, Rita, it might surprise you to know that I was supposed to appear in that picture you made with Tyrone Power, all about bullfighting.
Oh, you mean Blood and Sand?
Yes, I was supposed to appear in that.
Yes, I know you were, Bob. But they figured for $5 more, they might as well get a real bull.
And after I'd bought those horns and everything. You know, Rita, I really used to be a bullfighter. I remember on my uncle's farm, I used to take a red cape and fearlessly wave it in front of one of those big brutes. I wasn't afraid of anything. I'd run right out in front of the powerful animal waving that red cape, and I'd do it again and again until my uncle finished milking it.
Milking it? Bob, that wasn't a bull, that was a cow.
I'm telling you, that was a bull.
But, Bob, you can only get milk from a cow. Bulls won't give milk.
Well, get the War Production Board on the phone. We can't have any loafers in this country. By the way, Rita, you saw my latest picture. What did you think of my performance in My Favorite Blonde?
Oh, Bob, I thought that was wonderful. Acting?
Why do I hire guest stars who can't read my handwriting?
No, but seriously, Bob, I thought you were swell in My Favorite Blonde with Madeline Carroll. I wish you'd make your next picture with me.
Really?
Yes. I think that in times like these, all of us girls should bear the burdens equally.
What do you mean, burden? Madeline really enjoyed making that picture with me. She used to ask me to rehearse those love scenes.
And did you rehearse them?
Yes, and I got to know her standing very well.
You know, Bob, when I visited the set, when you were actually making those love scenes with Madeline, and I noticed one very ridiculous thing about your costume. You were wearing a big, heavy charm bracelet.
Oh, that wasn't a charm bracelet. When Maddie and I weren't making love scenes, they let me carry the chain around with me.
love scenes with Madeline. See, that makes you a first-degree star, doesn't it?
Yeah, first-degree star with second-degree burn.
You know, the act with you, Bob, your leading ladies don't have to take dramatic lessons.
Oh, no?
No. All they have to do is go see the short on how to put out a firebomb.
Yeah, they often have to carry me away in a bucket of sand.
Say, Bob, who's that tall, handsome man in the uniform over there?
Oh, that's Ben Gage. He used to be the announcer on this show.
Used to be the announcer. Oh, didn't you pick up his office?
Well, I wanted to, but Uncle Sam beat me to it. Now Ben's a private at Camp Han.
So he left the show to go in the army.
Yeah, he wanted more money.
He must be in the Signal Corps.
In the Signal Corps? What makes you think so? Oh, I see. Ben, stop winking at her. I think you started it, Rita.
Well, maybe I did wink at him a little bit.
Wink at him a little? Listen, if you'd winked any harder, you'd have whipped yourself to death with your own eyelashes.
Gee, he's a tall soldier, isn't he?
Yeah, he's really tall. When he kneels down in a crap game, they make him kneel down again.
And I like blondes.
Oh, Ben isn't a real blonde.
Isn't he?
No, it's just that he's so tall when he runs under orange trees, the juice stays in his hair.
Gee, he's so big and so handsome.
Listen, Rita, I'm just as handsome as Ben Gage, and I'm just as tall, too.
Of course you're just as tall. And don't you think you're being too careful about your rubber heels wearing them inside your shoes?
Those aren't heels. When I'm not dressed formal, I fold my spats up and put them in there.
No, I'd like to meet Mr. Gage, Bob.
Oh, you wouldn't be interested? He comes from a very poor family. Not only that, but there's a streak of insanity in it, too.
Well, bring him over. Any brother of yours is a friend of mine.
Say, Bob, how about introducing me?
Okay, Rita, Ben Gage. Ben, Rita Hayworth. Well, see you later, Ben.
Please wait a minute, Mr. Gage.
Oh, Rita, why don't you call me Ben?
All right, Ben. That's such a lovely name, Ben.
Yeah, I like it, too. You know, ever since I was a kid, I've been called Big Ben.
Yes, his mother was frightened by an alarm clock.
So you're Ben Gage.
My Rita.
My soldier.
My darling.
My exit. Look, Benjamin, Miss Hayworth and I want to be alone. Go away. We were having an interesting conversation.
I don't think it was interesting.
Look, Rita, who's paying you for appearing here tonight?
Nobody. You told me this was a benefit.
Well, that's right. I wanted you here for my benefit.
Gee, Mr. Gage, you have such nice curly hair.
Well, I have nice curly hair, too.
Bob, don't take off your shirt.
Gosh, and I spent 3 hours with the curling iron, too.
Gee, Rita, it's funny the way we met here tonight. Almost as though someone had planned it.
Yes. We seem to be brought together by fat.
Rita, look at your script. That's fate.
Look who introduced us. That's fat.
Gosh, you're the sweetest thing I ever laid eyes on, with those big lashes and gorgeous hair.
Oh, I don't know.
Wait a minute, I was talking to Rita.
Well, how could I tell from what you said? Look, Ben, go away. Rita and I were talking. Get out of here. Scram.
Listen here, Spear Snoot.
I wish I'd put you behind a pole.
Hey, take it easy. You're not my boss anymore, Small Fry. You're speaking to a representative of the United States Army. Private Ben, call me Dreamboat Gage.
Boy, what I'd give to be a sergeant for just about 2 minutes. Now, Ben, none of your lips. Why, if you didn't have that uniform on, you know what I'd do.
No, what would you do if I didn't have this uniform on?
Get your bathrobe.
Tell me, Ben, how did you happen to join the Army?
Well, Rita, I guess my heart just made me do it.
Gee, Bob, his heart made him do it.
Yeah, the doctor listened to us for a minute and said, brother, you're in. Now, come on, Rita. Never mind, Ben. Let's get on with our little talk. Tell me, how do you like Santa Ana?
Gee, Ben, I could go for a fellow like you. You're so cute.
Yes, it is a nice town. And what do you think of the airfield here?
Such broad shoulders, so tall, so handsome. You thrill me.
Oh, yes, they do have a lot of planes. Did you go for a ride in one?
Oh, just standing close to you, Ben, sensing your manly presence, I feel as if I'd like to melt in your arms.
Anybody want to read my lines?
Darling, I used to dream about you nights at camp until that mean top sergeant made me cut it out.
Well, how could you... Well, how could your top sergeant know who you were dreaming about?
Well, he doesn't know exactly, but if you have a pleasant look on your face, he comes over and wakes you up.
All right, Ben, for the last time, you can go now.
Oh, all right. I'll leave. Goodbye, Miss Hayworth.
Goodbye, Ben.
Goodbye, Rita. Well, back to a cold tent. Oh, wait a minute. Hey, how about going out with me tonight?
Just remember that you got a date with me tonight, Rita.
Says who? Listen, Bob, you better forget all about that date because Rita and I are going stepping, and there's no ifs or buts or maybes about it, see?
And Columbia Pictures think they got the invaders.
No, I think I'd better go with Ben. Anyhow, Bob, if you take me to dinner, I won't get home till late.
Oh, Rita, you know me. I'll take you right home.
Yes, but when you pay the waiter, it'll take at least 2 hours before you count out the Raleigh coupon.
Well, I guess Rita goes with me.
Just a minute. I'll toss a coin, and whoever wins takes Rita out. Here it goes. Call it, Ben.
Heads.
It's tails. I win.
Let me see that nickel. There's a buffalo on each side of it. What happened to the Indian?
He was drafted. Listen, I had a date with Rita first, and I'm going.
Yeah? Well, I got this fist that says you don't.
Well, I got this fist that says I do.
This fist says you don't.
This fist said I do. Of course, if you're going to use big words...
I'm sorry, Bob, but it's more patriotic to go out with somebody in a uniform.
Well, Ben, you'll have to lend me your uniform. Step behind the screen with me while I change.
Well, if you insist. Here's the coat and here's the pants.
Are you in the uniform, Bob?
Yeah, Rita, I'm now a military man. Pants feel too tight, Ben. I'll see if I can bend over. I'm now a military secret. Let's quit arguing, Rita. You'll have to settle this. Which one of us do you want to go out with tonight?
Well, I feel very gay this evening, and I'd like to go someplace really nice. So I'll go out with whichever one of you will spend the most money.
About how much money?
Oh, $50 or $60.
Well, Ben, have a good time. Thank you, Rita. And here is Skinny Ennis, the sixth sister of this, singing the Army Air Corps March. Take it, boy.
Off we go into the wild blue yonder, climbing high into the sun.
Here they come, zooming to meet our thunder. Adam boys, give her the gun.
Down we dive, spouting our flame from under, off with one hell of a roar.
We live in fame or go down in flames. Nothing will stop the Army Air Corps. To the host of those who love the vastness of the sky. To a friend we send a message of this brother men who fly, fly high. They're the men who fly the sky.
Off we go into the wild sky yonder.
Keep the wings level and true.
If you'd live to be a gray-haired wonder,
keep your nose up in the blue.
Flying men guarding the nation's border, we'll be there, followed by more.
In echelon we carry on. That's the Army Air Corps.
I was sitting at us the 6 hits of the Miss singing the Army Air Corps song. And here is Mr. Keating. Hello, Mr. Keating.
How do you do, Mr.
Go
Crow?
away. Start the next spot. Okay, Larry.
Once again, we resume our reading of Bob Hope's story of his life, They Got Me Covered. Bob and his friend Skinny Ennis have just enlisted in the Army Air Corps. Bob goes to the Air Training School at Santa Ana, and after months of intensive training under the watchful eye of his superior officer, he makes his first jump from an airplane at a height of 2,000 feet.
Great work, Hope. Next time I'll let you try it with a parachute.
Life at the aviation school is a long round of endless excitement for our two young cadets. On their first day as flyers, one of those really dramatic moments occurs.
Oxygen, Bob. Give me oxygen, more oxygen.
Here you are, Skin. Now, come on, let's get in the plane.
And so life at Santa Ana goes merrily on for our two happy characters. And now as our scene opens, we find the two lads fast asleep in their barracks, enjoying their well-earned rest.
I don't mind reveille, but this is ridiculous.
Bob, what time is it?
Time to get up.
Yeah, but Bob, it's pitch dark outside. Nobody gets up in the middle of the night.
This your first trip to an army camp, bud?
Hey, Bob, you always sleep without any pajamas?
Of course not.
And I guess I didn't do so well in that crap game last night.
Come on, hurry up. I'm almost dressed.
Hey, you look swell, Bob. You got a real army physique from the bottom up.
Honest, Skin, you think I got a real army physique? You could add something there. You really think I got an army physique from the bottom up, huh?
Yeah, Bob, the only guy I ever saw with a khaki girdle.
See, just think, Skinny, tonight we got dates with Rita Hayworth and Francis Langford. See, Rita Hayworth, when we go out tonight, I hope we get caught in a blackout.
Hey, gosh, Bob, why on earth would you want to be caught in a blackout with Rita Hayworth?
Take a good look at them, fellas. Next week I'm sending them back to Ripley.
Gee, Bob, I can't believe it tonight we got a date with two beautiful girls like Rita Hayworth and Frances Langford. I just can't believe it. Hey, pinch me and see if I'm dreaming.
Okay.
Ouch!
Hey, Ennis, now pinch me to see if I'm dreaming.
Why?
When I pinched you, I thought I felt flesh.
Hey, just think, Bob, I'm going out with Frances Langford and Rita Hayworth. Maybe Frances will sit on my lap, and maybe Rita will give me a kiss. Man, just thinking about it starts my circulation flying. Doggone it, my corpuscle got off the beam.
I can't wait to go out, Skin. You know I'm becoming a real ladies' man.
Yeah, Bob, that gorgeous blonde went the other night in a big way, didn't she?
Blonde?
Yeah, you know the one with the very heavy foreign accent?
Yeah, I wonder what she could see in me, just a simple soldier in charge of the bomb sight. Anyway, we're the two luckiest soldiers of this camp, Skin, getting those dates tonight. And besides, we can get all the 6-hour passes we want. We just ask for them and they're handed out to us.
Yeah, but this can't go on forever, Bob. Someday we got to let the general out of that refrigerator. That icebox is freezing over.
Okay, we'll let the general out, but that MP stays until another place freezes over.
Hey, I want to get all dressed up to meet these gals. I think I'll wear my medal for sharpshooting.
I got one of those, too.
How'd you ever get one?
Well, I did some sharpshooting, 7 passes in a row.
Bob, I'm talking about shooting with something that's loaded.
How'd you think I hit 7 passes? Kid, let's get out of camp right away and go over and see those girls. I'm so excited. You know, I had a date with Rita before. I even kissed her.
Hey, did she kiss hard?
That was the first time I had ever outspin my pivot tooth.
Hey, look, Bob,
Here comes that tough sergeant for the next tent.
Uh-huh. Hey, is Bob Hope in here? Oh, sorry. I didn't know this was the hospital tent.
Oh, this is...
This isn't a hospital tent. That's Skinny Ennis.
Oh, burial detail, huh?
Listen, Sarge. Don't bother us now. Skinny and I have a date with Rita Hayworth and Francis Langford.
Don't make me laugh.
Why not?
I'm wearing a cheap girdle.
Well, it's true. We do have a date with them.
Well. So the two mama's boys think they're going out with girls.
Listen, we've taken enough of your lip, and things are going to be different from now on. You see my fist, and you see Ennis's fist?
Yeah, I see your fist, and I see Ennis's fist.
You think we need manicures?
Yeah. Now listen, you fellas ain't going out. I'm putting you both on KP again.
Oh, no, you don't. I got a date today, see? And if you lay a finger on me, I'll fill you full of lead. I'll take my gun and shoot you full of holes. String you up to a tree, beat your head in with the butt of my gun, stick my bayonet right through your gizzard, and... Hey, somebody else finished reading this stuff. I think I'm going to faint.
Now, Hope, have you anything to say?
I leave my pal alone. Hey, watch me waiting to this guy, Bob.
Get out of the way, Skin. You don't have to fight my battles for me. I can take care of this guy myself.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, Skinny, might be good exercise for you at that. Take it.
Okay, here I go. Get this, Sarge. I've taken enough of your lips, see? I bet if I wanted to, I could bash in your skull. And I bet I could beat you bloody and tear you to bits.
Go on, let me see you try.
Oh, shucks, can't we just keep this on a theoretical basis?
Wait a minute, Bud. Skinny's my pal, and I'll stand up for him. I'll get up and fight for him if I have to. Do you hear me?
Yeah.
Then I said it too loud.
Now you guys get this straight. You're not going out of this camp. Rita Hayworth don't want any part of you mugs. I'm going to have that date with her. Remember that old proverb, only to the brave belong the fair. And I think I'm fair, don't you?
You're the fairest. Come on, Skin. We don't have to worry about this guy.
Yeah, let's leave right away and meet the girl.
Okay, just a second. I want to smell good, Skin. I'm going to put 5 cents in this perfume machine. I want to smell real nice tonight.
Better put another nickel in, Bob. Your shoes are still dry.
That's okay. I polished them with Sen-Sen. You know, hey, Skin, how are we going to sneak out of camp?
Well, I had a good idea when I sneaked out of camp yesterday, Bob. I buttoned a gopher in my uniform, and he marched for me. Yeah, but I ain't gonna let that gopher march for me anymore.
Why not?
Oh, the fellows have been coming around my tent all morning and pestering me. They want to see my tail again.
Hey, quick, Skin. The sentry isn't looking. Let's run right past him.
Hey, come on, Bob. Now we have to cross this busy street. Gosh, traffic is sure heavy. There are a lot of women drivers. I guess we better cross it in our usual fashion. All ready? Let's go.
Well, we made it, Skin. Now we can take our blindfolds off. Come on. We better start walking to where I told the girls to meet us.
Oh, they're meeting us on a street corner?
Skinny Ennis, do I look like the type whose breeding is so low that I'd meet girls on street corners? I'm ashamed of you. Now, come on, hurry up and we'll go to meet the girls before I forget the address of the pool room where they're waiting.
Hey, now, wait a minute, Bob. You know, these girls are different from the ones we used to going out with.
You mean we can't wear our fatigue suits?
Bob, look. There's a sidewalk photographer. I think he wants to take our picture.
Step right up, soldiers. Step right up. I am Professor Colonna, photographer, camera fiend, expert on composition, lover of beauty, and world-famous artist. Also will paste your girlfriend's face on pictures from Esquire.
Colonna, I never knew this. How long have you been a photographer?
Oh, for a very long time, Hope. I never told you this before, but I took pictures 5 years before I was born.
Colonna, you're crazy. How could anyone take pictures 5 years before they were born?
The druggist said he'd wait for me.
Well, listen, Skinny and I would like to have our pictures taken. How much do you charge?
Oh, just send in this card and give me the 25 cents in cash.
Well, don't you send the quarter into the company?
Well, you do that most times, but I'm crooked.
All right, now come on, Professor. Take our picture.
Okay, look at the birdie.
I don't see any birdie.
Yeah, it must have gone back to the White Cliffs of Dover. Oh, no, here it is. Now, Hope, watch the birdie. Watch the birdie. What do you know? The birdie is jealous of your beak. Now look at the birdie again. Oops. Oops. Too late.
You'll have to wait 59 minutes now to look at the birdie.
Colonna, why must I wait 59 minutes to look at the birdie?
I use the cuckoo clock. Now stand still, Hope. I want to take a picture.
Well, I don't want you to, and I got a right not to have my picture taken.
I've never seen anyone with a better right. But Hope, to prove I'm a good photographer, I'll show you this picture I took of my wife. There.
Gee, that's a swell picture of your wife, but who's that stranger kissing her?
Oh, don't worry about that stranger. I paid him for his share of the picture. He made it, sure.
Colonna, I'm warning you, I'm going to fly in a tantrum.
Okay, but a P-38 is faster.
Hey, come on, Professor, and take our picture.
Just a minute, I've got another customer. I have to step over here and take a picture of this kangaroo. Now, listen here, Mrs. Kang. When I snap this picture, you must stand perfectly still. That's it. There. Down it. It's ruined again.
But if the kangaroo stood perfectly still, how could the picture be ruined?
Kid keeps sticking his head out of the bag. Come on, kid, get out of there.
Professor, why does the kid have to get out of there?
Well, I've rented some office space in this pouch.
You mean you work in that kangaroo's pouch?
Yes, wonderful dark room. Here, kangaroo, I want to open up the office. I wonder who left the lights on.
Professor, don't tell me you're going to climb in that kangaroo's pouch.
Sure, well, here I am.
Colonna.
Just call me Hop-Along Cassidy.
Oh, Colonna, you turned me against you.
No, I'd rather dance with the girls. I hope I'm ready to take your picture. I'm going to take a very cute kitty picture of you sitting on this horsey hob.
No, Colonna, you mean hobby horse.
No, horsey hob.
Hobby horse.
Horsey hob.
Hobby horse.
Horsey hob, hobby horse. What difference does it make? I sold it to Crosby anyway.
Oh, Colonna, hold your tongue.
No, you hold my tongue. Only one end is loose anyway. Now, if you won't pose on my horsey hob, I have a real pony here for you. I like the way this pony's been acting lately, Hope. I think I'll pit it.
Well, no, Colonna, you mean you'll pat her.
Pitter,
patter,
pitter,
patter,
pitter,
patter.
Giddy up, Napoleon. Looks like rain.
Hey, Colonna, hurry up and take our pictures. We got a date.
Okay, I'll take a quick picture of you two boys. Now, look right at the loons.
Oh, Colonna, you mean look right at the lens.
No, I'm talking to the camera. Look right at the loons. There it is. Now I think I'll develop this picture.
Well, do you always put a black cloth over your head when you develop pictures?
No, sometimes I just wear my hair like Veronica Lake. Well, I shall mosey back to my photography studio now. You boys come around later and pick up your pictures.
Okay, come on, Bob. We got to see Rita and Frank.
Well, here's the house again. I'll ring the bell. Gee, I wonder what the two girls will say when they see us.
Me too.
Well, hello, girls. Here we are, all dressed up and ready for some excitement. Who wants to kiss me? Well, who wants to sit on my lap? Who wants to hold my hand? Anybody got a good book?
Rita, this is Bobby and Skinny.
This? These? You mean this is our date?
Rita, remember this is war.
I know, but this is murder.
Relax, Luscious. I'm just like moss. I'll grow on you.
Yeah. Do I look like the north side of a tree trunk?
I don't know. Turn around. Man, I'm faster than an MP's club tonight.
Hey, hiya, women. Look who's here. Dreamboat in.
Oh, are you Skinny Ennis? I've been dying to meet you.
Yeah, and I've been dying to meet you.
You look as though you overdid it.
Doggone, you can't talk to me like that. Lucky for you, you're a woman. You know what I'd do if I were a man? I mean, if you were a man?
No. What would you do if I were a man?
I'd make you get off my lap.
Skinny, I can't believe you're a soldier.
I certainly am the darn good one. Why, when they blow reveille every morning, I'm the first one up.
How come?
He sleeps in the bugle.
Come on, fellas. Where are we going tonight?
Well, we haven't got much money, but I know how to have a lot of fun. Let's all stand around and watch a bottle of 7-Up Fizz.
Gosh, Bob, you're treating these gals much better than the last one.
Now let's put on the radio and dance.
I can't put it on the radio. It's broken.
Well, how do you know it's broken?
Well, I put it on before, and it didn't play deep in the heart of Texas.
Come on, Rita, how about a quick dance? Oh, thanks for the lovely dance, Rita.
Yeah, thanks for the lovely dance, Rita.
Doggone it, Skinny. Every time I get a dance with a girl, must you ride on my back like a papoose?
Hey, but Bob, you have all the fun. Rita doesn't pay any attention to me.
Why, Skinny Ennis, you delightful little man. I'm going to give you a big kiss. Now you kiss me.
Hey, stay right there, Rita. I'll be right in just a minute.
Where you going, Skin?
Down to the Red Cross to get my blood back.
Go ahead, Skinny, but be sure you take your eyedropper with you.
Oh, gosh, I bet you're glad to see me, Rita. After all, you've been carrying the torch for me for years.
Me? Carry the torch for you? Why, Bob, it would take you 3 hours to get a flicker out of a pinball machine.
You know, Rita, last night's dates were much better than these shrimps.
Yes, Francis. Remember that big sergeant you were out with last night? Why, he'd make two of you.
Yeah, and when he grabbed me around the waist, I thought he was going to.
Oh, by the way, Rita, I brought you some candy.
Why, Bob, a stick
Just
of
a
licorice.
Out of this studio. Oh, by the way, Rita, I bought you some candy.
Why, Bob, a stick of licorice.
No, Skinny Ennis just fell in the cold chute.
Bob, that settles it. You've been teasing Skinny so much that just to punish you, I'm really going to give him a great big kiss.
Shoot the heater to me, Rita.
Well, girls, here we are in the parlor. Who's going to sit in the love seat with me?
Not me.
Not me.
Doggone, looks like I'm elected again.
Boy, just think. Dates with two glamorous stars. Gosh, that'll be something to tell my grandchildren about.
Yeah, but why just tell them about it? You could just as well bring them along.
Say, the fellas back at camp will never believe we were out with Rita Hayworth and Francis Langford. We ought to have pictures taken.
I've got a camera. Does anybody know how to put a roll of film in?
Give it to me, Rita. You just pull this back, push this lever, and turn this little wheel. I know these things inside out. Now I press this button. Well, there it is, inside out.
Hey, look, Bob. Why don't we go over to Colonna's photography shop and have pictures taken? I know the address. Hey, come on, gang.
Well, here we are, Skin. This must be the place. The sign on the door says Office of Photographer Colonna. Pictures of babies on ponies, $5. Babies on my lap, free.
Hey, come on, let's go in. Hey, looks empty. Hey, anybody in?
Be right with you in a moment, folks. I'm working on a negative in here.
I absolutely won't kiss you, Professor. No, no, no.
Rather positive negative.
Colonna, I bet you've got a girl in there with you.
Oh, yeah? What odds did they give me?
I'll give you 10 to 1 odds.
10 to 1 is pretty good odds. Should I take it, honey?
Listen, Colonna, come here at once. A friend of mine wants to see you.
Sorry, I'm very busy working out a difficult problem in aerial photography with some of the soldiers from Company B at Santa Ana.
But it's Rita Hayworth.
Well, I only had 3 aces anyway.
Professor, we want our pictures taken with these girls. This is Rita Hayworth.
Come again?
Hayworth. Hayworth.
Really? How much would she give me for this mustache?
Professor, I think you're wonderful. Tell me, why do you have such a big mustache?
Says buying a whisk broom.
Professor, I'm highly indignant.
Well, pleased to meet you. I know your brother, Haile Selassie. Now, if you folks will wait a few minutes, I've got to take a picture of this pigeon.
Gee, what makes that pigeon sit there so absolutely still, Colonna? What keeps it from flying away?
Fed it lead popcorn.
Lead popcorn? Why, that poor pigeon must be 5 times as heavy now. Look, it's trying to fly away.
What do you know? Shifted it a second.
Please hurry and take our pictures, Professor. Say, that's a peculiar-looking camera you have there.
Oh, this is really a remarkable camera. It photographs, develops, and prints your pictures in 3 seconds. Now watch, I'll take a picture and show you. Ready?
Okay.
1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. I'm also very good at portrait painting. Okay, I'll use this other camera. Well, I guess I'm ready to take your picture.
Well, good. How's your focus?
I don't know. I haven't written home lately.
I'm highly indignant. You know, Professor, you drive me out of my mind.
Oh, let's walk and save our tires.
Kelowna, stop stalling and take our pictures.
Okay, now everybody smile because this one is going to be a flashlight photo. I think I better put in some more flashlight powder. And a little more, you know. Can't have too much flashlight powder, you know.
Here goes the entire studio. Kelowna, careful. Careful with that flashlight powder. It's highly explosive.
Now, this powder is perfectly safe. Anyway, I only use 50 pounds of it. Now, smile, Hope. Here goes.
I'm smiling.
You have a lovely smile, Mr. Hope. Come now, I'll help you pick it up off the floor.
Kelowna, stop acting silly. We want you to take a group picture of us. Are you or are you not going to take this group picture?
Yes, just to make sure we won't have any more unfortunate accidents, I won't use any flashlight powder. I'll just use a little nitroglycerin and some TNT.
Nitroglycerin and TNT. Do you know what you're doing?
Of course. I always take group pictures with this powder. Okay, I'm ready to... Pardon. I'm ready to take another group picture.
I'm sorry, I know what's coming. You know, I was just killing you. What did you say?
I'm ready to take another group picture. Here goes. Be surprised how many groups I lose this way. Don't worry. Don't worry at all this time. Don't worry a bit.
The fourth blackout. Here we go.
This time I got a good picture of all of you.
Gee, I can hardly wait to get our picture to show to the boys at Santa Ana and prove I was out with Rita Hayworth. Hurry up, Professor.
Here's the picture, folks, all developed. I will now go back into my dark room.
Well, quick, let me see it. Hey, Professor, what happened? Rita Hayworth isn't in this picture at all. Where is she?
Guess where?
All thanks for the memories, you men who wear the wings. To you the nation clings, for through the face of you, the eight, we look to better things. And thank you so much. Thanks for the memories, as eagles you outfly to fortify the sky. The throbbing of your motors with our hearts will signify. We thank you so much. Folks, remember the bonds you are buying are helping to keep these boys flying, saving our way of living from dying. So let's pitch in. We're out to win. Next week, folks, we'll be back at the same time with the same gang with us. Our guest will be Vera Vague.
Good night, everybody. Good night, ladies and gentlemen.
From Hollywood, California, we present Gene Hersholt in a new Dr. Christian drama called Mr. Meeks, brought to you by the Cheesebro Manufacturing Company, owners of the trademark Vaseline, and producers of Vaseline Petroleum Jelly, Vaseline Hair Tonic, and other Vaseline specialties. Vaseline Hair Tonic is good news for men who are troubled with dry scalp. For this different hair tonic actually supplements the natural scalp oils, makes the hair soft and manageable. If you're bothered by itching scalp and loose dandruff scales, just give yourself a tingling massage with Vaseline Hair Tonic before your next shampoo. That, plus a few drops rubbed in every day before combing the hair, does the trick. It's simple, it's sensible. Get the good habit of taking care of your scalp with Vaseline Hair Tonic. And listen to this. The carton off a 40-cent bottle may help you win a World's Fair vacation free or $250 in cash. Wait for the details of the easy-to-enter World's Fair contest at the end of this program. Gene Herschel's Dr. Christian drama for tonight, Mr. Meeks, is dedicated to all wives who love their husbands and want to make them over. Mr. Meeks is president of the Meeks Tent and Awning Company, which was founded by his grandfather. He lives with his wife and young son, Budge, in a comfortable house out on the river road. As the curtain rises, the scene is the Meeks' tasteful living room, where Mrs. Meeks is flying around the room, straightening up and scolding to Dr. Christian as she does so.
Honestly, Dr. Christian, why is it that men have to throw the papers on the floor?
Oh, they don't throw them, Eleanor. They just leave them.
For some woman to pick up, I know. I've been picking up seed catalogs and garden magazines and the Sunday paper after Gregory Meeks for 15 long years. Look at them. I have a good mind to throw the whole lot in the fire.
Oh, don't do that.
Why not? They're just a constant temptation to Greg to dawdle around the house.
Oh, there could be worse ways. Spend your time looking at your seed catalogs, couldn't
Well, then, I don't know what they'd be.
Oh, come now, Eleanor. You can't fool me. You're devoted to Greg, and you know it. What if he does spend his time puttering around the yard? You have a lovely home, and Greg's a loyal husband.
Yes, I know that. Gregory Meeks has never looked at another girl since we were in 7th grade.
Oh, then why are you kicking about a harmless hobby
But you don't seem to understand that Greg would rather dig in a tulip bed than be president of a bank. He'd rather raise prize tomatoes than be the most...
People have different ideals in life. Raising prize tomatoes might not be such a bad one.
Dr. Christian, I want a husband who does things. Someone I can brag about a little. Do you know what he's doing this weekend instead of going to the men's club dinner?
No.
He's taking Budge on an overnight hike. The frost isn't hardly out of the ground yet.
Well, there's nothing better for a growing boy than getting out into the woods.
But, Dr. Christian, Greg should be at that dinner. Every important man in this town will be there.
Yeah, I suppose so.
I just can't stand having him jabbing around any longer. Dr. Christian, Greg's got to get back into the business or go into politics or do something worthwhile.
Well, I have an idea which might be a step in the right direction.
Oh, have you really? Tell me.
Well, I'm going to ask him to serve as chairman of the Citizens Committee to work with Mayor Hewitt.
Oh, that'd be marvelous.
Well, what's that?
Greg and Budge. Didn't you ever hear them before? They do it all the time. You can hear them coming a mile away.
Eleanor? Ellie? Oh, hey. Hello, Dr. Christian.
Hello, Greg.
Where'd you come from?
Oh, I dropped in to see you for a moment. Hello, Budge. Now, what's that you got?
Hello. That's a sun clock, Dr. Christian. It's a good one, too. Dad just made it. See, you set it up this way, and the shadow tells what time it is. We're going to take it along on the hike, so if we want to know what time it is, we can just set it up in the sun.
Well, wouldn't it be easier to carry a watch?
A watch? What do you want no watch for?
Your mother's too efficient to bother with a sun clock, I'm afraid.
I hear you're scorning the men's club dinner for a camping trip.
Yes, I'd promised the boy.
Greg, you know you could take him some other time just as well.
Probably, but tonight was the night I said I'd do it, and it would take something more than a men's club dinner to make me disappointed.
I'll go and see about the blanket roll in the canteen, Dad. I got the blankets out of the cedar chest, and we'll need a frying pan.
Budge Meeks, which blankets are you using? Now let me see them before you start doing any rolling. And don't take that good frying pan.
Well, hurry up, Mom. I've got an awful lot to do.
You've got an awful lot to do. What about me? Oh, honestly, you and your father.
Well, Dr. Christian, have a cigar?
No, thanks, no. I can't stay but a minute. I came over, Greg, to ask you to take the chairmanship of the new Citizens Committee.
Take the chairmanship? Why, Dr. Christian, you know I don't go in for that sort of thing.
Oh, it's time you did. We need you, Greg, and an interest like that would be good for you.
I wouldn't even consider it.
Oh, why not? You owe a duty to your town, Greg.
I pay my taxes and vote at every election.
Oh, but there's more to it than that, Greg.
Oh, yes, I suppose so. But there are plenty of people who can do jobs like that, Dr. Christian. It just isn't in my line.
Oh, you don't know until you've tried.
No, thanks. See, the business just about runs itself nowadays. That leaves me free to do the things I want to do. Play with my boy, build shacks, go camping, work in my garden.
Yeah, sounds very pleasant, Greg. But...
I know. It doesn't seem important to you. Eleanor feels the same way about it. She's chock full of ambition, that woman.
Well, then won't you try it for her sake?
Sorry, Dr. Christian, but I just couldn't. Now, some folks are meant to do one thing in this world and some another. When I get my picture in the papers in this town, it won't be as a civic leader. It'll be for raising the biggest Ponderosa tomatoes in River County. Budge? You have a good time?
Swell.
Pretty good camping trip, wasn't it?
Yeah. Bet Mom will be surprised when she sees the fish we caught. I wish we could have stayed and cooked them over a campfire.
I know, but we've got to get home before dark.
Why? You haven't got anything to do.
What?
You haven't got anything to do, have you?
Why, no, I don't know that I have, but I...
You never have anything to do. How come, Dad, you don't have to work like the other fellas' fathers?
Why, I do work, Budge. I go to the office sometimes.
Yeah, for about an hour. That ain't work. Gee, Ben's father goes to work at 8 o'clock every morning. He don't get home till 7. And one night he worked most all night.
Oh. What does Ben's father do?
He's a bookkeeper. Bill's father's important, too, I guess. Probably they couldn't run the grocery store without him at all. He travels.
Oh, he does, eh?
Yeah. Sometimes he's gone for 5 weeks. Why don't you ever go away, Dad?
Well, I don't know. Don't you like to have me at home with you?
Sure. But I'd like to have her go away, too. And come with a present. Boy, wouldn't I rub it into old Bill Lynn. He wouldn't be thinking he was the only one whose father could go on a trip.
I thought you'd like to have me at home.
Sure. It's nice sometimes. Dad?
Well?
Dad, what does prominent mean?
Oh, it means, important, outstanding. Why?
I just wondered.
But what way made you ask?
Well, because, Dad, is it because you haven't got a job like other fathers that you couldn't be prominent?
What the dickens? What makes you think I can't be prominent, young man?
Well, Dr. Christian, he and Mr. Summers were talking in front of Davis Drugstore last night, and Dr. Christian said he had asked you to be a chairman or something, but you said no, and they both laughed, and Mr. Summers said Dr. Christian was an optimist, and Dr. Christian said if he was afraid you didn't just have the makings of a prominent citizen.
Oh, he did, eh?
Yeah. If you were prominent, would everybody take off their hats to you like they do to Mayor Hewitt? Would they, Dad? Dad, you think... Gee, what are you going so fast for?
I want to get home.
What for?
I remembered I had something important to do.
Work, you mean?
Yes, work, Bud.
But what's the rush about? Are you going to do something yet tonight?
I'll say I am, Bud. I'm going home to call up Dr. Christian.
Has decided to ask all the merchants on Main Street to use uniform signs. And we've already got out a petition to extend the paving on South Street. And there are the improvements to the park this summer.
Oh, the committee is a great success, Mrs. Meeks. Why, Mayor Hewitt is delighted. And as chairman, Quake has become a leading citizen practically overnight.
I persuaded him to go back into the business, too. Oh, you simply wouldn't know him, Dr. Christian. He's working so hard. He's often at the office until midnight.
Well, the Meeks Tenton Owning Company must be doing business.
Oh, it is. Of course, Miss Hamden, his secretary, is very efficient. But Greg's been letting things slide for so long, and there's lots for him to find out.
I suppose so. Well, it's all worked out the way you wanted it to, hasn't it?
Oh, it certainly has. Now, Dr. Christian, if you'll just look over those plans for furnishing the children's ward, and let me have them back today with your suggestions.
Oh, I'd be glad to. But, I thought Quake was the chairman of this committee. Seems to me you're doing a good deal of the work.
Oh, I'd do anything to help Greg get ahead. Here, I'll leave these papers right here on your desk.
What are they?
Notes on things the committee is considering that I found on Greg's desk at the office. I thought I might as well bring them over.
I'm awfully sorry to interrupt, but Mayor Hewitt says he just has to see you before you go, Dr. Christian, and you have a 1 o'clock appointment?
Oh, I was just leaving. Goodbye, Dr. Christian. And let me know what you think of the plans. Goodbye, Judy.
Goodbye, Mrs. Meeks.
Goodbye, Mrs. Meeks. Whew, that woman's is a perfect dynamo.
Is it?
Well, it looks as though our little experiment worked, Judy.
Yes?
Eleanor is as happy as a lark, and Gregor is really paying attention to business for the first time in his life. Oh, you better tell John to come in.
All right, Doctor. Come on in, Mr. Hewitt.
Okay, Judy. Hello, Dr. Christian. Sorry to barge in this way, but
It's all right, John. Sit down. Oh, I can't see anyone else, Judy, until office hours.
I'll guard you two with my life.
Well, John, how are things?
Terrible.
What?
I said terrible. Dr. Christian, this community is in for a scandal.
Scandal? What do you mean?
Well, you know the contract the Meeks Company has with the government for tents for all the state camps?
Well, of course I know it. That contract is going to make a lot of money for the stockholders.
Yeah, it's more likely to land the stockholders in jail.
Jail? Well, what do you mean? It's a contract with the government.
Yes. It came through Richard Handon, didn't it?
Yes, I guess it did. Some connection he has with the county officials.
Richard Handon has been grafting off this state for years.
Oh, people say so.
Yeah, I know, but nobody ever caught him red-handed. But some of the things I know about him, I can't imagine Gregory Meeks getting mixed up with him.
Well, what's happened to her? What's he done?
I don't know exactly. That's why I came to you. All I know is that the order called for 12-ounce canvas, and Meeks is sending them 8.
Oh, it's probably a mistake.
It's not a mistake. The tents for Camp Goodwill were delivered last week, and I went out to look at them. Well, I know a little about canvas goods. They're lightweight.
But, didn't you tell Meeks?
Of course I told him, and he looked me right in the eye and said the order was for 12-ounce canvas, and that was what we had. Dr. Christian, the Meeks Company, is delivering 8-ounce and collecting for 12-ounce and pocketing the difference.
John, I can't believe it. Greg Meeks is no crook.
No, but he's easygoing, and somebody probably put it over on him. What a mess. With him as head of our Citizens Committee. And I went up to see him again this morning, but he was out and wouldn't be back all day. At least that's what that bossy secretary of his, Miss Handon, said.
Who?
Miss Handon.
Handon? Oh, is she related to Richard Handon?
Sure. She's a sister. Smart girl, too. Somehow I've never been able to like her. Because of her brother, I guess. You know, she... Say.
Yes. I just had the same idea. John, do something for me, will you? Give me a chance to think about this. Let it rest until tomorrow.
Well, I don't suppose a few hours will make any difference. But this is a bad piece of business, Dr. Christian. And you can be sure that Handon's protected himself thoroughly. Well, think it over and call me in the morning, huh?
Goodbye, John. Judy. Judy!
Yes, Dr. Christian?
Judy, do you know Doris Handon?
Of course. Oh, not well at all, but I know her. Why?
Judy, you know I don't go in much for gossip, you know, but there's been some talk about
About Doris Handon and Mr. Meeks? Yes.
What are they saying?
That Doris Handon can wind him round her little finger. That she even got him to fire Fred Wilson, the superintendent. He'd been there all his life and knew every detail of the business.
Well, why would she do that?
So she can run things to suit herself. But that isn't all, Dr. Christian.
No? What else do they say?
They say that while Mrs. Meeks thinks he's working late at the office every night, he's really over at Doris Handon's house.
And the curtain is lowered on our Dr. Christian drama for a few seconds to denote the passing of time. In the interim, may I say a few words about the products which make this program possible. Why do so many women use Vaseline jelly to soothe hands made rough and chapped by housework? Because Vaseline jelly gives triple care. First, it forms a protective film which helps keep infection out when the skin is broken. Second, it promotes quick healing. Third, it softens and lubricates by supplementing the natural skin oils. Vaseline jelly is absolutely pure, free of all harmful ingredients, safe to use on the tenderest skin. Get a 10-cent jar or tube from your druggist tomorrow. And save the carton. It may help you to win a free trip to the World's Fair or $250 in cash. Listen for the big news at the end of this program. Act 2 of our Dr. Christian drama, Mr. Meeks, starring Gene Hersholt as the beloved doctor of River's End. As the curtain rises, the scene is Mr. Meeks' office at the awning works, and his efficient secretary, Doris Handon, is just reaching for the telephone.
Hello? This is Miss Handon. No, Mr. Meeks isn't here. No, I don't know. Yes, I'll tell him. Oh, Greg! Oh, you frightened me. I thought you weren't coming back today. Greg, what's the matter? What's happened?
Doris, the shipments on the camp tents are all 8-ounce canvas.
8 ounces?
How did a mistake like that ever get by? Who sent the order to the factory?
Why, it went the routine way.
And Bates got the regular order slip?
Why, of course.
But who signed it?
Why, didn't you?
I never even saw it.
Oh, Greg, please don't tramp around like this. This can't be so serious.
Not serious. We deliver 8 instead of 12-ounce canvas on the government order. You say it isn't serious. When John Hewitt told me the goods were inferior, I laughed in his face. But I went out today and had a look at it. And he's right. Get Bates for me.
Now, Greg, please. You're getting all upset over nothing.
Nothing? You call this nothing? Give me the phone.
Oh, Greg, no, please.
I'm certainly sick if I'm going to have to fire Bates already. Wilson was here 20 years, never made a blunder like this. Oh, darnation, why doesn't somebody answer?
Well, I expect everyone's gone. It's after 5 now. Oh, listen, Greg, put the phone down a minute and let me explain.
Explain what?
Well, it's about Bates.
Well, what about him?
Oh, Greg, please don't be angry at Bates. You see, he...
No, look here, Doris. Are you trying to shield Bates?
No, Greg, I'm not. But I'm sure if you'll only listen calmly, you'll see how it could all have happened.
Very well. Out with it.
Well, you see, Bates came in here the other day with that order in his hand and said he wanted to see you about it. Well, I expected you in any minute, so I told him to leave it on your desk with some other things I had there for you, and then I was called out for half an hour. When I came back, you still hadn't showed up, so I finished up your letters. That was on Thursday. And you know, you never did come back.
I know. I had to get my seedlings in the ground.
Well, I began to worry about the time we were losing on a rush job, so I decided to send the order back and tell Bates to go ahead with it. But when I looked for it, it was gone.
Gone?
Absolutely. I sent for Bates, and he said the last he'd seen it was right there on the pile. Well, so we hunted high and low for it, and it simply wasn't to be found.
But why didn't you tell me?
Well, you've always trusted me to run things, and as I knew the whole deal would be off if we couldn't get deliveries on time, I just told Bates to go ahead without the order, since he already knew just what was in it, and I suppose that's how he came to use the 8-ounce canvas instead of the 12. He swore that's what the order said, and as your signature was on it...
But I never even saw the order, much less signed it.
Well, it's just a mistake in any case. No one could accuse Bates of deliberately...
What do you mean?
Oh, I don't mean a thing. Bates made a mistake in judgment, that's all. He was afraid to use 12-ounce when he thought the order said 8. So he went ahead with the 8.
But good heavens, girl, don't you...
Oh, now, don't worry. The thing to do is to duplicate the order at once.
Yes, I guess that's the best we can do. It'll mean overtime pay, but we've got to make good. Try Bates at his house, will you?
Yes.
Have him round up the men.
Okay. Hello? Hello, is Mr. Bates there? This is the plant calling. What? Oh, he has. When? Well, when do you expect him back? I see. No, the switchboard shut down. I'll call him.
Is he out?
Yes, he's gone up the river fishing.
Good afternoon, Miss Hampton.
Oh, good afternoon, Dr. Christian. Mr. Meeks isn't in.
No, I knew he wasn't. It's you I want to see.
Me? What can I do for you?
Oh, you can answer a few questions for me, if you will.
Why, I'd be glad to.
It's about the order for the tents, the ones you sent directly to Camp Goodwill.
Oh, well, I wouldn't know a thing about that. You'll have to ask Mr. Meeks.
Greg always tells me he leaves everything to you. You remember the original order on that, Miss Hampton?
Yes, vaguely.
Well, clearly enough to be sure it specified 12-ounce canvas.
Did it?
The equipment receipt is 8.
Oh, no, we couldn't have made a blunder like that while we were always...
Was it a blunder, Miss Hampton?
Well, we have a new superintendent, but he's very efficient. I can't imagine that he'd let a thing like that happen.
Then you think the substitution must have been made deliberately?
Oh, I didn't say that. I don't see how... Dr. Christian, what are you implying?
I'm not implying anything. I'm only trying to find out the truth. You know, Miss Hampton, it wouldn't be the first time that one grade of goods had been ordered and another delivered.
I don't know what you mean.
I mean we've been trying to clean up the political situation in this county for a long time. There's still grafting going on, and a great deal of it. You've known it, but you've never been able to prove it.
Grafting? Dr. Christian, are you insinuating?
I'm only telling you that the government ordered and paid for one grade of canvas and got another. And the fact puts the Meeks Company in a very awkward position. Miss Hampton, wouldn't you like to give me your explanation of all this?
Why, I haven't any.
Well, wouldn't you be able to invent one, do you think, if I told you your brother had confessed?
Confessed? He didn't. He wouldn't dare. What if he... I don't know what you mean, Dr. Christian. My brother hasn't anything to confess.
Not even that for a long time he's been the go-between in buying inferior goods at high prices for the government and then splitting the difference with his confederates? Not even that it was his idea to deliver this lightweight canvas. And that because he knew Great Mix was too honest to play, he got you in here as secretary so that you could change the orders?
I didn't. He did it himself. I never wrote a thing.
Oh, then the forged signature on the factory order was your brother's and not yours, eh?
Of course it was. I wouldn't do a thing like that. It was too risky. He made me come here, but I wasn't going to be the one to fake anybody's signature.
All you were supposed to do was to destroy all the papers when the job was done. Your job was to win Great Meek's friendship and keep him from becoming suspicious.
If Gregory Meeks likes me, that's my business.
I'm only wondering how well he'll like you when he hears the truth.
The truth? Oh, Dr. Christian, do you mean he's going to find out? That everybody will know?
Yes, they probably will. Just as soon as I can turn this information you've given me over to the authority.
Information I've given you? Why, you said that...
I know. I'm afraid I misled you. But I found this factory order among some papers that Mrs. Meeks brought to my office. I didn't think the signature was Greg's, so I must say it's a very, very good imitation. You see, I've suspected Richard Hampton for a long time.
Oh, that's where the factory order went to. And you came here and trapped me. Trapped me into betraying my own brother. Well, you can't prove a thing, Dr. Christian. I'll deny everything I've told you. I'll swear it's all a lie.
That won't do you much good, Miss Hampton. You see, our conversation's been overheard.
What?
I left the door a little ajar. Oh, come on in, John. Did you get a complete record?
Yes, I got every word of it, Dr. Christian. You should have been a detective.
You beasts! Of all the dirty tricks!
It wasn't very kind, was it? But it was the only way I could think of.
It wasn't my fault, I tell you. Oh, Dr. Christian, I'm sure you know that I didn't mean to do anything wrong. You're always so kind-hearted and generous.
Dr. Christian's kind heart can't save you this time, Miss Hampton.
Oh, it's all just terrible. Dr. Christian, what am I going to do?
You're going to put on your hat, Miss Hampton. We have a call to make at the courthouse.
Factory order was lost, and you don't even know who signed it?
Well, Bates said it was my signature, but I'm sure I never saw the thing, Eleanor.
You mean you never checked on the order at all?
Well, I intended to, but I...
Greg, how could a thing like this happen? With all the time you've been spending at the office lately.
Why, I don't know.
You've been down there working, night after night for weeks. And you didn't even check on the most important order you have.
Well, I...
Greg, people have been saying things to me lately. Funny things, dropping hints. Oh, I didn't believe them, of course. Imagine anyone telling me you were at Miss Handon's house when you were supposed to be at the office. But, you never have been at her house, have you? Have you?
Yes, I have, Eleanor.
Not in the evening when you were supposed to be working?
Yes, I have.
Greg, you haven't been there every evening, all this time.
Oh, Eleanor, I'm sorry if it makes you feel bad.
Feel bad? You've been with her night after night for weeks. Greg, I can't believe it, but you... Gregory Meeks. Do you mean...
Eleanor, hush. There's someone at the door. Oh, Dr. Christian. Hewitt, come on in. Glad to see you.
We won't stop it for a minute, Greg. We came on a matter of business.
Well, first I want to return this. It was in with the papers Mrs. Meeks brought me the other morning.
The factory order? Why, how on earth... Dr. Christian, you don't know what this means, this order.
Oh, yes, I do. Is that your signature?
No. I never saw this order before, but I want...
That's what we thought. Greg, Hampton and his sister were trying the same old bit of graft, but this time it didn't work. They've confessed.
Confessed? Doris has confessed?
Now, you see? That's the kind of woman you've been having an affair with. That's the kind of woman...
Oh, now, Mrs. Meeks.
Dr. Christian, he has. Greg's been at her house every night when I thought he was working.
Well, I know I shouldn't have done it, Eleanor, but you just wouldn't let me look at the seed catalogs here at home.
Seed catalogs? Was that what you were doing?
Of course. You said I couldn't have them round the house anymore.
You have been listening to Gene Hersholt's Dr. Christian drama, Mr. Meeks. Mr. Hersholt will be out here to tell you something about next week's story before we sign off. And now for the big news about a new, easy-to-enter contest in which 100 people will win free trips to either the New York World's Fair or the San Francisco Fair, with $150 spending money thrown into the bargain. Or, if you prefer, $250 in cash instead. 100 first prizes and 5,000 second prizes besides. First, decide which fair you want to see. Then write a letter which begins this way: I want to see the World's Fair because, and finish it in 50 words or less. Just state your reasons simply and sincerely. Then attach to your letter a carton, wrapper, or label tracing from Vaseline Jelly, Vaseline Hair Tonic, or any other product sold under the trademark Vaseline, or any Colgate Palmolive toiletry. Mail your entry to Vaseline Products, 17 State Street, New York City. You can enter this contest as many times as you wish, but all entries must be postmarked before midnight, May 15th. Start writing the first letter tonight. Remember, with just 50 words and the carton from a Vaseline preparation, you may write your own ticket to the vacation of a lifetime. Entry blanks with full details are available at drugstores or by mail, but your entry on plain paper is perfectly acceptable. Remember to address Vaseline Products, 17 State Street, New York City. The artists whom you heard tonight included Margaret Brayton as Eleanor Meeks, Gail Gordon as Gregory Meeks, Jerry Moore as John Hewitt, Eric Burtis as Budge Meeks, Inez Seabury as Doris Hamden, Rosemary DeCamp, our popular Judy Price, and, of course, our star, Gene Hersholt, as Dr. Christian. Dr. Christian, tell us something about next week's story.
Well, you know, I've been noticing lately that Judy seems to have something on her mind. And I wouldn't be surprised if we find out next week just what it is. I'll tell you this much, though. The play's called Spring is Here. And so until next Tuesday at this same hour, I'll say good night.
Don't fail to listen to Gene Hersholt's Dr. Christian drama next Tuesday at this same time. It is called Spring is Here. This is Arthur Gilmore bidding you good night. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger. With his faithful Indian companion Tonto, the masked rider of the plains led the fight for law and order in the early western United States. The stories of his strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness, have come down to us through the generations, and nowhere in the pages of history can one find a greater champion of justice. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver. There's danger on the trail ahead. I'll Silver! Hard!
As the Lone Ranger and Tonto rode steadily up the gentle slope of the hill, their horses showed increasing signs of nervousness.
Come on, Silver. What's the matter with you, big fella?
Scout's uneasy, too. Something wrong on the other side of the hill.
You'll soon know what it is. There aren't many trees here. The valley beyond is as bare as this side of the hill. We'll be able to see for miles.
You wait, Kimasabi.
Whoa, whoa.
You hear?
Yes, I don't like it.
We go to top of hill plenty quick. Take a look. Get him up, Scout.
Come on, Silver.
1 minute more and we see him.
Sounds like a stampede.
That's right.
Come on, Silver. Come on, boy.
You look, Kimasabi.
Hold there, Silver.
Open the hole.
Hello. There must be thousands of buffalo there.
That's right. And a big stampede.
Hello. Their horses are tired.
You see big rock on south?
They'd be safe behind those rocks, but they don't see them. Hello, we've got to show them the way.
Get them up, Scout.
Come on, Silver.
Scout and Silver raced downhill at breakneck speed. The Lone Ranger and Tonto rode straight toward the thundering herd of frenzied buffalo. They saw the bobbing of huge shoulders, a mass of dirty, ragged fur that surged forward like a brown wave that would swallow all that stood before it. They saw the tiny, evil eyes of the nearest beasts, the sharp, pounding hoofs that could trample man and horse.
Come on, Silver. Come on, big fella. The lives of those people depend on you.
Split seconds counted in the race with death. The three trapped riders and their exhausted horses were scarcely 50 yards ahead of the oncoming herd when the masked man and Tonto joined them. Scout and Silver wheeled quickly as the Lone Ranger shouted,
"Follow us!
It's no use. We're done.
To the south!
Save yourselves. You've got fresh horses.
To your left, I tell you! Get over!
We'll try. It's no use, though. We're all in.
We'll make it. There's rocks there.
Rocks?
That's a little further. But come on!
Huge boulders twice as high as a man loomed just ahead of the Lone Ranger and those he wanted to rescue. In another moment, those rocks were between the horsemen and the stampeding buffalo. The horses were halted and the pounding hoofs sped harmlessly by.
Oh, Silver! Steady, boys! Steady, Silver!
Doggone. Well, we're alive. Don't seem possible. Jeb, is your sister all right?
Yeah, are you, Sue?
I'm all right, but I don't want to go through that again. Thought sure we were done for.
How are the horses, Tonto?
Plenty tired, but I'm all right. Stranger, I don't know what to say.
Take it easy till you get rested.
I'm all right now. But I hate to think of what the three of us would be like if you hadn't shown up and shown those rocks to us to get behind.
Oh, we never would have seen them from where we were.
Paul, you might at least thank the masked man and the Indian.
Hang it, Sue. You can't thank a man that's risked his neck to save your life. All I can say is that the three of us are alive because of what you done, mister.
Please don't go on.
Oh, anyhow, Hank Calkins never forgets. The time comes that the law catches up with you. Well, I only hope I'm on the jury.
The law?
Oh, shucks, I shouldn't have said that.
Oh, you mean because of my mask?
Well...
It's all right, Calkins.
I never saw riding like you and the Indian just did.
Horses like those. I couldn't believe my eyes when I saw you coming toward us. It looked like sure death for you.
Anyhow, stranger, if there's ever a time...
What started the stampede?
Well, I know, but I'm not saying.
You know?
You're doggone right. It's something personal, and I'll square things for it.
You mean it was started on purpose?
Mister, if we'd been killed, it wouldn't have been no accident. It would have been murder, downright murder. There wouldn't be a man in the world could prove it.
Even now you can't prove anything, Paul. Remember that.
I can prove it to my own satisfaction, and I'll get square.
Can you prove it to the sheriff?
The sheriff? I reckon he knows it was done on purpose.
Well, what do you mean, Calkins?
It's the sheriff that wants us out of the way.
Are you sure?
I'd better not say any more. As soon as our horses are rested, we'll start for home.
You live in Crow Corner?
Yep. Don't think we're like the others there. We're not superstitious like most of them.
Superstitious?
Well, Paul means like the old-timers that live there. They believe in a lot of signs and things of that sort. I reckon they even believe in ghosts.
I know that some of them do.
Yeah, and the sheriff as well as the rest. He's scared of the hermit.
The hermit?
Well, I call him Doc.
He's a sort of queer-acting galoot that sells herbs and things to cure all manner of ailments. It's too bad he don't sell the sheriff something to cure him of being alive. Well, Pa, I reckon the horses can carry us now. They've most got over their scare.
Yeah, poor critters have had a bad time, but...
Hawkins.
Eh?
Don't take the law into your own hands.
What's that?
You know what you intend to do. Don't do it.
But drat it all,
If you do, they'll hang you.
He's right, Paul.
Well, I got Jeb and Sue to think of. As long as they know the sheriff was trusted with the gold, they'll be in danger.
So you left gold with the sheriff?
Oh, I didn't mean to tell you.
Yeah, you think because I wear a mask, I'll try to steal the gold?
Thunderation, no. If you want it, I'd admire to give it to you. But I'm hanged if I'll let that ornery, scheming sheriff steal it. I mistrusted him all along.
Yet you left gold in his care?
He knew I had it. If we'd rode away and left it at home, he'd have stolen it. I figured by putting him in charge of the safekeeping of it, he wouldn't dare steal it. But I was wrong. He figured if we was stampeded to death, no one would ever know he had it. Mount up, you young ones. We're heading for Crow Corner. There'll be a gent wearing a badge that'll be downright surprised to see us. Good afternoon, Sheriff Larson.
What are you doing here, Coggins?
I'm just looking you over and wondering that you don't show more surprise to see me. I reckon the rabbit's foot the hermit gave me is luckier than I figured.
Sure, I'm surprised to see you. I thought you and Jeb and Sue left for the South Country.
We did leave.
Well, then
But we come back.
Jeb and Sue with you?
I sent him home. Because I figured the talk is going to take place here mightn't be fitting for a girl like Sue to hear.
Coggins, I'm sorry you came back so soon. I thought I'd have things straightened around before you got back. I hoped I would.
Meaning what?
You said you were afraid someone was out to steal your gold.
I was.
You were right, Hank. They got it.
What? Well, keep talking, Larson. You've got some accounting to do.
There's not much to tell. A while after you and Jeb and Sue left town, a couple of men with their faces covered come in and held up my office. A sack of gold was on the desk where you put it.
I suppose you didn't have time to put it in your safe, eh?
No, I didn't have time.
So the gold was stolen.
Well, that's the story, Hank.
You sure tell it smooth.
I've got some leads on the crooks. I'm hoping to have them behind bars in a day or so.
How? By sitting here with your feet in your desk?
Well, my deputy's working. I thought I'd find the crooks and get the gold back before you return. Don't you worry about it, Hank. I'll have it back.
Larson, what do you know about a stampede?
Stampede?
Buffalo. Mighty near trapped the three of us in the valley. If it had, I wouldn't have been back here to claim my gold. Then who would know you had it?
Great day, Coggins. I'm glad you got away.
You're lying.
I see here. I don't like the style you're using.
Let's suppose we'd all three of us been killed in that stampede. Then what would you have done with that gold?
Well, I don't know.
Would you have turned it over to the town, or would you have tried to find relatives of mine? Or would you have just kept your mouth shut and kept it for yourself?
Well, naturally, I'd look for the relatives.
You're lying again. You stole that gold yourself, Larson, and you tried to have us killed.
Now, you're upset or you wouldn't talk that.
I know what I'm saying.
Well, I'm a patient man. I'd resent your attitude.
I'm patient, too. I'm not saying much about the stampede. But if that gold's not back here by tomorrow...
Sheriff Larson,
Well, Butch Barton.
Hawkins.
Fine company you're keeping these days, Sheriff Larson.
What's the matter with the company he keeps?
Nothing, except that you'd be dangling from a rope right now if the evidence against you hadn't disappeared from the sheriff's office. What are you doing with that spade?
Huh? Spade?
Right in your hand and with fresh dirt on it.
What have you been doing with it? Stop. Let me...
Answer me, you polecat. You've been digging in the ground. What for?
Hawkins, let him go.
What have you been digging in the ground for? Speak up, you dirty...
Let go of my safe.
I should have known you'd help him, Larson.
You fool, you. Did you want to strangle me?
Be no loss to Crow Corner if I did.
Now get out of here before I throw you in jail for disturbing the peace. Get out of here.
I'm just wondering if this coyote mightn't be the one that started the stampede. Then after coming back here, he took my gold and buried it someplace.
I don't know anything about your gold, you crazy old fool.
Well, I'll find out. There's ways of finding out things around here. I know a man who'll help me get to the truth of things. But what I said still goes, Larson. I want that gold tomorrow. Or else.
Hey, Larson, what do you mean?
You fool. Why'd you walk in here with that spade with fresh dirt on it?
I didn't know he was here.
Well, he was.
I thought the stampede got all three Calkins.
I don't know why, but it didn't. You got the gold buried all right?
Yeah. But now he suspects.
Let him. He can't prove anything.
Maybe we better put it somewhere else.
No, you crazy fool. Don't go near where it's buried. He might be watching for us to do just that. As long as he can't get the gold, he can't prove a doggone thing. Now remember that.
But, Sheriff Larson, I wonder...
He
Said he knew a man that'd help him. What do you mean?
He might have been bluffing.
You know Calkins better than that. He don't bluff.
Maybe you're right.
What'd he mean?
Butch, there's only one man he could have met. And we'll get rid of him tonight.
That night, Hank Calkins told Jeb and Sue his plans as the three sat around the table in the light of an oil lamp.
The Lone Ranger. That's the one to help us, Jeb.
But, Paul, are you sure it was the Lone Ranger that helped us in the stampede?
I'm more sure of it all the time. I don't know why I didn't think of him the minute I saw that white horse. Everything checks. The mask and the horse called Silver, the Indian called Tano, and the two heavy guns. It was the Lone Ranger, all right.
And to think I was as close to him as I am to you two. The Lone Ranger.
Yeah, but, Paul, how can he help us?
He'll find a way.
Are you sure Barton was burying the gold?
As sure as you're alive, Sue. The guilty look on his ugly face was enough for me. To say nothing about the spade.
But how'll you find the Lone Ranger again?
Listen, Sue. He knows the stampede was man-made with murder intended.
Yeah?
That means he knows there's crooks in Crow Corner, murdering crooks.
Yeah? Then
the Lone Ranger won't be far away till those crooks are in jail. First thing in the morning,
I'll see who it is. You!
Hello, Jim.
Great Scott, we were just talking about you.
The Lone Ranger.
Well, sakes alive, mister. Come in, won't you?
Thanks. I will. I didn't want to get too far from here till I was sure you weren't going to take the law into your own hands.
What law? There's no law in Crow Corner. The sheriff is the biggest crook of them all. He's got no more right to wear a sheriff's badge than the worst of those stampeding buffalo. He says my gold was stolen from his office. Well, he's a crook and stole it.
Paul, that's gun shooting.
And right nearby.
Yeah, look out the window here. Look near the hermit's place.
Someone's riding from there and fast.
Hey, Sue, get out of the way. Let me see.
And there's someone else near the house. Look.
That's Tonto. He'll know what's happened.
No, wait. I'll go with you.
If someone has shot the poor old hermit, we'll
That's
get
where
him.
the shooting was.
Come on, Silver. Jeb, you stay here with Sue. I'm going over there.
Well, let me go.
Stay here. There's already been one play to kill us. There may be another. Stay here and keep your eyes open.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
Now to continue our story. Hank Calkins ran to the shack where the old hermit lived alone. He found candles burning and the hermit on the floor between the masked man and Tonto. While he bathed the wound in the hermit's shoulder, the Indian told what had happened.
Me see feller creep through shadow toward house. Me go close and watch him.
Did you tell who the man was?
Oh, it's too dark for that.
What happened next?
Him draw gun, aim through window, him fire, and Tonto fire same time.
You hit his gun hand?
But him hit hermit, then run.
Poor critter, is he hit bad?
Oh, him not hurt bad.
It's a shoulder wound, Calkins.
I'll be all right, thanks to the Indian.
Of course you'll be all right. Just stay there for a few minutes more. Shock was pretty bad.
We can find the critter that did it if he took a bullet in the hand.
If he stays around town.
Why should anyone want to shoot you, Doc?
Oh, many people. It's a superstitious place. They think I'm in league with the evil one.
Have you looked around this house, Tonto?
Him got herbs and roots and all things known to Indian.
My cures are standard ones, known to all medical men.
Are you a doctor?
No.
But you used to be?
Once. In the East. Let me sit up.
Help him, Tonto.
Let me help you up.
I failed when my wife needed me. I lost her and then came here. I couldn't go on.
So you made a living by preparing medicines and selling them.
A living? An existence. Because my cures were good, the doctor who was here started stories about me. It didn't take much to make people around here afraid of me. No one ever listened to me or gave me a chance to talk to them. A few, bought medicines.
Dreaded everything the poor critter did was made out to look like black magic. You know how it is. Once a story gets started, it'll gather weight like a snowball rolling downhill.
Yes, I know.
Especially in a place like Crow Corner, where everyone is superstitious about everything. But why in Tunket would anyone shoot you, Doc?
Afraid of what they call magic.
Oh, shucks. Great jumping grasshoppers.
What is it, Hank?
I was in the sheriff's office. Larson said the crooks had taken my gold. Well, I didn't believe him. I knew he just helped himself to it. Then Butch Barton came in with a spade.
A spade?
Yes, with dirt on it. I knew right away what it meant. They'd been burying the gold someplace.
Go on, Hank.
Well, I told him I wanted the gold back tomorrow or I'd make him sweat. I remember just what I said to him. I said there's ways of finding out things around here. I know a man that'll help me get to the truth of things.
Yes?
Well, it was you I was thinking about when I said that. But Larson and Butch Barton thought I meant the doc here, the hermit. Those two crooks are superstitious as all get out. They thought I meant to get the hermit to help me. They think he can do things that are sort of supernatural.
The ignorant fools.
So the dirty snakes came here to shoot him. Shoot him without giving him a chance to defend himself. That proves they're crooks. Now I got things to do.
Here, hold on.
No, I'm going. You let me go.
You're not going anyplace just yet.
What I tell you?
Listen to me, Hank.
No, I got to see if one of those polecats has got a wounded hand. If he hasn't, by thunder, I'm going to start shooting. Now let me go.
You go and you'll spoil every chance you have to get back that gold.
Next thing I know, they'll shoot Sue and Jeb. Now
Hank, we're going to get those crooks. Take my word for it. We'll get them. And we'll do it legally. Now, sit down there and cool off.
If we get them for keeps. But how?
I'll show you how. They're going to see some of the hermit's black magic.
After making sure he wasn't followed, the sheriff went to a cabin in the woods where he found Butch Barton waiting. He dressed Barton's wounded hand in clumsy fashion and then...
Bungling one thing after another. It's a wonder to me you haven't hung before this.
I never ran against such tough luck as I had today.
You know who shot you?
No. No more than I know how Calkins escaped the stampede. When I got shot, I didn't hang around to find out who it was. I cleared out fast.
You can't be seen with that bandage on your hand.
What about my share of the gold?
Yeah. Take this cash and go to Pine Bluff. Wait there, laying low until your hand's all right again. Then come back. I won't touch the gold till you get back.
You hadn't better.
I've got to get back to the office. There might be some work in connection with the shooting of the hermit.
When the sheriff reached his office, he found a note from the deputy, Jack Simmons.
I've gone over to the hermit's place to look around. Well, I'll go over and join him. I sure hope that hermit is finished.
In a few moments, the sheriff was with the group of people in the hermit's house. The hermit was speaking.
We'll conduct a search in the morning, but I'll have to go out tonight to get a divining rod.
Divining rod?
Well, haven't you heard of the magic of a divining rod? Properly handled, it points right to where gold is buried in the ground.
Yeah, I've heard of that.
Well, I'll go now, and if you'll help me, Hank, I'll go and select the divining rod by the light of the full moon.
Sure, you can count on my help.
Hank and the hermit walked side by side from the house and into the night, with half a dozen curious people following. The sheriff walked at the side of the deputy.
Jack, is there anything to what he says?
Well, I've heard of these divining rods. They use them to find water.
Are they magic or what?
I don't know, but I've heard about them. They're nothing but a forked stick. The man that handles them takes one of the ends of the stick in each hand and walks along the ground in a certain way. When the fork of the stick points down, that's the place he's looking for.
Yeah, but does it really work?
I never saw one work. Hey, looks like the hermit's found the right kind of tree.
Hank, can you reach that lowest branch?
I reckon so.
I can climb up, Doc.
I can reach her. This the one you want?
Now, be sure it's a living branch.
I'll make sure. Yep, it's green, all right.
Yeah, now hand it to me.
Here you are.
Yeah, thanks. I'll just trim off the leaves and twigs and then take it home with me to work on. I'll finish preparing it there.
Black magic. It's black magic.
Larson was up at dawn. He dressed in nervous haste, then hurried to his office. The door was half open. He went in and found the deputy already on hand.
Oh, it's you, huh? Here early.
You got here first.
I haven't been here.
You haven't? Then who left the door open?
Open? Was it open?
Well, just as you saw it. I thought you'd been here.
No. Say, who was using this spade?
Spade? I don't know. It was there when I came.
been used recent.
It was that way yesterday.
A dirt on its stab. It's been used since then. Who used it?
I don't know, Larson. I just got here to wait for the hermit and the others. They're starting the hunt from here, you know.
Yeah, I know.
Well, there come some of the folks now.
Yeah, I see him.
There's old Doc the hermit in the lead, holding the divining rod before him. I better take this spade along in case he finds a place to dig.
Hey there, Deputy. You coming along with us?
Wild horses couldn't keep me from seeing this.
Come along if you want, but the Doc's got to have it quiet. He can't have anyone too close to him.
I will walk slowly where the rod directs me.
Look here.
This is none of your business, Larson. If you want to tag along, you can do so, but keep your trap shut.
Does the divining rod work, Hank?
Seems to. Look how it appears to pull the hermit right along. See there?
Don't seem possible.
Glad you brought a spade, Jack. Maybe we'll find use for two of them.
How's your sister after that experience yesterday, Jed?
Oh, she's all right. Sort of resting at home. Jack, can you make an arrest if you have to?
All I want is the chance, Jed.
Good.
What if you do find your gold, Calkins?
That's what I'm after.
Maybe those crooks I told you about really did bury it somewhere.
Finding the gold won't stop you from keeping on the hunt for him, will it, Larson? That is.
I'll keep on the hunt. I've already got a couple of men out hunting them.
Wait. There's a pull. A pull far stronger than that of gravity. It bends the rod earthward.
My sakes alive, just look at that. That stick's pointing right down. Fresh turned earth, too.
Dig there. Great work. Here, let me get this spade going.
I'll help, Jeb. We'll make the dirt fly.
It don't seem possible. Doc, I never saw the like of it.
Wait, we're not sure that this is what you're after. It is, though. Look here, Pa. Here's your leather bag. Wait, now we'll have her out in no time.
Very, very deep.
Here, let me get my hands on it. I can haul it out.
I'll give you a hand.
Here she is.
That's it. That's my sack, all right, and just as I left it. I've got my gold back. That's the main thing. Come on, all of you. Come to my place and we'll celebrate. All of you. You too. Yeah, come on. That's it.
Larson stood alone, dumbfounded at what he had seen. He made no pretense of joining the party that headed for the Calkins house. Instead, he waited until everyone was out of sight, then hurried away, muttering to himself.
I'm going to rake double-crossing crook. That's what I get for trusting a polecat like Barton. Sneaked here in the night and changed the hiding place of the gold, huh? Figured to double-cross me. Even busted into the office and used my spade. Well, he'll be sorry. Just wait till I get to him.
Larson lost no time. He hurried to his office, then through the office and out the back door. He carried another shovel in his hand and headed for a clump of trees not more than 50 yards away. Here he looked at the ground.
Crook. Even put the sod back in place so I'd never know it disturbed the gold. I'll make sure it's gone, and I'll go where he is and deal with him. Double-crossing crook. Poor cat. He'll pay for this double-cross. Maybe he crossed me all the way along. Maybe that's why Calkins wasn't hurt. Why the hermit wasn't shot dead. See, there's something here. Sure enough. Something here. It's a leather sack. The same leather sack.
Put your hands up, Larson.
Hey, what the...
That's the sack we're after.
Masked, who are you?
I'm the man who found the second leather sack that you saw Calkins take home a few minutes ago.
And he picks rope on crook.
No, wait, hold on.
And Calkins has now is filled with stones. We didn't know whether you'd dig first or go and accuse your pal of double-crossing you. Well, it didn't matter.
You tricked me.
The hermit helped, and so did your superstition.
Now, wait. Let me talk. We'll make a deal. You're masked.
There's only one deal to make with you, Larson.
Now, listen, Mr.
Not too tight, Tonto. There's time enough to hold him.
Him fixed all right now.
Calkins wants Barton behind bars. You have evidence that will put him there. Perhaps if you do that, Calkins will recommend that you get jail instead of hanging.
No, they can't hang me.
You tried to kill Calkins.
There's no proof.
You tried to kill the hermit.
I didn't. That was Barton's job.
You planned it.
No, it was all Barton. Barton schemed the whole thing.
That'll do. You've told enough to make certain Barton gets what's coming to him. That's all we wanted. Now you can go on trial together.
I didn't say a word. You can't prove it did. My word against yours.
That's where you're wrong, Larson. Look over there. The office is filled with people.
We heard it all.
We got enough on you, Larson, and Barton as well.
Tricked again.
The horses, Tonto.
Me get him.
We'll find Barton in short order so you can be jailed together.
By Juniper, it worked out slick. The hermit sure made it look like he was making black magic. And there's the man that planned the whole thing. Hey, Lone Ranger, this here gold is yours. Take it. I want you to have it. Your gold, Hank. Good luck to you. Come on, Tonto. Hey, but wait. Hey, big fella. We got a new sheriff now. Take over, Jack.
I sure will.
Get him up. Come.
you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.